Okay, only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... There, the last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
Today, we'll have Danielle's adventures in Japan, including Tokyo Disney. That's coming up on this episode 488 of WW Prep to Go. Hello and welcome to WW Prep to Go, where we talk strategy and ideas and have lots and lots of trip reports. I am your host, Shannon Albert from WDWPrepSchool.com. Thank you for being here for episode 488. Today is another international trip report with Danielle's recent 2-week trip to Japan that, of course, included a side quest to Tokyo Disney. I love the international trip reports because there's a whole big world out there, and I love that I can help people or let you learn from other people about how to maybe incorporate some Disney elements into it, but also allow you to see places like Japan. I hope I get to go someday. I would love it. I wanted to mention to you that we do have content out about the holiday parties, as you might expect, because we just attended the first Christmas party for Jollywood Nights. That is both articles where we have checklists of things that you can do, as well as videos. So I just did a complete guide to Jollywood Nights. I was very excited to make it because I loved our strategy this year. I also recently did a video called Watch Me Make Lightning Lanes for Disney World, because before the day of, it's really hard to know what to expect because it's not something you can practice. And so I wanted to record my making of the lightning lanes. In this series, I have Watch Me Check In Online for Disney Cruise. I'm going to keep doing this sort of watch me do things because I understand the anxiety when you have something that opens up and you don't know what it's going to be like. So I want you to be able to prepare. So if you're interested in that, please go check out the YouTube channel. It is WDW Prep School, just like every platform. I think that is it. Let's jump into my conversations with Danielle. Welcome to the podcast, Danielle.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here.
We're talking on Saturday, October 25th, and you just told me that you have a big international trip coming up.
Yes, we're flying to Japan on Thursday.
On Thursday. So is that October 30th?
October 30th. The flight takes off at 1:30. We have a direct flight, and we live in Toronto.
Okay. So you fly west.
Yes.
I'm so good at math, geography. Okay. So you're flying out from Toronto.
Yeah.
And we'll start walking through the days in a second. But what is the ending date of your trip?
November 14th.
Okay. 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Good at math. No, okay. Okay. Who are you traveling with?
I'm traveling with my husband.
Okay. And are you guys, do you guys do frequent international travel?
We do. We try and go once every couple of years internationally. We've mostly done either going down to the States or over to Europe. This is our first trip to Asia.
Okay. First trip to Asia. And how did you decide on going to Japan?
We've been talking about going to Japan, I think, since we met. So it's been a long time coming, but we decided on it 2 years ago and started saving up. About a year and a half ago, we did our last serious research. And then the past year, we finalized dates and the whole plan.
Okay. All right. I love having these international trips. I know a lot of people in the Disney niche only go to Disney parks, but there's a whole big world out there. And sometimes, as I suspect you will, you can include Disney elements.
Yes.
So it's kind of the best of both worlds, you might say.
So.
Okay. So let's start talking through it because this is a long trip. All right. So October 30th, Thursday, you said you're flying out from Toronto and going west. So when you land, is it still October 30th?
No, it's the 31st.
Okay.
They are 13 hours ahead of us.
Oh, ahead. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. You're landing in Japan on Halloween.
Yeah.
And what time of day do you expect to land?
4:40 in the afternoon. So it should be just enough time for us to get the train, get to the hotel, and have dinner.
Okay. So which city are you landing in?
We're landing in Tokyo. We're landing in the Haneda airport.
Okay. And you said you're taking the train from the airport to your hotel?
Yes, we have a direct train line that goes from the airport to our hotel. We ended up picking it largely because of that and because it meant that we didn't have to deal with Tokyo Station on the first day.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, we'll take it to Shimbashi Station. And then our hotel is called the Park Hotel Tokyo. And it's just about a 3-minute walk from the station.
Park Hotel Tokyo. Okay. And you said you chose it in large part because of the direct train access.
Yes, but it does also have this cool thing where they hire artists to paint murals on the wall. So every room is different. Every room is a different mural.
And you told me before we started recording that you have a background in the arts. So you really appreciate that aspect, I assume.
Absolutely. We're quite excited about it. The lobby looks like a museum. The whole thing seems very cool.
Okay. And then on this day, are you just kind of trying to stay up till Tokyo bedtime so that you can adjust?
Yes, I genuinely have a note in our planning document that just says stay up until 9 p.m. That's the only goal.
Okay. It's a good goal because that's a rough transition with so many time zone changes. Okay. So any other things other than going to the hotel, are you doing anything until 9 p.m.?
Nope, we'll probably grab dinner locally, either like a sushi conveyor belt or a konbini convenience store is on the docket, probably.
Okay. All right. So then November 1st, Saturday, what's your plan?
So when we do big international trips that are kind of like long and those kinds of things, we do very little scheduled planning and more big picture. So we have a rule that we mostly stick to, which is one scheduled thing a day. So the only thing we have scheduled for Saturday is a dinner reservation at 7 p.m. And then otherwise, we'll be exploring neighborhoods and we make top 3 lists for each city of what we want to hit. And the rest is just for fun.
Okay, so one scheduled thing is your dinner reservation. And then what are the other options for this day?
Yeah. So, like I said, we go city by city and just choose 3 things each. So, my husband for Tokyo has a vinyl bar that he'd like to hit. He has some stores that he's chosen in terms of menswear shopping, places like Dover Street Market in Ginza and the Bullpen. And then he also wants to do an Izakaya crawl while we're there.
I don't know what that word is.
Izakaya is a kind of bar and restaurant.
Well, I'm taking notes. Can you spell it?
Izakaya.
Okay. Izakaya bar. Okay. Got it.
Yeah, they do like small plates and snacks and lots of beer kind of a thing.
And those are your husband's priorities. Then you have priorities.
Yeah, so mine are a bit different. My first one is exploring Ueno, which is one of the districts in Tokyo, Ueno. They have a park that I'm interested in, museums, and some shopping I've found. The second one on my list is the bar at the Ritz-Carlton, Tokyo. It's way high up in the sky, beautiful cocktails, and they have a piano music that they do every day from 12:45 to 4:25 that I'm hoping to do. And then the last one is the Imperial Palace Gardens. So this was recommended by a colleague of mine with an emphasis on like there's lots of history involved with that particular garden space. And for that one, we ended up scheduling a tour for while we're in Tokyo.
Okay. Tour schedule. So that'll be a different day when you have something scheduled. Okay. So this one scheduled thing on this day, which is a dinner reservation, where's that at?
That's at a place called Ginza Cube. It is a sushi kaiseki restaurant, so it's all a set menu. And we used our hotel concierge service to make these reservations because they are phone call only. They managed to get us counter seats at 7 p.m. We're really excited about this one. There's a food travel show we love called Somebody Feed Phil, and he went to Tokyo and ate here. And we saw that episode in 2017. So I've been dreaming about this particular dinner for a while.
Yeah, you've had a list going.
Yeah.
Okay. So, all right. So that's Saturday. So then Sunday, are you doing something else on your priority list?
Yes, this is the day that we have our Imperial Palace East Garden tour booked.
Okay. All right. When is that?
That starts at 8:50 a.m.
How long does that tour last?
So that one, I believe, is 3 hours. They sent us a meeting place in the fountain park nearby and told us the name of the tour guide and assured us that they speak English. We found that one, I believe, using Klook. It's a travel booking website that we used a lot for this trip.
Okay. So then beyond the tour, is it safe to say that you will fill the rest of your day with some of the other things on your list?
Exactly. Tokyo in particular, we're doing a lot of walking around, a lot of seeing what whims carry us through. Again, we've been researching for a while, so we have a Google map that has things that we found highlighted on it. So if we're in a neighborhood and we're hungry, we have options, but we don't have a dinner reservation or anything this day.
This reminds me of when we do touring plans and stuff on the website, we usually will recommend morning through lunch. Like here, be structured for a little bit so that you don't have to like wait in lines all day, but then just leave the rest of the day open and be more flexible. Like, are you tired? Do you want to stay in the park? Do you want to go
Yes.
swimming? And like you're doing this sort of in your own version in Japan.
Yeah. We've
So
honed this system for a number of years. We used to fill our days very full. And so this is from a lot of learning and a lot of too tired trips.
yes, but you're booking the things that are important
Yeah.
and then leaving some flexibility, which is great. Okay. So are we ready for Monday, November 3rd?
Yeah. So this is our last full day in Tokyo for this section of the trip. We come back at the end.
Okay.
Our last full day, it is a holiday in Tokyo, so we're expecting it to be quite busy. Lots of extra tourists and things like that.
What's the holiday do?
It's called Culture Day.
Okay. I'm gonna have to look that up.
And then because it's a Monday, restaurants are often closed in Tokyo on Mondays. So we made sure to make a dinner reservation this night. So we have a reservation at a restaurant called Julia. My husband found this one on the Eater 35 or 38 list, pardon me. We're excited about it for lots of reasons, but mostly they have a really good sommelier and wine pairing program. And wine is not a big thing in Japan, but it's a big thing for us. So we're excited to get to explore that.
Okay. Fun. Are you ready to move on to Tuesday in a new city?
Absolutely. So
Okay,
this is our first Shinkansen trip. So the bullet train. We have tickets booked from Tokyo Station to Kyoto Station. We booked all of our trains through Klook, again, that I mentioned earlier. One of the best things about that was that we could decide on all of our trains, pre-book them even before bookings were available. And then once bookings did become available, Klook just went in and grabbed whatever they could and waited to charge us until they saw if they could find it. Really helpful given the time difference and how competitive everything seems to be when booking in Japan.
Yes. I'm happy to hear about all these different options.
So,
Okay, so you have tickets on the bullet train to Shinkansen?
oh no, that's the name of the bullet train.
Okay, it's a Shinkansen bullet train.
Yes, and this is taking us to Kyoto.
Okay, I was going to say that is not a city that I'm familiar with. I did look up the spelling. Okay, but you're going to Kyoto.
Yeah. So it should get us in at 3 p.m. And then we are staying at a hotel called Tune Stay Kyoto. Tune as in music, Tune. And we can check in as of 4 p.m. It's like a really close walk to Kyoto Station, like 2 minutes kind of a thing. Yeah. And we have no other plans for this day.
Okay, it's a travel day.
Yeah.
Okay, so then November 5th, Wednesday, you're still in Kyoto?
We are still in Kyoto. New city means new top 3 lists.
Okay, so let's talk about your list then.
So because for a lot of this, we're traveling quite frequently. Some of the cities, we didn't quite choose 3. We chose less because of how long we're there. So for Kyoto and Osaka, we're doing 4 things. My husband chose an Osaka food tour. Osaka's like a 20-minute train ride, so you can kind of treat it like a commuter. So we're staying in Kyoto, but we'll go to Osaka for a day. And then the other thing he chose for this section is the Torii Gate the Torii Gate hike, which is at Fushimi Inari Taisha.
Okay.
My two for this section, I chose an early morning nature option. I am indecisive. So it's either going to be the bamboo forest or the philosopher's path.
And you said early morning nature option. Does that mean a tour?
No, like walk.
Okay.
Just us.
So some sort of nature walk.
Yeah. And then the other option, or my second one for this section, is Kiyomizu-dera, which is the name of a temple nearby that my friend Siobhan recommended.
Okay. I'm trying really hard to get these notes correct, but I'm going to have to look up some of these spelling.
I am also happy to send you any spellings because, again, I know them quite well because we've been planning for a while.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you arrive on Tuesday. You're probably not going to do too much, but you have the next day, Wednesday, in Kyoto, right?
Yes. So this is going to be our early morning nature moment for sure, we've decided, just based on the other things we have going on. But I still don't know which one. And then we have a dinner reservation at 7.
Okay. And where's that at?
This restaurant is called Premium Pound Gion, Gion. It's a specific kind of beef that they have that they're quite famous for. I'm trying to remember what it's called. It's a set menu. Our friends Sam and Julian told us about this place. They are one of the big inspirations for the trip because they've gone like 2 or 3 times in the last few years and keep talking about how much they want to take us. So instead, we just planned it and we'll go together another time, I'm sure. But yeah, I think it's a Wagyu beef set menu.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
I was gonna guess that's what it was, but I thought maybe there was something I hadn't heard of before. Okay, so that is Wednesday. Yeah, Thursday, still in Kyoto and Osaka area.
Yeah, this is our day to go to Osaka. So we have train tickets booked for 8:38 in the morning. That gets us in at 9:06. We have about an hour to get some coffee and get our bearings. And then at 10 a.m., we have a culinary backstreets tour called Umami Town.
Okay. Got it. How long is that going to last, do you think?
That tour is 5.5 hours.
That is a commitment.
It is. It's 9 to 12 eating stops, including a market. It's a public tour, but the group sizes stay between 2 to 7 people.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so is that pretty much your day then? Because that's pretty long.
It is pretty long, but we do want to try and get as much Osaka time as we can. So we actually pre-booked our train back to Kyoto for 9:07 p.m. So a full 12 hours, half of which we'll be eating.
Okay, yes. And exploring Osaka.
Yes.
Okay, Friday, November 7th.
This is another transit day. We are going from Kyoto to Kinosaki Onsen Village. Yeah. So onsens, if you don't know, are these hot spring-fed, amazing spaces that they have all over Japan. So it's kind of like a spa or like a hydrotherapy, if you've been to one of those. They're lovely, and a really exciting part for us. I love sauna culture and those kinds of things. And so this was a big find. The tricky part with onsens for me is that they don't allow tattoos in most of the time. And I have many tattoos. So there's lots of Western bloggers and stuff who'll be like, it's fine, just put a Band-Aid over it. But I have too many for that to be a viable option. So we did a bunch of research and found this onsen village. It's entirely made for tourists, I'm pretty sure. But it's 7 different onsens in this like very small village, and they all accept tattoos. So I can go in any of them that I want, and I can go for as long as I want because the hotel we booked came with a pass for all of them. I'm quite excited about this one.
Okay, so to get from Kyoto to Kinosaki Onsen, how do you do that?
It's a train. This one's not a bullet train, though. It's what they consider low speed, but for us is still very high speed because it's still, I think, about 150 kilometers an hour. It's
Mhm.
just not 300 kilometers an hour. So the train leaves at 11:25 a.m. and we get in at 10 to 2 p.m.
Okay. All right. So then where are you staying?
We're staying at a traditional ryokan inn for this one. It's called Nishimuraya Honkan.
Okay. You're staying
Uh,
at would you say you're staying at a traditional what?
it's a traditional style ryokan inn. So the floors are tatami mats. They fold out your bed onto the mats itself rather than having the bed always there. And then we also get a traditional meal with it.
Okay, I just had to look this up. I mean, but you kind of explained it too. Traditional Japanese, and it offers a unique cultural experience featuring the tatami mat rooms, the futon beds, communal baths, and often includes traditional multi-course meals served in a room or dining areas. Okay,
Exactly.
all right. We're learning so much today. Okay, so you're staying there, and then how do you get there from the train?
They have shuttles. So all we have to do is find the right person with the right sign.
Okay, great. And then you'll be there in the afternoon. So what's the thought for the rest of the day?
Just visiting the onsens. Lots of relaxation. It's halfway through our trip, so the main goal is do nothing.
Yeah, it's a marathon, this trip. So
Yes.
you got to prepare. Okay. All right. So the next day, I assume you're going to identify priorities.
Yeah, so this one we didn't do priority lists because the whole thing is just to like follow our whims. We've looked at the list of onsens and we have like a couple of nature path options like I did in Kyoto. But for the most part, we're going to eat our traditional kaiseki dinner at the ryokan and visit as many onsens as we can. And then we leave the next morning.
You leave on Saturday?
Yes, originally we were going to be there 2 nights, but we didn't book fast enough. And so when we went to go do our booking, there were no ryokans in the onsen village that had 2 nights in a row available.
Oh,
So
okay.
we pivoted and added a night in Hiroshima.
Okay. So then is Saturday en route to Hiroshima?
Yeah. So we have a pre-booked breakfast at the inn, and then we get on the train at 11:33.
Okay. Train at 11:33. And then how long does that take?
This one is our only train that isn't direct. We have to transfer. So we actually take the train back to Osaka. That gets in at 2:30, and then at 3 o'clock it leaves from Osaka to get us into Hiroshima at 4:30.
Okay. Big travel day.
Yes. Yeah. The good thing is, because we're leaving partway through the day, we still get our onsen pass in the morning and they all open at 7. So we can do another dip in the hot springs and kind of chill out before we have to do lots of trains and different stations and things like that.
So your relaxation will be at the beginning of the day.
That's the hope.
Okay. So then Sunday, you're in Hiroshima. What's the thought there?
The thought for Hiroshima is one thing. We want to go to the museum. They have this incredible museum talking about the bombing that happened there and all of the aftermath of it and what it meant to rebuild. I've talked to a few people who have gone. They've all said it's very affecting and very impressive, but also a lot to take in. So the only thing we have for Hiroshima is taking that in however we'd like. And then they also have this beautiful Memorial Peace Park that a lot of people talk about, like spending time in the mornings.
Okay. Anything else on Sunday?
So No, Sunday, we have to get to Fukuoka. So we have half a day on Saturday and half a day on Sunday, and then we have another train.
So you have a train on Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You have lots of lots of transition here. Okay. So
Yes.
where are you headed to? Train to where?
This is going to take us to a city called Fukuoka.
Okay. Don't mind me just looking at all of the. Okay. Well, it's exactly how it sounds. Fukuoka. Okay.
So this one we're excited about. It's really south on the island, or on the main part of the island, rather. And so it has lots of beaches and lots of very good food. We're staying at a Grand Hyatt there that's connected to their big mall that's called Canal City. So it's our most Western style hotel room that we're going to be in. And on Sunday, we have a dinner reservation at Hakata Robata Fishman. And that's at 7. And that was a recommendation from our family doctor.
You're just getting all the recommendations.
Yeah.
Let's see. I was trying to figure out if I could find the spelling. Is that different than the robot restaurant?
No, Robot Fishman, Robata Fishman. It has lots of names.
Okay. So, Hakata Robata Fishman Restaurant. Got it. They get very good reviews.
They have very good reviews. It looks delicious. And again, we've been talking to everyone about this trip. So we did get this recommendation from our doctor who went last year.
Okay. Well, it looks beautiful. Great reviews. Okay. So that's your dinner reservation.
Mm-hmm.
Then Monday, November 10th.
Monday is our full day in Fukuoka. So we have our lists again. For this one, we have seeing the coastline. There's a specific seaside park with a name that I'm not going to try to pronounce right now, but it's beautiful and you get a little ferry to go over there. So we're excited about that. There's an art museum inside of a park called Ohari Park that my husband wants to hit. There are some really great coffee shops in Fukuoka we've found that we really want to try and get to. One is called Coffee Man and one is called White Glass. And then the last two, there's a specific kind of food in Fukuoka called yatais. They are tiny street stalls along the water. And basically, they're small stalls that serve like 3 things, but the 3 things that they serve, they are the best at. And the idea is that you hit like 4 or 5 of them on your walk home from work. We booked a tour for that one. And then the last one is the Canal City Winter Illumination Show, which is like a Disney style like projection mapping show, but on the side of a mall and with a big fountain part that I found that I'm excited about.
Fun. That's going to be a full day.
Yes.
Okay. Tuesday, November 11th?
Tuesday, we take a train again, and we're going back to Tokyo.
Okay. Now, what is your plan this visit in Tokyo?
This is our Disney days.
Okay, you know what? I almost forgot. I almost forgot there's going to be a Disney element. I'm like, we're just talking about Japan.
Yeah. I am so excited about going to Tokyo Disney. And again, I've been planning it for a while. And I thought really hard about it and decided I wanted to be fully over jet lag and to have our last time in Japan be like the ultimate, most joyful send off to home. So that's why we're ending there.
Okay, so walk through the logistics on this day. So train in the morning?
Train in the morning. We leave at 10:15 a.m. and we'll get into Tokyo's main station at 3:15 p.m.
Where do you go from there?
From there, we take the subway to get to Tokyo Disney. And we're going to use the monorail to get to the Toy Story Hotel.
Okay. Fun.
Yeah.
What else do you get to do on this day?
This day is mostly about landing at Tokyo Disney. So we're going to have dinner at their like downtown Disney version called Ikspiari. I have a gift shop I want to go to. And I want to take pictures at the Tokyo Disney sign. The fun part about our Disney days, if you want to call it fun, I had a really specific vacation plan I wanted with it, and that was a one-night stay, which means that we're staying for 3 nights at Tokyo Disney, but it's 3 separate reservations and 3 different hotel rooms.
Why?
Excellent question. My husband asks it often. So the main reason is that the vacation plan, which is going to start on the Wednesday, is their unlimited rides vacation package. It's 2 days, 1 night, and you get unlimited access to their Lightning Lane program for 2 days. And I mean unlimited. Like if I want to ride the Enchanted Tales of Beauty and the Beast ride 4 times in a row, they'll let me. And I think that's magical.
Okay, so are you saying that you have different reservations because only part of them are this package?
Yeah.
And then other parts, because you didn't want to pay for it for every day, I guess?
They wouldn't let me.
Okay. Oh, it's very limited. Okay.
Yeah, that's the only limitation, is that you can only book it for 2 days, 1 night.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
The limitations are interesting, but okay. So that's why you have separate reservations. Makes sense.
Yes. So the first night on Tuesday, we're staying in a ocean view room in the Toy Story Hotel, which is their budget hotel. And it's a standard room.
Okay. And you already said you were doing dinner in their version of Downtown Disney. And then is that kind of it for Tuesday?
That's it.
Okay. So then Wednesday, November 12th.
That day is our Tokyo Disneyland day and the first day of our unlimited rides package. So we need to change rooms. It will still be in the Toy Story Hotel, but it'll be a different room.
Okay. What's this room called? Because the other one was Ocean View.
It's the exact same room kind. And I'm really hoping that someone is going to be really smart and be like, don't make these people move. But we'll have to see.
It would be so nice. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But
the good thing about Tokyo, they will move our bags from room to room. So we can leave the room as early as we want to go do rope drop and things like that. And then at the end of the day, just go back to the hotel. They'll hand us a new room key and the bags will already be there.
Since you have this ride package, how are you using it? And I assume there's just a lot of flexibility.
There's a ton of flexibility. I kind of love Disney for flexibility. I am not an itinerary girl with Disney. I like being able to kind of follow my whims, which brings me to the other fun thing that I like to do. I don't make itineraries and I don't make lists. I make bingo cards that go on my bag. And so this has like everything I kind of want to try and do in the day, all listed out. And then as we go, I put stickers on it to like reward myself for doing the thing I wanted to.
It's a checklist, but gamified.
Yes. I love a game. And then this time also, I made a little handy dandy list of all of the rides we get into with our pass. And then the booking priorities that we have, because the pass works for all the rides, but it won't work for the shows or the parades.
Okay. So then what are you planning to do this day?
As much as possible. I don't think I should just read this because that's like 20 items.
Okay. So basically you have the ride package so you can go on the rides, and then you'll have to fit the shows and parades in on your own. And then you have your bingo card of things that you want to fit in, and you'll just do it whenever.
Exactly. That's the whole point. So, for example, I'm pretty sure when we get in, because we get early entry with staying on property, in Tokyo, it's only 15 minutes. So my current plan is to leisurely walk down Main Street and get to see the castle for the first time and have a little bit of a cry. And then I'm hoping to boogie to the waffle stand that gets 2-hour-long lines during the day, and hope that everyone else is at rides and I can just eat a waffle on Main Street.
It's interesting because you don't like an itinerary, but you are an early bird.
I love a rope drop.
Okay, because this is an interesting combo because usually rope droppers are, list makers, planners.
Yeah.
But you're kind of a combo.
Yes. I think actually rope drop is the key to being relaxed in the day, which sounds ridiculous so loud, but it's true.
Not to me.
I love having a vision for the start of my day, getting a couple of things checked off in my little to-do list brain, and then getting to just be. Because I know that I've done the most important parts. I know that there's 17 things I could do in my day, and no matter which of them I do, I will have fun.
Mm-hmm.
And I also am a big researcher. So a lot of what I've done in watching videos and listening to podcasts and things like that is that it all kind of lives in my brain so that when my husband looks at me and goes, I'm hungry, I can be like, excellent. I want Huey, Dewey, and Louie Good Time Cafe.
Exactly. And this is exactly why I think research matters, because you can figure it out. And you're a queen of pivoting, sounds like.
Hopefully.
Or improv, whichever.
Yes.
Whatever
improv makes more sense in my brain.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else you want to talk about Wednesday before we move on?
It's our only day in Tokyo Disneyland Park. And I have a secret hope/goal of hitting all 3 parades.
Okay. I'm jealous they have 3 parades. It's amazing.
They have their main parade, a Christmas parade, and a nighttime parade right now. Because it's also Christmas when we're there.
Mm-hmm. Of course. Okay. So then Thursday, November 13th.
Thursday is Tokyo Disney Sea Day. This is our second day with the unlimited rides package. So not a ton of structure. Although I did make some dining reservations for this day.
Okay. For lunch and dinner?
Drinks and dinner.
Okay.
I made a 5:00 reservation for the Teddy Roosevelt Lounge to have a cocktail on the ship that looks like the Titanic, but is themed to Teddy Roosevelt and exists in Japan.
It's very funny.
It's so funny. I'm so excited.
But it's when I see American representations in other countries, it cracks me up. But we do the same thing. World Showcase is kind of,
True.
It's totally trying to represent other countries, somewhat factually, but it's just.
But I don't think we have a Japanese president bar.
No, you're right. You got me on that one. But it is very fun. Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know why. So I have that. And then we have a dinner reservation at Ristorante di Canaletto, which is in the area of Tokyo Disney Sea themed to Venice. We haven't been to Italy yet, but it's on the list. And so.
Okay. And that's your dinner.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. Anything else you want to talk about on this day?
We have to check out of the Tokyo Disney Toy Story Hotel this day. And then our last night, I splurged a little bit and got a Miracosta hotel room. Specifically, I got one in the Venice section looking onto the canals.
Okay. Nice.
Getting that hotel reservation was maybe the hardest thing I've done in my Disney life.
Really?
Yeah, they release them a day at a time. It's a really popular week because Christmas is starting. So I actually did a test drive of trying to do the reservation for 2 nights ahead of actually doing ours. Mm-hmm. So I stayed up late and tried to do it to see if I could. And I failed the 2 times before I actually tried it for us.
Man, I guess that your competitive Disney spirit is being put to use here.
I used every tip I could think of, world clock countdowns, multiple devices, and ultimately what saved me was being logged in with the right amount of time before. So I couldn't log in a half hour before, but if I logged in 10 minutes before, it wouldn't kick me out. So I wouldn't have to do that page.
Yeah, listen. I'm sure there's planning websites out there that talk about how to do this stuff. It's very tricky. Okay. So Friday, November 14th, I think, is your departure day, but hopefully you have some time at the hotel.
We actually have half a park day this day.
Okay, which park?
We're doing Tokyo Disney Sea again. I booked our tickets through the Tokyo Disney website, and because we're staying at Miracosta, we get early access again. The hope is that with the unlimited rides, I will have done all of the rides the day before that my little heart desires, and that this half a day is what I'm referring to as Vibes Day. So redo the things that we really loved, finish off any of the things that we didn't. I'm betting that we'll pay for the extra access to a couple of rides. I, again, am anticipating what I will love and thinking that the Frozen ride in particular in Fantasy Springs that just opened up is going to be high on the reservation list for that morning. And that system is like an individual ride in Walt Disney World where you just pay per person. And that's it for that day, other than checking out, going to the airport, and heading home.
What time is that?
We are booked on a limousine bus to get to the airport at 2:52. So I've given my husband explicit instructions to take me out of the park at 2.
So the limousine bus is showing up at 2:52
At our hotel.
Okay. And then at what time or what day will you get home?
It's the same day.
Okay.
We take off at 6:50 Tokyo time in the evening, and we land at 5:05 in Toronto on the same day.
Time travel.
It broke my brain a couple of times.
It's breaking my brain because I'm used to flying west and gaining time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you go to Disney World to Disneyland, you gain time. But you're flying west and losing time.
Because of the date line. Yeah.
Yes, the date line. That's the thing. I always forget that has to factor in. Okay, so you land on November 14th, Friday at 5:05 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. This sounds really good. Is there anything about your trip that we haven't covered?
No, like I said, mostly it's just been years of research and talking to everyone we know. And I'm really excited about it. And I think, like, despite some of the challenges on booking things, or like we didn't get the Studio Ghibli park I wanted to go to, and I just lost the lottery on it, things like that. I do think ultimately it's going to be amazing. And I will hopefully come back very joyful and not very jet lagged.
Yes. It's hard to fit a whole country into one trip.
I know.
You're doing it. You're doing a lot.
Yeah. Part of that is thanks to the bullet trains. And part of that, I think, is just because we've been thinking about it for a while. And so there's just a lot to see.
Yes. Well, I'm excited for you and I hope it goes well. And I'll talk to you in a few weeks.
Thanks so much, Shannon.
Welcome back from your trip, Danielle.
Thank you so much. We got back last night and I'm a little tired, but mostly excited.
Exactly. I was going to say it's Saturday, November 15th. And as you told us in the pre-trip, you got back the 14th.
Yeah. So less than 24 hours.
This is a quick turnaround. You're going to still feel jet lag by the time people are listening to this episode.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so I know we have a lot to talk about. So let's start on October 30th. You were flying out of Toronto and then landing on Halloween in Tokyo.
Exactly. So that morning we did our last little bit of packing. I fit in a big workout because I had read that that's really good for long flight days to help make you tired. We got to the airport at about 10:30, checked in, and then the flight left on time at 1:30. We landed the next day on the 31st, and it was 4 p.m. Tokyo time. A couple of interesting things from our flights. There was a lot of turbulence, which I wasn't expecting. So sleeping was not really a thing.
It is surprising because with long flights, I always assume they're going to be smoother.
Yeah, I think it's possibly the weather, possibly just that there's lots more turbulence for all flights these days. But yeah.
Maybe because they can go higher? I just always think, oh, smoother.
Yeah, I had also assumed, but no dice. So there wasn't a
That's
ton of sleep.
unfortunate. Oh my gosh.
And then the other thing is that there was a call for a doctor partway through our flight, and I got to see some of our flight staff help someone, and I believe I saw a giant first aid kit and possibly an AED machine come out. So that was a little bit tricky, and when we landed, they needed to take them off first. But
And on a long flight like that,
scary.
that is extra scary because it's going to be a long time before you get to, a hospital.
So the good stuff, though, watched a lot of movies, read some of my book. And then when we landed, it was raining really hard, but it was, I think, the smoothest landing I've ever experienced. I was fascinated by it. Same with the airports in Tokyo are really close to the bay. So we just kind of were like over water until we weren't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but landing went great. Got through passport and immigration really just fine. And then we started looking, once we got through and into the arrivals area, we started looking for IC cards, which is how you pay for transportation and a number of other things in Japan. There was a giant line to get them, which I also was not expecting. It was maybe the longest I waited for anything. It's probably like 40 minutes. And then we got on the subway to get into the hotel. We got a little lost getting to the hotel, mostly because Google Maps hadn't anticipated how long we would wait. And so the directions we had loaded were a half hour old, which in a normal airport is fine, but in Tokyo was not.
And are you talking about with the train schedule specifically?
Yeah, so we got on a train that we thought was a local, but ended up being an express. And so we were skipping a lot of stops and we weren't convinced that they were going to stop at ours. So we got off that one early, reloaded the directions, and then again learned that if it tells you to get on the train at 4:43, don't get on the 4:41 train.
Oh, wow.
Kind of a
So
thing.
specific.
Yeah, but we got through it, got our stuff to the hotel at around 5:30, checked in. The lobby at this hotel was really cool. They had a really nice self-serve bar. So we had a chance to like pour our own beer and wine and look at a really lovely view of Tokyo Tower. And I also at this point gave our concierge team a thank you gift for this hotel. We had a couple of dinner reservations that we needed them to do over the phone, and they were really helpful with it. So I brought them some maple cookies from Canada to say thank you.
Sweet thought.
And whether or not it was because of the thank you gift, we got to choose our room. So this hotel had different murals in every room. So they brought out a little book and showed us all of the different murals we could have for the night. And I chose a bamboo one because a lot of the other ones were actually like very bright, lots of reds and things like that. So I was like, let's do the bamboo. Seems a bit more peaceful. And it was beautiful. So it was hand painted on the walls throughout the whole hotel room. It's lovely. We unpacked, got some water in their hotel room, and then went back down for lobby drinks, talked about how our flights went and some of the early experiences we were having of being in Japan and Tokyo and how that was all going. Because it was definitely, even in the like hour we'd been there, very different than what we were expecting and what we had
Like what?
experienced elsewhere. So it's a really simple thing, but it turned out to be really difficult for my brain to understand. When you're on an escalator in Japan, you stand on the left and they walk on the right. But I kept standing on the right, so I kept being in people's way. I also found in general in Tokyo and in Japan, everyone moves with like purpose, but they don't move quickly. And so if you are moving slowly or trying to figure out where you're going, you end up in more people's way because like 3 rows of people behind you already know exactly what exit for the subway they are going to.
Mm-hmm.
But I never saw anybody run. It was so interesting until Disney, actually. But
Disney brings out the runners.
yes. And then so there was that. What else? And I think there was also just some like logisticsy stuff with the train travel again of like they give you so much information because you need it. So like you'll be on the subway and as it's pulling in, the subway screens show you the stop before you, the stop after you, the number that stop is on the line, how many minutes until that stop is coming. When you get to your stop, the doors will open on this side, and also when you get off of the train, there's an exit on your left and your right, and they have the exit numbers listed.
And is it in English as well as Japanese?
Yes. Yeah, everything was in English and Japanese, which was super helpful, but it also meant waiting for it to like turn over. And if your subway ride is only 3 minutes, it's a lot to be like, can I figure out, I know I'm going to exit 4, but will exit 4 be on my right or my left? I don't know, but everyone behind me knows exactly where they're going.
I will say, I think that's the most intimidating thing about public transportation. Like, even in New York City, I'm like, I have been on this transportation a million times, but they all know where they're going.
Yeah.
I'm afraid they're going to mow me down. But then you get comfortable with it. You become one of the mowers.
Definitely. And again, no one was moving extra quick and no one seemed like exasperated by me like I would have felt in New York. It was more so that I just constantly was feeling like I was in somebody's way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Your goal on this day was to try to stay up until 9 p.m.
Success.
You did.
After lobby drinks, we went out for a quick bite of dinner and made our first convenience store stop, which became like a nightly tradition. We got pastries for the next morning most of the time. So we'd go in, grab a couple of croissants for the hotel room so that we weren't trying to navigate hungry. And then we'd go back to the hotel room. Tonight, we got to the hotel room at 8:30, did a bit of unpacking, and got ready for bed at 9.
Okay. Pretty successful arrival day with some lessons learned.
Yes.
The next day was Saturday, November 1st, and you had one scheduled thing, if I'm correct, the Ginzu Cube.
Yeah, our dinner reservation that night.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. What did we do this day? Oh, we ended up going to the fish market. So one of the things that happened after we recorded the pre-trip is that the Blue Jays won a couple more games. So they were still playing when we got there.
And
So
you're in Toronto, for people that don't remember.
yes. And they were playing the Los Angeles Dodgers, who have a number of very famous Japanese players.
Mm-hmm.
So we went to the fish market, honestly, because we woke up at like 6:30 in the morning, and Tokyo doesn't really wake up or have anything open other than fish markets and things like that. So we found a place that we were going to go for breakfast. It was called Tsukuji Pepper Cafe. It was in the back of this fish market. And for like, not random, like obviously they're big baseball fans, they were playing the World Series in the like stall next to our breakfast place. So I sat with a bunch of Japanese businessmen who were cheering on the Los Angeles Dodgers.
And you're like, Toronto.
Yeah. Cheered on Toronto for the first few innings from there. We had an amazing breakfast. They had like special toasts that they made and coffee. And then the game was getting really intense. And so my husband was like, let's leave.
We know how that one ended.
We do. And so we decided to actually walk around the Hamarikyu Gardens, which was nearby. It was a paid entry, but it was like $3 for us each to get in. And it was beautiful. Lots of really great pathways, lots of amazing bridges and things like that. And mostly it was just nice to kind of be out in fresh air, walking around, reminding ourselves that the sun was up, and therefore we were to try and adjust.
Do you remember roughly how was the weather?
Beautiful. We had 2 days with some rain. So the day that we landed, it was raining quite hard. And then another day, as we were transferring cities, it was raining for a bit. But for the most part, everything was, I only know Celsius.
Yeah, go ahead. I live in a Celsius place too now. What was your Celsius temp?
So most days we got up to 15. And our last day, we actually got up to about 22.
Okay, 15 Celsius is 59 Fahrenheit.
Yeah. Lots of sun, really great weather.
The hoodie, maybe a hoodie weather?
I ended up spending a lot of time in like a merino wool cardigan, but I didn't need my coat most days.
That's nice.
It was really good. We left the gardens and there was a couple of innings left, and this was game 6. So they were getting close to possibly winning. And so we left the gardens and went to a baseball themed bar called Akiba and ended up sitting next to the only other Canadians we saw that day, which was really nice to get to cheer on Toronto with other Blue Jays fans.
In Tokyo.
In Tokyo.
Mhm.
And then that game ended and we were able to go back out. I can't remember if we won that game. I think we maybe did. It was great. But it was really fun to get to watch it while we were there. And then we took the train to go to Ginza after that. And my husband had found a walking tour of that neighborhood in a guidebook he had taken a photo of. So we took the walking tour ourselves, saw a kabuki theater, went to a department store, and did a lot of people watching at a cafe that we found on Google partway through. More shopping. After this, we stopped at Uniqlo and Muji.
Mhm.
I brought a bunch of dresses and skirts because I knew that the weather was going to be nice, but my thigh saver shorts were not cutting it. I don't know if it was the humidity or if they were just older than I thought they were, but they had started failing. So I got some more at Uniqlo that actually were really great. And then at Muji, I found a couple of eye saver glasses wipes, which were really handy. And my husband found a t-shirt that he liked there. And then at Uniqlo, I also bought a t-shirt with a Japanese film on it that I really love called Perfect Days. We'd watched it before we went, and so it was nice to get a piece of merch for that.
And are they as affordable there as you would expect?
Yes. So a couple of things about shopping in Japan that are really exciting. One is that everything in Japan is kind of cheaper than you imagine. The most expensive part of this trip was getting there. Once we got there, everything was really reasonable. And then the other part that they have that they're going to take away next year, but they still have it right now, is that they require you to carry your passport at all times when you're in Japan. But part of requiring that is because you don't pay tax on anything.
No.
All you have to do is show them your passport and they will waive the tax on any purchase that you make.
It's amazing.
It's very helpful. We were going to go for a drink, but ended up deciding to go back to our hotel instead. I needed to change because, again, my thigh shorts were not cutting it in all of the walking. And then we realized that sunset was happening, which we didn't expect because it was before 5 o'clock. This is the other fun thing that no one told us before we left that we learned very quickly, which is that it gets dark early and it gets dark fast. So we went down to the lobby bar. Yeah. And it was 5 o'clock and the sun was fully down at that point and the lights were all on the Tokyo skyline. And it was beautiful, but it was surprising. So after we did lobby drinks and read our books, we went upstairs and had some showers and got ready to go to Kyubei Ginza for dinner.
How did you get there?
Subway. We took the subway absolutely everywhere. We are subway users at home and we're really comfortable with them. And by about the end of day 2, the start of day 3, we were more and more comfortable. And we had figured out how to read the signage of what exit we were going to and stuff. So it was good. Dinner at Kyubei Ginza. This is an omakase, so multiple courses. And you sit down and the chef prepares it in front of you. This meal was amazing. It was so tasty. We, in particular, were really surprised at how good the rice was. I didn't realize how good sushi rice could be until I had this very amazing chef forming it by hand in front of me. And they were really good too. It was because it was chef facing, they were right there preparing everything for us. They did a really good job of talking us through it. So he would make us a little course of sushi or sashimi, and then he'd set it down in front of us and tell us okay, I gave you 3 bites. On the first bite, eat it with nothing. On the second bite, put it in the soy sauce. On the third bite, put it in the ponzu sauce. So really like specific instructions, but really helpful. He also was very clear with us that we were not to mix the wasabi inside the soy sauce.
That's what I usually do.
I think it's a Japanese thing, and I think it's a quality of the wasabi. Because it wasn't powdered like we're used to in North America, it was really fresh, and I think it wouldn't have mixed back the way that ours does. So yeah, that was really interesting.
There's a documentary called Hero Dreams of Sushi.
Yeah.
You know it? And he is so obsessed with the perfecting every part of the sushi, and that includes the rice. And it didn't occur to me either that like, oh, rice can be really great. I mean, it just seems so neutral, bland.
Until it isn't.
Until it isn't. And then the people that get obsessed with that are so good. It sounds like you went to one of those places where they're trying to be really great at this particular thing.
And I think, and we found that a lot in Japan. People will often do like one thing, but they do it really well. So you're not going to go to a restaurant that has like 4 pages of options.
Like Cheesecake Factory.
Yes. Doesn't exist in Japan. But if you want like the best sushi rice of your life, you can pretty easily find it.
I love that.
Yeah. We did have, so this meal, because it was chef facing, it was a bit of a communal meal. So there were a couple of other couples with us, a lot of tourists, which was really interesting. And we had a like difficult time with that at this meal. There was a vlogger couple next to us who asked if they could film, and the chef was like, that's fine, but please don't film my face. And because of where we were sitting and the way that they flashed their phones, I could see that they weren't following it. And that was a really tricky thing to kind of navigate and be like, I feel uncomfortable, but I'm not going to say a thing.
I know people love vloggers, especially in the Disney community, but there's a lot of ethical
really
issues
hard
with it. Mm-hmm.
And then there was also an older couple who were there, and the wife, when they sat down, was like, I don't eat fish, which is like a difficult thing in Japan in general, but to be at like a very famous sushi omakase restaurant and tell them that you're not going to eat any of the fish was like heart-wrenching for me.
Yeah, I mean, what did she eat?
They were really very kind. They made her an omelet and like a couple of other like steak bites that we also got to eat. And she said too, she was like, I know that like I'm probably not going to eat most of it, and I'm not expecting to like leave full. But the chefs, I could tell, were really like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, they want to please the customers. Yeah, that's on her though.
Yeah. So the food was amazing. We really enjoyed our experience, but it was definitely a challenge to eat communally that night.
Mm-hmm.
After that, we just went back to the hotel and ended up going to sleep at around 10:30. Our final step count of the day was 25,000.
Okay. All right. So the next day was Sunday, November 2nd, also in Tokyo. I assume you're probably going to do some more things that you had on your wish list, but you also had a morning tour of the Imperial Palace.
Yeah, this was really great. We woke up at a much better time. So we woke up later this day than the day before because we were finally starting to adjust.
Feels like you adjusted pretty quickly.
I have a couple of things that we tend to do when we fly and change time zones, one of which I learned from my auntie last on my first European vacation. She calls it the 8 and 8 rule. You cannot go to your bed until 8 p.m. on the first day, and you cannot leave your bed later than 8 a.m. on your first morning. So that combined with
I need that for like everyday life. Because I tend to get really tired and just want to kind of be in bed maybe a little too long. Okay, 8 and 8.
So we did the 8 and 8, and it started paying off pretty quick, which is good. We ended up taking the train to the neighborhood of our tour a little earlier than the tour start and went to a place called Think Coffee. My husband found it, and it was amazing. Really good New York style bagels, really good coffee. And then we went to the fountain park to meet up with our tour guide. His name was Hiroshi, and he was great. It ended up being a surprise private tour, even though we'd booked like a public group tour. We were just the only ones to sign up, so it was us and him for the day.
Okay.
He's a retired English teacher. So he was really great because he likes to teach. He
Likes
likes
to teach and good at English.
Yes. Yes. And he had actually been to Canada with a few of his students. So he told us stories about going to visit Montreal, which was really fun. But he did really good at explaining the history of it, the understanding of like the Imperial Palace as like a relatively newer location for the center of the country, because for the first, few centuries of Japan, Kyoto was actually the capital city. So it was great to get some of that historical context early on. He also told us this really great story about they've had their first ever royal retirement. So the emperor chose to step down before passing away. And so he now is like, he has a big passion for biology. So he has like little projects he's doing in the gardens. So at one point, Hiroshi took us up to these trees and was like, this is one of his pet projects. He like cross-pollinated a bunch of fruit to make this orchard. And I was like, that's amazing. He's like, it is amazing, but also none of it tastes good. So we're not sure what to do with it.
It's an experiment.
Yeah. Same with like, there's a koi fish pond that we went to. And he was like, the emperor really likes biology. So he's been like doing a bunch of experiments with the koi fish, which means that the tail fins on these koi fish are longer than any of the fins on other koi fish you'll see. And I was like, that's beautiful. And he's like, yes, it has no purpose other than they're more pretty.
Amazing. I would love a leader obsessed with science. Awesome.
So cool. And again, it was really neat to have him be like, yeah, we've never gotten this kind of thing before, because usually the royals are like busy. But now he's just retired. And so this is what he does with his time.
Yeah, good for him.
I really would recommend, if you're going to do the Imperial Palace, doing a tour of the gardens in particular was really great because they're really big. And I think we wouldn't have understood what we were looking at if we didn't have someone to talk us through it. There were plaques and things like that, but we got a lot more nuance from using the tour guide and the company. And that one was from a tour company called Gotcha Tours. So, highly recommend. That tour wrapped up at 11. So we ended up going to a souvenir shop that we had found in a guidebook. This one was cool. It was in the first floor of a department store, but it was local artisans. Mm-hmm. Japan has lots of department stores. We went in a lot of them, and a lot of them are very much the same. It's all YSL, Kate Spade, those kinds of things. And this one was nice to get some like local artisan pieces.
Can I ask you what guidebook you used?
This was, my husband found it. I think it's Lonely Planet, and specifically for Tokyo. We tried 2 different places for lunch. The first one had a really long line and we weren't willing to wait. So we went to the second one, which ended up also having a line, but a shorter line. We had almu rice at this one, which was something I was excited about. It's like an omelet that they put over rice, but it's like a really softly made omelet. And I got mine with demi-glace sauce. Really tasty, very filling, and very like stick to your ribs kind of food. So after that, we decided to walk around a little bit more and then get on the subway for the Ritz-Carlton bar, which was on my top 3 list.
I'm looking at your list. That one was there. Did it live up to your expectation?
It did. I'm glad we went when we did. So it was around 3:00, which means that we got to watch golden hour happen across Tokyo.
Did you say 3:00?
I sure did.
Golden hour at 3:00.
Yep. Again, it blew my mind almost every day.
I don't know what their school schedule is there, but imagine getting out of school and
it's got to be so hard.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's different.
And again, you might just get used to it.
I'm sure, but that's just wild to us in North America.
Yeah. It also, the other reason why we ended up going in the afternoon, is that they had a live pianist at that time as well. So it was really nice to get to hear some live music, have a really good cocktail.
At sunset.
At 3:00. Mm-hmm. After this, we went to Roppongi, which is like a shopping neighborhood that was nearby, and I bought a pair of Onitsuka Tiger sneakers. I've been dreaming about these sneakers, and intentionally brought old sneakers that were falling apart so that I had a reason to buy new ones when we were
And
there.
also, did you get rid of the old ones then at that point?
I did, which ended up being a bit of a mistake, but I got through it. But yeah, they're a Japanese brand. They're mostly known for a specific line pattern that they have on the side, and I bought them in purple.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got on the subway and we went to Shinjuku. This was a lot of the neighborhoods we'd been to had been pretty quiet, very residential. This was the first time that we went to a neighborhood that felt like what my brain thought Japan would be like. It was busy, it was loud, it was really bright. Again, it was like 6 o'clock at this point, but it was like fully dark. And so it was really exciting. We did some more shopping in this area, including our first visit to Don Quixote, which is a series of stores in Japan that are quite famous. They have a little penguin logo. And we also got some records there. On my husband's top 3, when I talked to you, he had listed an izakaya bar crawl.
Mm-hmm.
He changed his mind when we were on the plane to Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And so instead of an izakaya crawl, we went to what's called Golden Guy Alley. It's in Shinjuku. It's a series of very small alleyways with little bars that have like each little bar has like 5 seats kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
The people that run them have been doing it for forever and usually have like a specialty. So he decided instead of the izakaya crawl, he wanted to do a crawl through the Golden Guy alleys. We ended up only going to 2 places. The first place was known for their wine list, and it was really nice. It was on the 2nd floor, but mostly we chose that one because of the music that they were playing we liked. And then we stayed there, had some snacks, had a drink, and then we went to a place called Bay Window. They have outside of theirs a stained glass window of a really famous Scotch distillery called Lafroig. I'm pronouncing it wrong, but they had this whiskey stained glass. It was really pretty. And then we went inside and it was kind of the coolest bar experience I think I've ever had. It was 5 seats. They had little signs up that said like, please don't speak above a whisper. We will not make cocktails the way that you ask. So like if you ask for a martini shaken or specifically stirred or dry or wet, they won't do it. You can just ask for a martini and then they make it for you.
You get what you get.
You get what you get. They had a rule about not clinking glasses together. So no cheersing, no kampai, no yelling, just a very quiet bar.
Mm-hmm.
And then we ordered our drinks and I had the best martini I've ever had in my entire life.
So it turns out they knew what they were doing.
They knew exactly what they were doing. They used a Kyoto gin I'd never heard of before. They barely used any vermouth. I think he did the thing where he like swirls it and pours it out. And it was amazing. So we sat in there for quite a while, listened to the jazz music. This was also our first experience of people smoking inside in Japan, which is like a culturally accepted thing there. But I didn't mind it as much as I thought I would. It was really great.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that your husband decided that was on his list.
Me too. For dinner, we ended up just going into a chicken ramen place that we had found online. Really delicious, very filling. Got back on the subway to go to the hotel. In bed by 10. Step count on this day was 28,000.
And were you in your new shoes or your old shoes?
I was in my old shoes. I started on the new shoes the next day.
Well, let's see what happened with that. The next day was Monday, November 3rd, still in Tokyo, and it was the Culture Day holiday. And you had just a dinner reservation at a restaurant that night, but you also had a few things still left on your must-do list.
Yes. Also, spoiler alert, we didn't finish all of the must-dos in Tokyo.
Okay.
We got a little distracted.
Okay.
For this day, one of the things that we did after having breakfast at the hotel, we did a dry run of how to get from our hotel to Tokyo Station and then to the Shinkansen platforms because we were taking the Shinkansen for the first time the next day.
Mm-hmm.
Tokyo Station is massive. I've never been in a station that elaborate before. And we just wanted to make sure that we understood the route before trying to do it when we were also trying to catch a train.
With your luggage.
Yes, although I will say I'm quite proud of us. We did the full 2 weeks with 2 hiking backpacks and 1 packable duffel that got full of all of the souvenirs. And that was it.
That's really good.
Yeah, it ended up being a huge help. I saw a number of people struggling with rolling suitcases of any size, but especially people with big rolling suitcases really struggled in places like Tokyo Station. So I was glad that we ended up with the backpacks for this one.
I went on a group tour of Costa Rica with 12 people, and I was the only one with a big rolling suitcase. But I'm I don't know how to pack any other way. So yes, it is very convenient to have those backpack ones where the duffels, sometimes are duffels that go on your back.
On your back.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are other points in my life when I would have done the big rolling suitcase, but I'm glad we didn't for this one.
Mm-hmm.
We also went to Character Street in Tokyo Station this day. It's an underground mall with every possible fandom you can think of has their own little store. We went and basically rope dropped it because of how early we were there. And again, Tokyo doesn't seem to do anything early in the day. So because we were there early, we actually had a really nice chance to go to the Studio Ghibli store, go to the Hello Kitty store and stuff like that. And as we were leaving, they were starting to get lines to go into the shops, which were hitting about 40 minutes by the time we were heading out. So nice to be there early. And then we took the subway to Ueno, which was a neighborhood that was on my list of places to visit. We walked around their park. It was a lot bigger, and it was more kind of like a central park. So there was an area with boats and a lake, and another area that was doing a whole food festival because of the holiday. It was really busy. There are a number of museums that are in that park that I had originally thought about going into, but they were just already, by the time we got there, full of hour-long waits and lines to get tickets and things like that. And I just decided it wasn't worth it.
Mm-hmm.
We saw this gorgeous lotus pond that day as well. And then because the park had been really busy and we weren't expecting it, and we had kind of done a lap and finished, plus my feet were starting to hurt, we decided to go on a little adventure to an onsen. My husband did some research. We're hitting an onsen village and a few stops that specializes in tattoo-friendly onsens, but we decided to find a tattoo-friendly one in Tokyo this day. It was in a really nice little neighborhood, and it was our first one, but we ended up really liking it. So this became a bit of a normal thing for us at this point in the trip, was to tour around in the morning, get a few things done, and then spend time in the onsens as a relaxing midday break.
And this is Culture Day holiday. Are you observing anything different? What are they doing?
They had performances happening around the park. Mm-hmm. So there was what I would describe as a Japanese Avril Lavigne with an acoustic guitar singing punk music at one point. And then there was also little stands for kids to make lanterns and things like that. But we didn't end up they had schedules of what was happening in the park, but we didn't end up staying for any of it. Mm-hmm. And instead we're just whoa, this place is full of people. That's great. What if we went and sat in a hot spring for a little while?
What if we went somewhere else?
A little. But then after the onsen, we went back into Ueno and did some shopping. There was a menswear store my husband was interested in called Hanoya. So that was on his list of things to do. He got a sweater there that he really likes. And then we also went to a Yamashiroya toy store. They have blind boxes and keychains and things like that. But it was 4 floors, and it's every fandom you could think of. So I found the Disney section and found some blind boxes for our nieces and nephews of little Baymax badges. And then we also, our friends who helped us plan a lot of this were Sam and Julian. So we got them some blind boxes, including one which is for a bakery chain So it's a blind box of this bakery that they love called Mr. Donut, where you might end up with the display case full of donuts, or maybe you'll end up with the coffee station.
This is so specific. That's amazing.
Very specific fandom stuff. So that was really fun to look around in. We took the train back to the hotel after that, did another lobby bar moment of watching sunset while we had our 3 p.m. drink, and then went to a wine bar called Number 501. It's like a bottle shop and wine bar combined, and we got a cheese board and hung out there before we went to Julia for dinner. So this was our one reservation of the day.
And was that within walking distance, or did you take the train?
We walked from 501 Wine Bar to there, but we took a train to that neighborhood. Julia was amazing. This was a 7-course traditional, like, French-style menu, but with all Japanese ingredients and a 7-wine pairing that was all wines made in Japan, which was not a thing I knew Japan did.
No, but that's great.
It was so amazing. It was delicious. We had this one we had a lot of innovative food at this meal. One, though, that really stuck out, there's a barbecue unagi eel, but they paired it with strawberries and blue cheese. And it was so delicious. And I know it doesn't sound like it, but it was amazing.
Is Julia Michelin rated?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Julia's Michelin rated.
Yeah, that's
and despite being Michelin rated, despite getting 7 courses with a wine pairing, we didn't leave overly full, which has happened to us before at these kind of meals. We left the exact right amount of food. And also, it's maybe the least we've ever paid for this kind of meal. It was 2 people, it was 7 courses, including the wine pairings, and we paid 500 Canadian dollars. And it was the best experience. I was blown away when we got the ticket at the end. And I looked at my husband and I was like, did we prepay for the wine or something? And he's like, no, that's just the meal. It's like, cool. Well, that was the greatest experience. So glad we came. And then we took the train back to the hotel. Step count on this day was 24,000. And I had some very sore feet.
Yes. So the new shoes were hard to break in. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. I think a couple of things. I mean, breaking in shoes in general is always really hard. I had, again, trying to pack small, I had packed some thinner Uniqlo socks. And I think in hindsight, knowing that I had this plan to buy new shoes, I should have brought my thicker running or athletic socks because it ended up wearing on the back of my heel for the most part.
And that's rough with 25,000 steps a day or whatever.
Yes. And so the next morning when we got our Konbini breakfast, I also bought Band-Aids. Yeah.
Okay. So the next day was changing to Kyoto. So Tuesday, November 4th. And you had practiced going to the train station.
We did. So we got up and went to the convenience store to get breakfast and Band-Aids. And then we went back and I put the Band-Aids on. And we ate our convenience store breakfast in our hotel room. That hotel room had a window seat, but was also on the 34th floor. So I got this really great view over the city and I really enjoyed using it in the mornings. So we had one last stop there before doing our train to Tokyo Station. We left at 9:30 in the morning and it went so smooth, smoother than the day before because we'd practiced it already. And the thing about Tokyo Station is that it's very big, but there's not a ton of places to sit. So we ended up with some time of just standing and also buying our food for the train because they don't serve on the train. So we ended up getting a bento box.
They don't serve on the train. You're there for 6 hours.
Yes, but it's not a thing. So instead in the stations, they have lots of food offerings and all of the food offerings are meant to be served meant to be served at room temperature. So my husband got a bento box, which had sushi, some fried chicken, things like that. And then I got what's called onigiri. It's like a rice triangle folded with seafood around it. And this ended up being like my go-to train snack, if not like I think on every train plus a couple of days, because I really enjoyed them. So we scanned our tickets and went up to the platform. We got a water and a green tea from the vending machines that were on the platform, and then got on the train. We paid extra on our train ride to have views of Mount Fuji. And I'm really glad we did because the view was very impressive.
Because you're kind of going, I have a map pulled up. You're kind of going, Mount Fuji's right in the middle between Tokyo and Kyoto.
Exactly. It was kind of our midway point. It was to know as soon as we could see Fuji that was the midpoint on the train ride. And this day it was very sunny, clear blue skies. Usually Mount Fuji at this time of year ends up covered in clouds. And so I was nervous about it, but we got the most beautiful views. And I'm hoping to send pictures of it for your post.
Yes, I would love to see them.
And I also, because I've seen a lot of stuff about Mount Fuji, but it is very impressive in real life in a way that I wasn't anticipating. What's also impressive is the speed of the trains.
Yeah, well, I was going to say bullet train. How fast are we going?
So basically, it went, I believe, at one point 250 kilometers an hour. So we were actually not on this train for very long. This one, I think, was about 2.5 hours, but we went 500 kilometers in that. So I looked up like a reference point for the US to try and explain. So this is like going from Richmond, Virginia to New York City in 2.5 hours.
It's 155 miles an hour.
Yes.
So faster than cars.
Yes.
Not as fast as a plane, but very, very fast.
And if you think about the time you spend going through security, waiting at a gate, getting out of security, like it's actually faster.
Yes. It's amazing. I'm so jealous of train transport.
We are too now. We spent a lot of time on the trains and they were amazingly efficient. And again, at one point, not our train, but the train before us was running 6 minutes late. And there were a number of announcements of it, and all of the announcements included an apology. We are so sorry, but due to a technical issue, the train is running 6 minutes late today.
And it's 5 hours or something like that on the train, so 6 minutes, very negligible.
Unless you're in Japan,
I guess,
when everything runs so efficiently that it was like a big deal.
Yeah, no, that is amazing.
So we got into Kyoto. We walked from the station to our hotel, which was about a 10-minute walk. We were early for our check-in, so we left bags at the front desk and then went to a cafe in a park on our way to Kyoto Railway Museum. This was something we had on our radar, but like wasn't on a list or anything. We just decided it would be fun to do. So we ended up going to the Railway Museum that afternoon, and it was very cool. They had exhibits so they had like 10 different kinds of trains, just like sitting on tracks that you could go on to look at, things like that. But then they also had exhibits on like train advertisements from the newspaper in the 1950s. They had a whole exhibit about their sister station museum in England. That was really cool. But one of my favorites, and this is going to sound silly, they use paper tickets still for a lot of their train travel. They had a ticket gate that we had been seeing all throughout Japan, but they had it wrapped in clear paneling so that you could see the inner mechanics of how it goes through to like verify your ticket and then spit it back out. Mm-hmm. So that was really exciting. And then the other thing that they had here was a history of music in trains in Japan. So one of the things we ended up falling in love with is that in Japan, all of the subway station lines and all of the Shinkansen lines have their own jingle. So it's like a little 30-second song that plays when it's coming in or when it's going out. and it's different for every line. My husband ended up getting a keychain for one of them that we really liked in Tokyo. And so you can press a little button and it plays the song for that train line.
That is adorable. I'm obsessed with their obsession with trains.
Yes. It's really fascinating. But again, I think it's just a part of their culture.
Mm-hmm.
So we finished up at the Railway Museum and went back to check in at the hotel for 4 p.m. This hotel is called Stay Kyoto. It was our most budget hotel. It was
Budget. I'm looking at pictures. It's so nice.
It is, but the rooms are very small.
They look like bunk group beds, some of them.
Yeah, we tend to call this kind of hotel room a step up from a hostel. So it's not communal showers or communal rooms, but the rooms are like very tiny.
Very tiny. And some of them appear to not have windows.
We had a window, but it was like fogged over because the building was so close to the building next door. And the doorway going into the hotel was so short that there were a bunch of signs that were like, watch your head. And we had read some reviews of people who had hit their heads.
So they are not super expensive, but that's because they're packing everybody in.
Yes. Or like our bed was against a wall. So I slept on the inside. So to get around my husband, I had to like crawl over him, which I thought would be a bigger deal than it was. We ended up liking it just fine. It was really clean and it did the job because we were mostly just using it to sleep for the next couple of days. Mm-hmm. Oh, they also had an incentive for not getting your room cleaned. So
like a financial incentive?
Yes, we got a free beer on check-in because we agreed to not have cleaning service in the middle of our stay.
Okay.
This was also our first time doing hotel laundry on this trip. So we did sink laundry. We brought some detergent sheets and just did it in the sink and then hung it up while we were touring around.
And so no laundry facilities per se. You had to do it in the sink.
They had them, but I wasn't prepared to spend half an hour waiting for a rinse cycle when I just needed I just needed a quick sink clean of necessary items. Mm-hmm. I wasn't trying to clean a shirt or a dress or anything. It was just our underwear. Mm-hmm. Okay. We did a bit of an unpack because of the size of the room. We ended up doing some like strategic unpacking of like, these are just the outfits we need for here. And then the bags are going under the bed for the next few days. We went to the lobby and drank our free beers while figuring out our plan for the night. Mm-hmm. We ended up going to the canal area of Kyoto to a place called the Kyoto Beer Lab. I fell in love with the canals at Kyoto and with walking in Kyoto at night. Specifically, the moon was really pretty while we were there, and it was just a really lovely change of pace from Tokyo. It's very small, and it's full of a lot of like traditional buildings. Mm-hmm.
And speaking of walking around at night, you still have the same sunset time.
Yeah.
Right? So it's still like roughly around 5, but you're on a different part of the island.
Yeah. They have one time zone and they don't do daylight savings at all. So it's just, I don't know. It's just like what it is, I guess.
It is. Do you do daylight savings in Canada? I can't remember.
We do. So when we came back, when we left, the time difference was 13 hours. When we came back, the time difference is 14 hours, which doesn't seem like a lot, but is seeming to make a big difference. So then we walked again from the beer lab to a shopping street nearby. We did some gachapons at this one. So that's like the capsule toys where you put in 100 yen and you turn it to see which one you'll get. Mm-hmm. Kyoto ended up having not as good of a train setup as Tokyo or Osaka or Fukuoka, partially because it's a very traditional old school city. When we were going to Kyoto, our tour guide from the Imperial Palace tour asked us about the rest of our itinerary. And when we were going to Kyoto, he looked at us and he was like, "You're going to find it's very different I was like, really? And he's like, because it's so traditional and because they like how like historic it is, they change the way that it works. So even like the 7-Eleven logo that we'd seen in Tokyo, that's like orange, green, white, bright lights. They use muted tones on that logo in Kyoto so that it's not as bright. And in fact, most of the 7-Elevens we saw were a completely black and white sign. Or the Family Mart logo was all in browns when we were in Kyoto, as opposed to the like blue and green we'd seen in Tokyo. So
that is so interesting. This is very different, but Hilton Head Island is sort of like this, where everything looks similar because they have standards for the city that the brands have to adapt to. I'm fascinated by that. But it makes it look more, I don't know. I was going to say homogenous, but like I don't know, like everything is connected.
It does make it look like everything is connected, and it makes everything feel more like vintage or like just very classic. There's not a lot that screams at you in Kyoto the way that it does in Tokyo or in Osaka. And so, yes, but also because of that, less train service, less subways, and we walked a lot more.
Okay.
So after that, we went to a fry shop called De Friet, which is like Belgian fries. And had a snack. And then we ended up going for dinner to a place that specialized in oden, which I had never heard about before, but I'm so glad we went. It is a traditional stew where they make a broth all day long, basically, until they serve it at night. And when we ordered it, they did it in this small plates way so that we ordered like an oden with a boiled egg in it. And it was the stew with just the boiled egg, or another dish that had the oden broth, but with shrimp tempura, or those kinds of things. So we got lots of little plates to try, and the broth was amazing. And I've heard of ramen, I've heard of sushi, I've heard of all of these things. I'd never heard of that.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's very interesting. A Japanese one-pot stew where various ingredients like fish cakes, boiled eggs, and radish are simmered in a soy-flavored broth.
It was so tasty.
I'm like you. I eat all the other things. So I'm like, I need to look for that.
I ended up looking out for it a couple of other times because I was just like, oh, this place has oden. I'm ordering it. It's so good. And I've never heard.
Yeah, so. It feels like if they're cooking it for that long, that it would be extra tasty broth.
Mm-hmm. It was really good. This was our first restaurant we went that was cash only, which we had heard would be a thing in a lot of places, but wasn't true for the most part, except for here. And then a couple of other places in Hiroshima and Fukuoka, which are a little further afield. So they had more cash only.
Where did you get your cash to use?
We brought a bunch of cash with us because we knew that Japan was a cash forward place. And then we only ended up needing to get more cash once, and we used a 7-Eleven ATM because 7-Eleven is a bank as well as a convenience store in Japan. We went back to the hotel at about 10 that night after going to the 7-Eleven to get convenient breakfast snacks for the next day. Step count on this day was 25,000.
Okay. So the next day was Wednesday, November 5th. You had a dinner reservation, but I have a feeling you filled your time all day.
A little. So a friend of ours had talked to us about a shrine called Kiyomizu-dera. It's a really old school shrine, and she had mentioned that she went in the morning and found it really rewarding to do it very first thing because the crowds were less, and it was neat to kind of get to experience the shrine first thing in the day. So because there wasn't really bus service or subway service at that hour, and to get us there, we ended up walking from our hotel to the shrine, which was about 45 minutes. And then as we got closer, we could see that there were still like quite a bit of people, but there ended up being even more when we left. So we were glad that we went early. Kiyomizu-dera was built in the 700s. It is.
These numbers are really wild when you're in North America, like, or at least the United States or Canada.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't have structures that old. Like,
I know.
what?
And it is a structure. Like it's cantilevered over the valley. And it was built in 700
Incredible
with
architecture.
no nails. Like there's not a single nail or screw used in the entire structure.
I wish we had cameras. I want to see how this works.
Yeah. It was really beautiful, but I also was really surprised. We had seen a lot and read a lot about it, and it is an impressive building, but almost more impressive to me were the grounds it was on. We walked all around those grounds, and there was probably like 3 kilometers worth of trails through bamboo forests and through forests with waterfalls and all of these kinds of things. And it was just beautiful. We kept finding new little pockets of it. And that was really, really impressive. And you could just start to see, because there were some maple leaf groves in the distance as well when we were on the top, and you can just see them starting to turn for the fall. We have some really beautiful pictures there. And I think we got most of the views that we got and most of the like big grand scale sites because we went really early. And so there were people around, but there was less people around.
Good thing you had somebody that advised you to go early.
Then we ended up walking back down again. There's not a lot of train service, but we did find a small amount of subway to take us to our next stop. On our way back down was when I started to notice that I was having a blister form on one of my toes. Before it had just been the rubbing on the back, and I had Band-Aids for that, and that really helped. But this was starting to become like a bigger thing as we started walking down. So we took the subway, and we were trying to go to a cafe that we saw on Somebody Feed Phil, which is like a travel show we love. The cafe is called Wife and Husband. When we got there, they were very full, asked us if we had a reservation for the day, which I didn't know you could make a reservation for a cafe. So I said no. And they said, okay, if you can come back in a half an hour. And she gave me like a really specific time. Like I'm pretty sure it was like 9:50, like 9:50 in the morning. She's like, if you can come back then, we can fit you in, but you can't order. I remember her using a translator app to be like, you can only order one coffee. I was like, okay, I will only order one coffee, I promise. So we went.
They run a tight ship.
Yeah. We ended up going back around the corner. We saw a different cafe that looked really good and ended up being, I think, some of the best coffee we had on the trip was this random cafe on a corner that we used to kill time until the next cafe. But it was really great. We read our books, drank some coffee, and then went back to Wife and Husband. I'm actually really glad we went. It was, we had cheese and honey toast. Because again, they do like 3 things at that cafe. They do really good coffee and they roast the beans in the cafe. And then they do toast, and that's it. So I got honey and cheese toast. We got some really good cafe au lait. And again, probably like 10 seats in the place. And as we were there, coming back for our reservation, they had a standby line starting to form, which had a big sign on it that was like, we cannot guarantee you will get a spot. We're currently expecting to seat people in 2 hours. It's like, oh, cool. And I saw a tourist come up who's like, can I get a cafe to go, like a coffee to go? And they just looked at her like she had 3 heads. And they're like, no, we don't do coffee to go. Like, what? Why would we do that? Because in Japan, it is like very unusual and almost rude to eat and walk at the same time. So there's no understanding of like a paper cup Starbucks. Everyone just kind of is like, I don't know why you're asking. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's funny.
After our coffees, we went to a park down the road and then sat next to this river. I had originally thought about going to the bamboo forest or the philosopher's path, but given the crowds we were already seeing, and Wife and Husband was in a bit of a suburb and it was out of the way, and we just saw this riverside park, and I was like, you know what? that's what I wanted. I want nature and slow. So let's just do it here. And I'm glad I changed my mind. It was probably the most peaceful moment we had of our whole trip. Again, we had our books with us, so we sat and we watched the river go by, and there were some mountains in the distance, and it was great. After that, we did some shopping, Pokemon Center, a wool store for my mother-in-law. And then we went back to the hotel. I got more Band-Aids to start helping the blister that was forming on my toe in addition to the back. And I looked at my phone and we'd already reached 20,000 steps and we hadn't had lunch. So
20,000 steps before lunch and with blisters.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
It was a lot. We ended up going for lunch because I was bound and determined. And so we went back out. We found a basement food court in a department store and had the best Japanese curry of my life. Like, we loved the curry and we tried curry at like 2 or 3 other restaurants after this because I loved it so much. And we found nothing better than this luncheonette counter where we spent $20 to get the best food. It was great. At that point, I was kind of limping and my husband was like, "Your feet hurt really bad, don't they?" I'm like, "They do." So we went back to the hotel and I had a nap. And it helped, I think, a lot, but it was definitely needed. So we got back at around 2. I napped until about 4. And then we went to another onsen because I thought maybe the hot spring water would help my feet, which it did. This onsen was a little bit more rustic, I think is the word I'd use, than the one we saw in Tokyo. This one was very clearly like locals using it because they don't have a bath. They only have showers in most of their houses. So, and I got a lot more helpful words from the older women in the onsen being like, "Don't do it that way. Do it this way." So it was a neat experience and it really did help my feet. After that, we went for dinner at a place called Premium Pound Gyeon, which we had made a reservation for. This was a teppanyaki.
For their beef.
Yes.
Specifically. You've been talking a lot about fish, so I'm excited to hear about the beef.
Yes. So Premium Pound Gyeon does a set teppanyaki menu. So it was 3 courses. And so teppanyaki, so that like in the Japan Pavilion, they're cooking on the cooktop in front of you. And we got to choose. So I had the Wagyu course and my husband got the Kobe course. And then we shared. Again, really incredible staff and amazing chefs who were like, "Eat this bite of beef with this flavored salt. And then after that, have it with the wasabi," kind of a thing. Again, it was a very communal experience because the chefs are cooking in front of you. We had a challenge again with another couple who were there who, when they sat down, looked at the chef who was quite old and spoke a little English, but not a ton, and said, "We don't want our meat rare. Please cook it medium." But I think they probably actually meant well done because at one point we could hear them like chatting when he wasn't there, when he was like prepping something. And they were like, "It's still got blood in the middle." I'm like, "It doesn't have, oh no." And so at one point they just like stopped eating the food. So he kept making courses and they kept not eating it. And he caught on and was like using a translator app to be like, "Are you unhappy? What can we do?" Like, was really hoping to help them. And they just kind of were like, "Oh, no, we're fine." It's like, not fine.
You're not fine. But also, one of my takeaways from what you're saying so far is that if you're going to these very specific places, you have to be pretty open to how they serve it.
Yes, especially for something like a set menu. And I think Japan is experiencing a lot of over tourism and a lot of interest from people, but I think that people aren't necessarily thinking about what it's going to be like once they're there.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's hard to imagine yourself in a lot of the situations, but I do think it's an important part of travel planning to think about like, I'm going to be in Kyoto. What kind of food do I like to eat? There's going to be a language barrier. Maybe if it's important that I only have beef that's like cooked in a specific way, that you kind of have to find a different way to approach it, or just, try it.
Were they Americans by chance?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I'll say as an American, I think Americans are used to things accommodating to them. And
Not
when
in
you
Japan.
go to other countries, including where I live, you cannot expect that. You have to adapt to them. Everyone, we're preaching to the choir here with this podcast, but it doesn't surprise.
Yeah, it ended up being like a pretty consistent experience for us. Was that we were often faced with very busy places and a lot of other tourists, which is to be expected because we are a tourist. And so it kept being surprising to us the amount of people that were difficult or confused or not prepared for what it was actually going to be like.
Do you know why the tourism has picked up? And is it any connection to like the Olympics happening a few years ago? That I think that was one of their goals, was to increase tourism. Did it work too well?
I think it maybe worked a little too well. I also think I think the world is experiencing more tourism. I think we all kind of expected the quote unquote revenge travel after the shutdowns to slow down, and it isn't. I think it's really easy to pick up your phone and see who's been to Japan, and for your phone to be like, don't you want to go to Japan? Like there's like a FOMO aspect to it. And my husband and I had a lot of conversations on this trip about how we approach travel, how it's different from other people, but also how we would like to be more cognizant as we're planning future trips of like, where do we want to go because we want to go? And what do we want it to be like when we're there? So in Tokyo, we didn't do a lot of the stuff that others do. We didn't do the Shibuya Scramble. We didn't go up the Tokyo Tower. We didn't do Team Lab, the like interactive art museum thing. And that's because we don't really like crowds. We're not big on busy. We're big on food. We like a park. And so
I think this is great advice, even if it's just Disney World. Like just because you hear people talking about something doesn't mean you should be doing it, I try to say, like, this is how we do it. It's your vacation. You do things how you want to do it, because, like, if you don't like crowds, obviously there's certain things you need to cross off the list, or certain foods. I think that makes a lot of sense. Don't follow other people's plan just because.
And really, I do think that there's some like power in our planning process of thinking ahead to what we are going to be like when we're there, or what we want it to be like. Things like, sitting in the park in Kyoto and being like, I wanted quiet nature. It seems like those places are probably going to be pretty busy. I'm just going to go here because it's there and it's what I wanted. And even though it's not the specific thing I imagined, it's closer to what it would be like than if I buckled down.
I think it's super, super wise.
I got off track there.
That's okay. Stories are good.
And then, so after we loved our teppanyaki beef menu, everything was amazing. Everything was cooked really well. So then we went to a self-serve wine bar on the walk home because, again, there was no subway or bus to get us back home. So we needed a stop halfway for my feet. That ended up being this wine bar. So basically you like put in a 500 yen coin and it poured you wine from the machine, like a vending machine. We walked back to the hotel. Final step count for this day was 40,000.
Oh my gosh. With boosters.
Yeah. I got over 10K.
That is a lot. My gosh. Okay. Before we move on the next day, because it's a new city, I'm not going to hold you to your priority list, but there's one thing, the Torii Gates.
I know. So the original plan was to do the Torii Gates the next morning.
Okay.
Before we got on the train.
Oh, that would be very early.
It would be really early, but those Torii Gates are open 24 hours a day. because
Okay.
they're a religious pilgrimage site. So they don't actually close. However, I woke up the next day and my husband looked at me and he was like, "We're not going to go." I was like, "Oh, we should go." And he's like, "No." And it was technically his thing on the list. And so he looked at me and he was like, we're not climbing stairs today. That's
You'd
an
be very
absurd idea. With the way that your feet are and how much pain you're in, we shouldn't do it. So we ended up not. Yeah,
Okay. All right. I just want to ask you about it because I knew it was like a big part of your plan. So,
it was.
okay. Then let's talk about what you did do, which is Thursday, November 6th, and you have plans to go to Osaka.
Yes. So we woke up, got ready, and we weren't changing hotels this day. We were just doing a day trip to Osaka and back.
Oh, you're right. The train trip.
Yes. So again, they're pretty far apart, but the train ride is like 30 minutes basically. So it's kind of like commuting. We went to Kyoto Station and got Mr. Donut for breakfast. Kyoto Station ended up being busier than we anticipated. The train signs were more difficult for us to read, and the tickets we were using worked different than the Shinkansen tickets in Tokyo. So we ended up needing to ask for help at the platform to figure out where we were supposed to go and how the ticketing was supposed to work. They spoke beautiful English, were super helpful. We got exactly where we were supposed to be for the commuter train on time, if not early, but we were glad that we had the buffer time, basically.
Mhm.
Commuter train was great, easy peasy. And then we walked from Osaka Station to our food tour meeting point. This was our food tour started at 10, but we were asked to meet at 9:45. We ended up on the tour with two other women. One was a solo traveler who had been like pedal biking around the island. And this was just like a fun stop on her bike tour. And then the second woman was on a bigger tour. So she was like tour busing around and they had a free day. So she booked a food tour. They were lovely. They did at one point, we were getting ready at the first stop and I went to go grab the egg sandwiches at our first cafe stop from the tour. And one of the women was like, "Oh, I like to take pictures." It's like, "Got it."
Of your egg
Happy-
sandwich?
Yes. So it was helpful for me. There's a YouTuber I like named Adam Hatton, and he has a saying that says the camera eats first. So I taught it to them and they thought it was very funny. But it was their way of being like, no, they want to take pictures of everything before we eat it. So
You know, when you're a camera eats first person, you know what your travel partners can do sometimes? Order the same thing as you so that there's nothing to take a picture of.
it's so interesting to because and again, we were on a tour, which meant that like we were getting like plates of things and then sharing them basically. And it was great in that sense. I was really worried going into the tour because it's 6 hours and it's a food tour and I was like, I don't know how much food I can actually eat. But kind of the superpower of it ended up being that we ordered and we just have little bites because we were sharing everything. So
Mhm.
this tour, like I said, was 6 hours. We started at a cafe and had egg sandwiches, really tasty. Then we went to, I thought it was really good. Our tour guide on this one was great again. So we got a cafe, Olay's. We ate some egg sandwiches. And as we were eating our egg sandwiches, she was telling us the food history of Osaka and why it's considered such a big food port. So we got a little history lesson. It extended the time we were there and like made it a little easier. And then after that, she took us to a local market and showed us a seaweed shop and gave us just like a couple of little seaweed snacks like you would get in a snack mix. And then after that, she pulled from her bag, as if from nowhere, a piece of curry bread from a really famous, like popular spot nearby that gets really long lines that she'd just already been in for us. And then we took a walk along the river and she talked about the like transportation routes for food and how Osaka was like a big transport hub. Showed us like a old plaque about what that area used to be like and what it was used for. And then she took us to a sesame roastery. So it's kind of like a coffee roastery, but they specifically roast sesame seeds. And again, that one was like a little snack. So it was sesame sticks and then a black sesame cookie. So again, we went lots of places and we would walk in between to kind of let things digest. And then we get like a little taste, or there would be something bigger like the curry bread. And then afterwards, it would just be like a shop that specializes in an ingredient. So it was really well balanced in that way. After that was a rose garden on an island in the middle of their river. It was beautiful. And again, as if from nowhere, she pulled out mackerel sushi that she had bought on her way there. And we ate a piece of that.
Magical. You're getting a tour and she's just giving you food.
It was amazing. After that, we went and got a like fancy slice of cake. So she went to this like beautiful pastry shop in their stock market district and was like, this is like the fancy merchant side of the city. So choose your dessert for after our main meal. So we chose our dessert. They put it in this like beautiful boxes, complete with like, again, Japan is living in the future. They had these ice packs that were like so cold and kept like my cheesecake completely the right temperature for the rest of the day. But it wasn't really frozen and it didn't melt like water. And so it was just great. What else? After that was we took the subway. So she handed us like subway cards so that we didn't have to use our own money, which I thought was really smart. We got on the subway, rode a few stops, got out, and we were in a different market. This time we got okonomiyaki, which is like a pancake thing. That one was cool because they made it in the back, but then served it onto a griddle top so that it stayed hot while we were eating it. Then we got, oh gosh, this was so cool. We went to this tuna market stall with this little old man, and they served us like 2 or 3 different kinds of tuna. So like from different parts of the fish, and we got to compare what they all tasted like and how they were different. We went to another little old lady's stop and she gave us onion fish cake. She was like, she told us she once had a tour member ask how old she was. And she said, oh, no, 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 no. And then drew a question mark in the air to be like, you don't get to know.
A really kind of a wild question to ask anyway.
A little.
Like, do they want to know her credit card number and weight as well?
To be fair, it seemed to be like a thing. Some of the shop owners were really like, I'm 74 and I've been doing this for 35 years or whatever. And some of them were just like, no, 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 don't ask me my age ever. After the fish cake was a takoyaki restaurant. I love takoyaki, so this was really exciting for me. And then, this part was so cool. She took us to a grocery store, which sounds silly, but it was kind of one of the best stops we had because she got to show us a little bit about what grocery shopping is like and how it's different. Everything is a lot smaller portions because their appliances and things like that are really small. Frozen rice is apparently like the most popular way to buy rice.
What is that?
Yeah. So it's already been cooked and you put it in the microwave. She said she talked to someone once who was like, but rice is so easy. It takes like 20 minutes. And she was like, yeah, but I have more important things to do with my time. Like, what are you doing putting your rice in a rice maker? Why wouldn't you just get the frozen one?
Yeah, well, now I want frozen rice to be available everywhere.
It was very cool. And then she bought us some sake as well for our next bites, which were at a chicken karage stand next door. So that place, they had bigger tables than any other place that we had been and chairs with backs, which was like not everywhere in Japan. And so it was really nice. We got some fried chicken and then she did a sake tasting with us. So in the grocery store, we chose 2 kinds as a tour group. So a fruit one and a dry one. And then again, as if by magic from her tote bag, she pulled a 30-year aged sake. It was brown instead of clear, and it tasted almost like dates or like something almost savory. It was unlike anything else we tasted while we were in Japan. It was completely unique and amazing. And we got our dessert that we had picked out earlier.
This sounds like an incredible way to see Osaka.
It was so lovely because Osaka was really busy and like loud in the way that Tokyo is, but almost even more so because it's got that like bigness and it's got a lot of tourism again, but it's physically smaller. So after the food tour, we walked around on our own for a little bit and I got really overwhelmed very quickly.
Okay.
And so getting to see it with our tour guide, who was lovely, who showed us like the back streets and things like that. So it was like we got to see different areas of the city. We got to see different, like 3 different markets and a grocery store and all that kind of stuff. And it was so nice. And I almost wish at the end of it, I was like, I don't know that I needed the time on our own in Osaka.
Mm-hmm.
I think just doing the tour would have been a really nice way to see most of it.
But did you have to stay in Osaka for a little bit because your train ticket was not until that evening?
Yeah.
Okay.
We pre-booked our train tickets because we heard that they got really busy and sold out, and we didn't want to be stuck there without a train out. But it did mean that we were killing time for quite a while. So, last shop was a matcha shop, and it was a more modern matcha shop. And then she walked us to a restaurant supply market in what's called Nanba. So you can buy like aprons or the plastic food that they put in front of most of the restaurants, things like that. And that was it for the tour. It ended on time, I believe at 3. And we booked that one through Culinary Backstreets, I believe, and I would highly recommend it.
That sounds good. I mean, to me, I'm like, if I ever went to Osaka, this is exactly what I'd want to book because everything you described just sounds so lovely. How did you spend your time between 3 and your 9 p.m. train ticket?
More food, weirdly enough. We walked to Dotonbori, which is like a street market area along a canal. Very different canals from the Kyoto canals, though. This was a lot more like storefronts, big billboards, lots of noise, lots of lights. And so we saw like the very popular Running Man advertisement that's there. We walked down the canal and sat down and talked about our next steps and kind of both agreed that we like weren't necessarily hungry, but a lot of the things that we had bookmarked to do after the tour were either like far afield or would involve a lot of walking. And I wasn't really up for that at that point. So we ended up doing a quick stop at a record store called Time Bomb. And then we went to Four Seasons, Osaka, to do another hotel bar. Because again, it was like 4:00, so we could watch sunset over Osaka. And that night it was also a full moon. So by the time we left at like 5:30 or so, it was completely dark and we could see the full moon. Yeah.
Nice.
After that, I have in my notes, we went literally from high to low. So the Four Seasons bar was at the top of the building on like the 45th floor. And then we went to a basement in an office building. And we went to a bar called Craft Room, another like 7-seat bar with amazing cocktails that was just in the middle of an office building. We went to an izakaya for dinner and got some like fries, deep fried chicken, things like that. And then we went and got the train back to Kyoto.
How long was that train? About an hour or so?
40 minutes.
40 minutes? Okay. Yeah. That's a quick one.
And then final step count on this day was 26,000.
Another big day. Not 40,000, but still very, very busy.
I learned my lesson.
Yeah. Okay, so that was a good day in Osaka. You're back in Kyoto, and your next step was Kinosaki, which was onsen focused. And I just want to know how excited you were for this change of pace.
I was so excited. We conceived of this as like a break, and that was before knowing that my feet would be in this much pain. So it just seemed like even better. It really was exactly what we wanted it to be in terms of that like restful, you're halfway through a very long trip. Why don't you just hang out for a little while kind of a trip?
So it was Friday, November 7th, and
Yes.
you had a travel day to get you there. So talk us through that.
Yeah. So our train wasn't until like 11:30 in the morning. So we actually slept in this day, which was great. And then we went and got coffee and toast at a cafe that was along the canals. It was so beautiful that morning, and it was a really nice way to kind of quietly say goodbye to Kyoto and the canals in particular, which had turned out to be one of my favorite parts. We went back to the hotel, got our bags, checked out, got to the station. I went to Mr. Donut to get our train lunch for the day, which was a hot dog pastry and then a shrimp gratin pastry. Went to the platform, got on the train. This train was not a high speed one. It was a slower speed one, but it's still pretty fast. So we were on the train until 10 to 2, read our books, enjoyed our food, and got to Kinosaki Onsen Town, which is a really small kind of resort town that is specifically built around these hot spring baths. It was a really pretty train ride. And then as soon as we got off, there was someone at the train station because it's very clearly built as like a tourist destination. There was someone at the train station that said, "Which ryokan are you going to?" We told them which one. They pointed us to a bus and we got on. It was all included as part of our stay.
So the shuttle took you to your hotel, the Ryokan Inn.
Yes. So ryokan is a specific kind of traditional Japanese hotel.
It's not the name of it?
No, it's the kind of it. Ours was called Nishimaraya Honkan Ryokan. It's one of many ryokans in that little town. So it's tatami mat floors, but even more so, it's like a very traditional Japanese setup. So when we got there, we immediately took off our shoes and they gave us indoor hotel slippers. This one is also a Michelin keyed hotel, and so it was very fancy.
Can you explain Michelin keyed?
Michelin keyed is the hotel version of the Michelin stars that they do for restaurants, but for hotels.
I am not familiar with this. So the hotel itself is rated highly.
Yes, and specifically because they include a traditional kaiseki dinner that is considered Michelin quality food.
Okay.
So
nice.
We got there, they gave us our shoes and took our shoes to the like little area at the front, and they were put under our room number for when we left the building. And then we sat down in a lobby that overlooked their gardens. They served us tea and they took us through all of the many amenities and how it all worked. We, again, as part of staying at the ryokan is that we got an unlimited pass to all of the onsens in the village, all of which are tattoo friendly.
Can you explain tattoo friendly? I can't remember if we talked about this.
Yeah, so tattoo culture in Japan is quite different. For most of Japan's history, tattoos have been associated with organized crime groups and are not considered like personal reflections of taste or personal reflections of beauty or anything. It's starting to be understood as that a little bit more now. But because onsens and the hot springs that feed them are considered religious sites by most of them and very spiritual practices, it was not usually allowed that you would go into one and use it if you had tattoos on you.
So they allow you to in this case if you do have tattoos.
Yes, it's one of there are other onsen villages that do this kind of like tourist approach of like you can come in and get a pass and walk around the town and all that kind of stuff. But Kinosaki is specifically different because they have made it so that every onsen in town has to be tattoo friendly in order to appeal to tourists. So
I was going to say, if they're relying on tourists, they might have to all become that way because especially millennials and younger, it's just a much more common part of, life.
And again, We found some in Kyoto. We found some in Tokyo that were tattoo friendly as well, but they were fewer and farther between. And so it was nice to have this thing and again, it's a new cultural practice and I didn't want to presume anything. So even though we'd done the research beforehand, I also always took off my sweater and showed my tattoos at the front desk before I got back there because I didn't want to make anyone uncomfortable. And I know that having a tattoo is my own choice and I shouldn't be going into religious sites with them showing if that's not part of their culture. So, but yeah, this one was really great. And so there are 7 public onsens in the town. Plus, our ryokan had a onsen on site. Plus, our hotel room specifically had a private onsen. So it was a hot spring fed bath inside of our room.
Amazing.
It was so great. And it was open air as well. So there were giant windows we could slide open and we were overlooking a mountain.
And very different vibes from the first part of your trip.
Completely different.
And the end of your trip, I imagine.
Yes. So yeah, they gave us our welcome drinks. They did a very extensive tour of the building for us, including some historical artifacts about the town and a little history museum, the gardens with a koi pond. And then our room, we also got a very specific tour of. It was a tatami mat floor room. So we went in and there was a small table where you sit on the floor to sit at it. And it had these chairs that sat on the floor. So it's the top half of a chair. So you could lean back, but you're sitting on the ground. And then there was a second seating area that had another small table and then a view onto the garden from a big window. And you'll notice there in none of that description was a bed because our hotel room didn't have one. Instead, the staff came in after our dinner. So later on that night, we had our kaiseki dinner. And then after that, they cleared everything out and then put down futon mattresses on the floor that we slept on. And yeah, what else? So we landed, got our big tour of the room, tried to figure out how it all worked, and then grabbed our onsen passes. The ryokan also gave us a little bag that had a towel in it and a wet bag for our towel after we'd gone to the onsen, which meant that for this part of the trip, we could walk around town with just that bag, which was really helpful because we've been carrying our backpacks a lot. We went out and did 2 onsen visits in the afternoon. One was the building itself was designed after a kabuki theater, and I believe it was the Water of Happiness. And then the second one was the Water of Knowledge, and it's the oldest one. There was I have a note about it. A Buddhist monk named Dochi Shonin came and brought forth the waters, which is why it's thought to be the oldest and most healing. Yeah.
And did it work on you, on your feet?
It did. They weren't perfectly healed, but I definitely felt better.
Yeah.
We went back for dinner. It was the biggest dinner we had. It was a superior Matsuma crab and Tajima beef kaiseki dinner. Matsuma crab is seasonal, so you only get it as part of your meal if you're there in November until March. And then this one, though, was many courses again. We did have some beers as well with it that were included. It was the most filling to the point where I didn't eat everything on this one because I just got too full.
Yeah, everything else you talked about has felt more snacky, a little bits.
Exactly. This was not that. It was delicious, but it was a lot of food. So after that, we decided to go for one more onsen to kind of help us digest a little bit. This one was the oldest onsen building. So the one before is the oldest onsen spring. This one is the oldest building that's still standing. That one is specifically for a happy marriage and long life.
Okay, perfect.
We took a moonlit stroll back to the ryokan, used our private onsen bath in the room because I was still craving hot spring water despite having been to 4 of them that day. Went to sleep by 10:30. I only had 12,000 steps this day because a lot of the time was spent relaxing. And honestly, had probably one of my best sleeps of the whole trip on the floor.
On the futon mattress.
Yeah. One thing when they were asking us when we were checking in at the room tour and they were asking us about the bed, they were like, 2 beds. And I was like, no, like 1 bed. And he had to show me the mats to show that the mattresses are like twin sized, basically.
So 2 of them, even if you guys put together, you need 2, yeah?
Yeah. But again, kind of nice to have our own mattress and our own duvet and not kind of be right up against each other because a lot of the other hotel rooms had been quite small.
Okay, well, that sounds like a really good, much-needed relaxation day. The next day was Saturday, November 8th. You had more onsen time, but also time in Hiroshima.
Yes. So our train didn't leave until 11:30 that morning. So we woke up and went down to breakfast in the hotel and then went for our final onsen of the stay. This was at Goshin-yu is what it's called. It is the Water of Beauty onsen. It had I think the best outdoor onsen that we went to. It had a waterfall and a gorgeous view out the back and lots of different kinds of pools at this one. So this one had like a standing one. Most of the time they're quite shallow water that you sit in, kind of like a tub. But this one had one that I could like fully stand up in and the water came up to my shoulders, which was nice. So yeah, we went to that onsen, then went back to the hotel, had checked out and had our bags taken down to the station because they actually offer that as a thing so that you don't have to go through town with them. So we walked into the train station, grabbed our bags, went directly onto the train. It was very helpful.
Nice.
Walked down the canal again because there's lots of canals and I love them all. I bought a new wallet while we were there. I'd seen it the day before. It's a leather maker from Japan, and I hadn't seen anything quite as good. So got that as soon as they opened, because again, Japan opens everything later. Got a coffee, sat and read our books for a while. Then we picked up our food for the train, more onigiri for me. I think Gareth got sushi this day. And then we got on the first train. This was our one and only day when we had to transfer trains. So we took the low-speed line that we'd taken to get there to Shin Osaka station, then transferred onto a Shinkansen to get to Hiroshima. Got to Hiroshima pretty easily. The train transfer was easy. One of the nice things that they've done is standardize the signage in all of the train stations. So exit signs are always in yellow. And then also on the floor, all of the Shinkansen train tracks, like when you're going from one train to another, if you're trying to find the Shinkansen gates, which is this bullet train, it's always marked on the floor in the same blue in every station we ever went to. So you could like follow that line and know that you'd eventually get to the Shinkansen. Got to Hiroshima and took the streetcar to get to the hotel. We had a bit of a tricky moment with the streetcar because my husband had told me it was the 6th stop, but I thought he said it was stop 6. So all of the stops are numbered in Japan when you're on any train line. And so it ended up being only 1 stop early and we only walked like an extra 3 minutes because everything's really close, but it was a bit tricky to figure that out.
6 stop and stop 6. Fair. They sound like synonyms.
They do, but they were not the same thing. We got checked into our hotel. This was our least favorite hotel. It was still fine. Like it was totally clean. close to everything. The room was bigger than we were expecting, but the fixtures were a lot older. The hotel itself was quite a bit older as well, and you could kind of feel it, unlike the other ones. And this was like we went for a drink in the hotel bar at the end of the night, and it's the only time we had rude wait staff who seemed inconvenienced by the fact that we had come to his bar.
Mm-hmm.
We got changed and we went to go for dinner. We went to Hiroshima Neighborly Brewery first, though, for some drinks. This was one of the longest Google Translate conversations we had to have. We got to the door and the girl there clearly didn't know English, which was totally fine. But she brought out her phone and started talking and told us that there was a private event happening. And I said, "Oh, so we can't go in," and use Google Translate on my phone. And then she told us we could go in, but the beer was more expensive than usual and the food list was more limited. And we were like, "Oh, that's totally fine. We can do that." And then we got in, and the more expensive beer she warned us about was $7. It's like, bless you. This is lovely, but wow. It was delicious. And it turned out, we found out later that it was a guest brewery collaboration with another city whose soccer team was in town to compete against the Hiroshima team. So the breweries had gotten together to do this matchup, which explains why they were playing old soccer clips on all of the TVs. We couldn't figure it out though.
Yeah, but what a amazing random thing to stumble onto.
After this, we were going to go for dinner. We had heard about an okonomiyaki place, and okonomiyaki in Hiroshima is different than okonomiyaki in Osaka. They make it with noodles in Hiroshima. So we were going to go to this place. Again, it's very popular online, which I knew, but then we got there and the line had a sign in it, and it was 4 parties ahead of us was the sign, and the sign said, "From this point, 90 minutes to wait." It's like, no, thank you. So luckily we'd done some research and had other places, including an oyster restaurant next door called Ekohiki, and I think was maybe our best meal of the trip. We ate so good everywhere. Hiroshima, though, was a weird bonus city for us, so we didn't do a ton of research on it. We were only there for a night, and it was the best food. We had tempura that was really good. We had an oyster that had been grilled with ponzu sauce. They did an oyster gratin, and then they brought out a spinach, butter, and uni dish that was on a hot clay dish that was still simmering. It was amazing. I got sake, my husband got some beers, and all in, including our drinks, it was $75.
Mm-hmm.
It was amazing. After that, we went to a bar called MAC, M-A-C. This is a classic rock bar I had found. It's run by some
rock.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So let's see. What were they playing when we got in?
I'm a little nervous what you're about to say. What's considered classic rock is feeling a lot like my childhood.
Bay City Rollers, the Beatles, the Rolling Stones.
Okay. Yeah.
They have a huge CD collection. And when we got there, it's upstairs, and the people ahead of us were from Japan, looked at us and went, "Are you going to Mac?" "Yeah, we are." Like, "Oh, so cool." And so they were like, come. And the guy in particular in this couple spoke pretty good English and was really excited to get to meet some Canadians. And so we got up there and he's like, "You can request songs." And I was like, "That's cool. This sounds great. What they're playing is awesome." And they did this cool thing. They had a giant CD wall, and he would play 2 tracks from a CD and then switch to the next 2 tracks. So you get 2 in a row of a band. But if you didn't like the band, you knew it was changing pretty soon. Although I liked all of it because I love that kind of music.
It's so funny that they're doing CDs because it feels to me like it's either digital or vinyl most of the time. But they said,
No.
We're going to go in the middle, CD.
CDs. They did have vinyl, but none of the requests, and they weren't really playing it. I got the sense that it was more difficult.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, this guy was really like, you have to request a song. And I was like, maybe later. And then he asked us where we were from, and we told him we were from Toronto, and the Blue Jays had lost the World Series at this point. And he very kindly just went, Toronto, oh no, so sorry. So sorry. Ohtani beat you. I was like, yes, Shohei Ohtani did beat us. It's totally fine though. And so that was really fun. I did end up requesting songs eventually. I requested Styx and Kiss because that's the kind of music I grew up listening to. And my dad really loves taking us on vacation to see concerts. So when I was little, he would take us to Seattle, but it was so that we could see Kiss and Aerosmith when they toured together. Or when I was in university, he took us to Hungary so that we could see AC/DC as a family. So I requested some Styx and some Kiss for him and sent him a video, and it was really fun. We stayed a lot longer than we thought we would, but we did end up going back to the hotel bar for the drink with the rude waiter. We got to bed. This was one of our later nights at about 11. Total step count this day was only 12,000, though. Hiroshima has a lot better public transit, and we weren't walking that much.
Good. I'm keeping track of your feet this whole time. Okay. The next day was Sunday, November 9th. You were still going to spend some time. I keep saying Hiroshima, but it's Hiroshima.
I've heard it both, so I'm not totally sure.
And then you had a train to your next city. So how did you spend the first part of the day?
We ended up sleeping in a bit, partially because we looked the night before and everywhere was opening late. It was the weekend. It's a Sunday. Plus, Japan just seems to open late. So we were lying in. I had forgotten to do a konbini breakfast snack stop the night before because I was too excited about classic rock bars.
You got distracted.
So I got a little distracted, and it ended up with me being a little cranky that morning. So we learned our lesson, and we always had konbini breakfast after that, ready to go. But I am also kind of grateful because we went to a place called Lucky Bakery. They didn't open until like 9:30 in the morning, which is late for me for breakfast, but it was incredible. I think the best bakery we went to this whole trip. I got what they called a bagel with cheese, but was kind of just like a bread with a hole in it, which I guess is what a bagel is, but it tasted a little different.
Technically.
My husband got a baguette with salt, and it was so delicious that I went back and got a sweet round after our savory round, and I got a yuzu muffin, and then they had something that was called pan perdu, which is like French toast in French, but it tasted like French toast, like I'm used to having it, but it also was like clearly made for eating at any temperature and with your hands. And it was filled with this like incredible black sesame. It was so good.
Interesting.
I almost bought merch on my second trip in, but instead I just grabbed one of the free stickers. That morning, as we were eating our breakfast at Lucky Bakery, was when Gareth figured out the thing about the soccer teams being in town, and he's a big soccer fan. So the stadium where they were playing in a couple of hours was right by where we were. So we kept seeing all of the team jerseys go by, and that's how we got interested and figured it out. So we walked to the stadium and saw everybody filing in. It was a huge stadium, and it was so cool to kind of get to see, even from the outside, like what that process is like, or like what soccer fandom is like in Japan. So that was really neat. After that, we walked through Peace Memorial Park. So Hiroshima has a really interesting relationship to its history, and specifically to the history of the A-bomb that was dropped on it. Peace Memorial Park is a huge park that you walk through in order to get to the Peace Memorial Museum, which we also went to. And in the middle of the park is a dome that I had like known about, but I kind of forgot that in grade 7 I did a Japan unit, and that dome was like in our textbook, which I didn't think about until I was standing in front of it. And I had a bit of a teary moment kind of thinking through that. And then also right after seeing that, we got to the Memorial for Children for Peace, which is full of paper cranes There was a child who eventually developed cancer from being exposed to the radiation from the bomb, who read about an old myth that if you folded 1,000 paper cranes, you'd get a wish. So, yeah, it's
These
this
memorials
huge.
are so emotional.
It is a really emotional thing. And I did cry a few times during the experience of the Peace Memorial Park and the museum. And I think the children one specifically was really hard because there's really great exhibits in the museum that talk through all of the like ripple effects. And that was a big one, was to kind of hear about her and her classmates and what they did to kind of raise awareness about the fact that the effects were still happening.
And all politicians should be required to visit these kind of things.
Truly, it was like, yeah, it was very impactful. And it was a really interesting thing to visit in lots of contexts. But the news being what it is right now and hearing about South Korea, North Korea, just getting proliferation agreements when Hiroshima's whole thing, like that whole museum is dedicated to the idea that it should never happen again. It's really hard. I do think it's a really important thing for people to go to if they have a chance. I found it very emotional, very impactful. I will say it was incredibly crowded inside the museum. It was so crowded, I couldn't read everything and I couldn't see everything. And I felt very easily overwhelmed, not just with the emotion of it, but because of the physical people. And also there's like a weird dichotomy of, you're going through and you're seeing like a lunchbox that they recovered from the bomb site and like reading a story about a kid who like lost his entire family, but also you're getting hit by someone's Pokemon backpack. And so it's like a really difficult thing to process. And so when we looked at it originally, the museum is open at 7:30 in the morning. So it was open before most of the breakfast places. And when I looked at it online, they were like, that's our early access time. And it's with limited crowds and like less people. And I wish I had opted for it because I think it would have been a much different experience. And I maybe would have spent more time with the exhibits and in the rooms.
So are the tickets timed? So if you bought it for 7:30, that's when you would be able to enter. Okay.
Exactly. So we had bought our tickets the day before on the Shinkansen for, I think, 10 a.m. when we went in. And it was really busy. And when we left, it was even busier because when we got there, we scanned our tickets and walked in. By the time we were leaving, people had scanned their tickets, but we're still waiting like an hour in order to actually get inside the rooms at all, which seemed like a lot. A couple of interesting things. They have a lot of photographs and things like that, but I thought one of the more impactful parts of it was actually the artwork that survivors had painted because it was all in color. And I hadn't realized until I'd seen it, I'd only ever seen black and white photos of the damage, and I hadn't actually thought about like what brightness and what like the color of that day would have looked like. So that was really fascinating. And then the other thing is the dedication. There's a dedication at the front and at the end of the museum that says very clearly that the city has built all of this with the idea that it never happens again and that it should not happen ever again. And I found that very powerful to get to witness. Because I think it's possible that they would have done the opposite. And so it's possible that it could have turned them really hard or really cold or really never want to talk about it. And so it's quite impressive to me that they took the resilience.
And it would be totally understandable if that's how they felt. I mean.
Yeah. So we went back into the park and I sat on the bench and cried a little bit more before we went to go get lunch and get on the train. We actually went to a department store food hall to get lunch because Gareth wanted a tuna sandwich and a coffee, and I wanted ramen, so we could get both. And then we went to the hotel, got our bags, and went back to the station. At the station, we stumbled upon a beer station. It was just like it was like a TV and a guy with two taps and said beer station everywhere.
Station. You can call anything a station.
And it was and I went up and it's the same beer for everyone, but he prepared it in 3 different ways. And so I got one of them he calls a triple pour, which is less carbonation. And it was really tasty. And Gareth, while we were there, pulled up his phone and started looking at the beer station stuff. And we found out it turns out that the guy pouring the beer is actually like a famous brewer from Hiroshima who just decided last month to do this pop-up when his brewery's not open because he thought it would be fun.
And
So
you stumbled across it. That's fun.
yeah, it was great. And then we went to a vending machine to get some drinks for the train and some snacks. And then this train was like an hour. It was not very long at all. And we went to Hakata Station in Fukuoka. This was really cool. This part of the trip, we went, you know how Japan has like the end bit that's almost like the boot in Italy?
Yeah, I'm looking at that now.
So our train took us across like the thinnest part of that. So at one point we were looking at the ocean on both sides of us.
Yeah, where Fukuoka, it's almost like Fukuoka is on another island, separate. But
it is technically joined, but just by like a very
just
thin piece of land.
Tiny bit.
Just enough for our train.
Yes, so you were making your way down the island. How long was it to get between the 2 cities?
An hour, because it was the bullet train.
Mm-hmm.
So we took the subway to the hotel once we got there and got to our hotel room. This time was the Grand Hyatt. Mm-hmm. So this was our most North American style hotel and North American chain. We got there and they asked us if we were willing to wait an extra 10 minutes in the club lounge so that we could get so that we could get an upgrade on our room and stay club lounge for the rest of the time. And I was like,
imagine if you said no. That would be wild.
And again, Japan was really polite. Like there's a lot of thank yous, there's a lot of bowing and all that kind of stuff. Like it really is what happens in real life. And this was truly them being like, are you sure it's okay for you to wait 10 minutes? And I was like, I am positive.
To stay club level.
To get an upgrade on my room? Yes. So we got upgraded to a suite. We were always staying club level at this one because they have a cool bar I was interested in. But we got upgraded from a standard room to a suite.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the more beautiful hotel rooms I've ever been in. It had a giant tub in it and included bath salts for it. And there was a big TV. We had a sitting area. We had another window seat, but this time it overlooked the canal that was below and a walk-in closet that is probably bigger than my closet at home.
Mm-hmm.
So that was our upgrade there. We had snacks in the lounge. We did laundry again, but this time I had gotten some soy sauce on a dress and some sake on some jeans and things like that. So we ended up using the hotel laundry service.
Like they took it away or they had machines you could use?
They took it away. Mm-hmm. So we invested in the express hotel laundry and they returned it all folded very beautifully, including I'd left a train ticket in the pocket of my jeans and they returned the train ticket in a little plastic bag for me.
Such careful care. That seems redundant. Such careful treatment.
Yes, it was really nice. We went out after we handed over the laundry, we went out for the night and we started at Fukuoka Craft Brewery, which specializes in Mexican food. So we had chips and salsa, but it was like really delicious salsa. I wasn't expecting very much, but it was really great. And they had not Top Chef, Iron Chef America playing on the screens instead of sports. It was really fun. Mm-hmm. We went for a quick trip to Don Quixote. So this was our last one to pick up some souvenirs. I got the dermalaser face masks that are very popular on the internet. We got Kit Kats in many different flavors for our workplaces and our friends. And Gareth, my partner's dad, had texted and said, I know you're partway through your trip. Mom keeps saying that she hopes you come back with a watch for her.
We were
like, what? And he's like, yeah, like She keeps saying she hopes you come back with like a cheap but nice watch that she's seen from Japan. And we were like, So we went to Don Quixote and they had a whole floor with watches and we got a really nice one. Gave it to her an hour ago. She seems very happy. So
Yeah, because you haven't had much time to give anybody anything at the time that we're talking.
yeah. After Donkey, we walked to our dinner reservation for this night, which was Hakata Fishman. We had a 7 p.m. reservation. This was a recommendation from our family doctor who had just recently been to Fukuoka and said it was great. This was one of my favorite meals because it was kind of silly. So there was someone walking around making balloon animals. He made me a Snoopy holding a heart that said, "Thank you for coming." But also the restaurant staff were really joyful. There was a lot of like happy yelling of like, "Oh my gosh, you're here. We're so excited. Oh, so great that you ordered that sake," like that kind of stuff. And the food was really playful. They're very famous for a sashimi staircase. So we ordered that for two. No one explained anything at this meal. They just brought it to us with like a happy face and they're like, "It's delicious." And it was. So I have no idea what the sashimi was that we ate, but it was amazing. They had a wine option that said staff picks for you. So they came over and they showed me 2 bottles. And again, no description, just said, "What label do you like best?" And I said, "That one." And they poured me some wine and it was delicious.
As one does, picking by the label.
Picking by the label, which I do at home all the time. But it was kind of novel to be in a restaurant and have them be like, "Which do you like?"
Mm-hmm.
And then for the food, the other dish that I thought kind of explained the like playful nature of it, they had a caramel corn dish, but it was like a pressed corn brick that they had then caramelized the outside of. So it tasted like caramel corn, but it was actually this like really savory and like very fulsome dish. So good. I'm so happy we went to that restaurant. We almost didn't because they weren't taking reservations for one night and we had to switch some things around, but I'm so happy we did because it was amazing. We went back to the hotel at this point. Our hotel was inside of a mall that had a projection mapping fountain show. It was on my top 3. I was really excited about it. The day that we were there, it was themed or when we showed up, because it happens every half hour, and I had forgotten to check the schedule and just knew it happened on the half hour. It ended up being themed to a video game I've never heard of and never seen since. But
this was the Canal City Illumination show?
That's it.
I had it on the list, but I didn't realize it was the mall that you were connected to. So that's convenient.
Yes. Yeah. So again, not a big video game person. And it was kind of like Halo almost. There were like spacemen fighting. But they made the fountain sound like gunfire for the fight that was happening on the side of the building. I don't know how else to explain it. It was very impressive, though.
That is impressive. That sounds like some stuff that you might see at Disney.
That's what I was thinking.
But are you saying they change it daily or they change the theme periodically?
So it happens every half hour. I found the schedule eventually on the website, but the website's mostly in Japanese, so I didn't know it existed. And so I was just kind of like, well, I know it happens every half hour. We'll just walk up at like a 9 or a 9:30 and see what it is.
Mm-hmm.
The next day, we were walking out of the hotel, and I just randomly looked to the side, and it was a Phantom of the Opera one.
Okay.
And I was really
and you're a theater gal.
I'm a theater gal, and they're doing Phantom of the Opera in the theater inside the mall, which I knew, but I didn't realize that one of the projection shows was Phantom, and we were in a rush, so I didn't know.
That's amazing, though, that they have so many variations of such a detailed show.
I know. It was really cool. I was very impressed. We went upstairs. I had a bath in the big fancy bathtub. Went to bed at 10:30. Final step count on this day was 20,000.
Okay. All right. You're working way back up.
I got to get ready for Disney.
That's right. But you had one more full day in Fukuoka, and Monday, November 10th. What did you do?
So we slept in a little bit this day and went downstairs to the concierge lounge for a quick snack. We also wanted to ask the concierge for the ferry schedule because we were going to go to an oceanside park this day. When we were at the concierge desk, she looked at me in my outfit and went, "It's very cold at the ocean. Are you sure you want to go?" And I looked at my phone app and I was like, "It says it's 15 degrees. I'm fine. I'm sure it'll be okay." We then went outside to go to a cafe to get a little bit more breakfast, and I understood what she meant. It was very windy this day, and I just hadn't thought to look at the wind. I'd only looked at the temperature. So, as we were in White Glass, looking at the day, we kind of ended up deciding not to do the Oceanside Park after all. We ended up deciding on doing the Fukuoka Tower, which has a view of the ocean, so this was another instance of us like reevaluating and saying, what did we actually want from going to the Oceanside Park? We wanted to see the ocean and see the views. We can do that from the tower. The other thing was that I was having a little bit of sniffles and like an almost cold on this day, and I knew Disney was coming. And so I wanted to try and take it easy as much as we could. So after we had our coffee and changed the plans for the day, we went to Ohori Park. So we took the subway to get there. This is when I noticed Fukuoka, instead of, well, they do number their stations like everyone else, but they also give their stations little icons. So the Ohori Park station has like a little pink flower, but then a different station that we saw had like an orange fan symbol on it. And I just thought it was a really easy, like non-linguistic way to indicate to someone so that when the station doors or when the train doors opened at a station, you saw the name of it, but you also saw the symbol, which I thought was really clever. We went to the park, we walked around, we ended up sitting on a bench and reading our books for like a half an hour this day, and it felt very peaceful and luxurious. And I was really happy that we kind of took a slower pace to this day.
Mm-hmm.
We'd been seeing a lot of swan pedal boats in Japan at all the parks we'd went to, and today was the day when we did it. So we went and rented one for like $10 or whatever and just pedaled around the water for half an hour. It was really great. Then we got back on the subway and went to Fukuoka Tower. They had two viewing decks and a restaurant viewing deck. It was really beautiful. I was really quite stunned to see like how far we could see. There were signs showing us, and like one of them was like, on a clear day, you should be able to see Korea. And I was kind of like, oh, wow, okay. That's quite impressive.
That is, yeah, it's just across the water when you're over there.
Mm-hmm. Really pretty sights. My sniffles had been getting a little bit worse, so we went to the viewing deck cafe for lunch instead of venturing further afield, and I ordered another Japanese curry because I found that they were like clearing my sinuses really well. This one was fine, nowhere near as good as the department store one earlier. Then we went back down, and they had a konbini, or like a convenience store, in the first floor. So I got some cold medication and some Kleenex packs, and I ended up getting these Kleenex packs that have lotion infused into them, and they're so good that I ended up buying a bunch more before we left Japan so I could bring them back for cold and flu season here.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, I decided because I was going to go back and have a nap in the afternoon, and my husband wanted to go to the club lounge to read his book and drink some coffee. And so instead of getting the train or a bus, we ended up taking a cab to the hotel. It was the only cab we did in Japan, but it was well worth it. I kind of napped with my eyes open and watched some West Wing while I sniffled in the room. Gareth went and got a coffee, and then we met back up at 4 to go out for the evening.
And What was the plan for the evening?
We had a Yatai tour. So this is another food tour. We booked this one with Buy Food Japan with a tour guide named Bruce, who we had actually seen on a couple of YouTube videos. We met him and our fellow tour participants at a mall courtyard. And this one was really interesting. We really liked our tour mates on this one, which we found made quite a big difference, especially because Bruce is really big, not on just sharing the food and the restaurants themselves, but what he calls yatai culture. Because what they started as, they are street stalls, and they started as like living rooms, basically, because most Japanese homes don't have large enough living rooms. So they would like meet up and you could like sit with like 6 to 10 other people and like have conversations, or you'd get to know the yatai owners and like talk to them a lot and things like that. So because Bruce as a tour guide is like quite invested in that part of it, he was a good conversationalist and got us to talk to lots of other people, which was really great. He was quite a good tour guide in that respect. And he seemed very like invested in people having a good time in a really lovely way. And he is an expat from the States. He's from the Seattle area. So he also kind of has a bit more bravado than our other tour guides, is what I would say. A lot of our Japanese tour guides were lovely, but quite demure.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was kind of a fun alternative to that. One of the interesting things with our tour, though, and one of the things he talked us through is that, so yatais are these street stalls and they don't exist like all of the time. They only exist at night, and the part of the permitting that they've only just started to do is that they come in and set up and then leave. So there's an electric box and a water source that they rent out, but they have to pack everything up every day. Part of that also means that sometimes, because they're very like independent and they're kind of regulated, but not a ton, and they're not really like a regular restaurant, sometimes the yatai owners just like don't show up. So Bruce had made us a reservation at the first yatai. And for the second yatai, he was like, we're going to line up for that one, but it's because it's worth it. And you should get to experience the lining up because that's also part of it. And we were like, okay. And then he took us around the corner and we stood there and he went, huh. We were like, what's going on, Bruce? He's like, well, this is where our yatai should be, but they're not here. So I'm just going to go WhatsApp for a little bit.
Even though you got a reservation, they just decided not to appear.
And to be fair, he said, he was like, I made the reservation for 20 minutes from now. So it's possible that they're almost here. Because they actually, and I timed it, they rolled in and set up in 15 minutes. It was fascinating to watch. Like, so that was then, and then like 5 to 10 minutes later, one of the servers came and he was like, oh, here she is. He talked to her in Japanese for a little bit and he was like, oh, it sounds like someone was just like running late for the like pickup process. They'll be here any minute. But one of the cool things about that being part of the thing is that we got to stand on the street corner and watch them set up our entire restaurant in 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm. They have it down.
It was really very impressive. And when they rolled it up, a lot of the other ones we had seen unloading around us had just like opened the back of a car door and like loaded everything out. But with that one, it rolled up on like a wooden cart. And then they opened everything and set it up from there. So it kind of looked like a Studio Ghibli film almost. And I was very, very pleased.
Mm-hmm.
The first yatai we sat at was lots of really good food. Bruce ended up ordering for us the whole night, basically, and things would just kind of come, which was really great. We didn't have to choose anything. I never looked at a menu. He asked us at the beginning, he said, does anyone have any dietary restrictions or allergies? And the couple we were with, this was one of those things where I was like, well, this will be like a good indication of who we're eating with tonight. And the couple we were with were like, oh, no allergies. And like at home, we have things we won't eat, but we're here just put food in front of us. We were like, oh, great. This is going to be fun. So we ended up at the first place having more oden, which was really exciting. So I got to try different oden. They also did yakitori. So yakitori is like skewers that they barbecue over charcoal, which means that like they rolled in, set up this whole thing, including lighting charcoal and getting it going hot enough, fast enough that they could barbecue over it. It was very impressive. We had a beef tendon dish with this amazing garlic sauce. Oh, and then they did yakitori, but instead of like chicken or anything like that, they'd taken pork, pounded it very thin, and then wrapped it around a shiso leaf, and then put that on it was like a lollipop, like a meat lollipop. So good. This one we found with the yatais as we did this stop and the next stop. Bruce was telling us that yatais have like a very specific feeling to each of them, and they're all very different. And this one was run by a lot of young people, and you could kind of tell because they were blaring pop music the whole time. And there was a lot less chit chat. They were very quiet. They didn't really want to talk all that much. And they were mostly focused on just like making the food as opposed to what like Bruce calls the like yatai culture of talking to each other and things like that. They weren't as interested in that part of it. We also, while we were sitting there, looked at the yatai next door. And Bruce told us, he was like, I used to take people there and I won't do it anymore. And I was like, that's an interesting thing to say.
Yeah, so why?
Why? And he was like, I'll talk to you about it like when we leave, like when we're like a few yatais over. And they told me while we were waiting in line for the next one, it used to be run by this woman who he said was amazing, was really good at the like yatai culture part of it, and he loved the food. She passed away last year, which was quite sad. And he actually said he knows all the yatai owners quite a bit, that he like went to the hospital and visited her when she was sick. And so, but now it's been taken over by her son, and her son is great and he makes just fine food. But in Bruce's words, he has a fascination with fire that his mom never had. And we had seen quite big flames coming from that one, and that one had a roof. And he was like, he seems really interested in the fire, and I think that's great. And to be honest, he also said, you're like, he has quite the Instagram following from it, but it doesn't feel safe to me. So I just don't go anymore.
I don't blame him. That sounds like the fire department's going to be out any time now.
It was fascinating. So that was our last of the food and stuff like that at the first yatai. Then we left and we waited in line at the second yatai. Although between yatais, he also took I thought this was quite smart because you're eating on the street. And he looked at us and he was like, does anyone need a bathroom break? I was like, I do need a bathroom break. And I really just didn't know what to say. And he was like, oh, it's really fine. We popped into a hotel that was on the same street, used the hotel lobby bathrooms, and then popped right back out and went to the second yatai. This one we waited, but it was really worth it. It was the best food and the chattiest group that we had. There was, so the yatai owner himself was quite chatty and like really personable and things like that. But then also there was a couple from Mexico who were there who recognized Bruce from a YouTube video. So they kind of like instantly warmed up and chit-chatted. And then the other people that were sitting in the yatai with us were some vets who were in town for a swine convention, like pork.
Swine convention.
I didn't know they had them either. They were in town from the Philippines. They were really lovely and talked to Bruce at the end when they were leaving. They were like, we want to visit a few more. Which ones would you recommend? And he gave them a bit of a lowdown and once again said, please don't go to the man with the fire. And things like that. And they were lovely. And as they were leaving, they were trying to ask for the receipt so they could claim it because they were there for work. And Bruce actually helped them translate that moment with the restaurant owner who was so confused and was like, I don't know why you want a slip of paper. And so that was really great. But most importantly, at the second yatai was the food. So this one had bacon wrapped mochi, I've had a lot of mochi in my life. I've never had savory mochi, and it was life-changing. So good. We had beef and garlic scapes with his special house-made sauce that he won't tell anyone what's in it, but it was incredible. We had an omelet that they made, again, on a street corner, and it was, I think, the greatest omelet I've ever had. It was fluffy and delicious, and it was wrapped around manteico, which is like a spicy cod roe that is very famous in Fukuoka. And then last but not least, we had ramen. This is a pork-based ramen that is famous for the area, and it was tasty and heartwarming. We went back to the hotel. We had drinks at the hotel bar. I had another lovely bath to try and help save my feet before Disney. In bed by 10:30, and the final step count was 15,000.
Okay. I'm glad that you're taking it easy, ramping up for probably some higher step days to come. Okay, now we've gotten to the last part of your trip, which is the Tokyo Disney part. Tuesday, November 11th, you're taking the train back to Tokyo. But one thing I'm fascinated by is that your journey so far has been incremental. You've sort of been making your way down the island, and now you're going all the way back to Tokyo. So
Yes.
how long a journey?
Not as long as you would think, because we got to take the bullet train. So we got on the train at 10:15 and got off the train at 3:15. So it would have been 5 hours. Not that bad. And after doing the 14-hour flight or whatever, it seemed super easy.
Yeah, it's just fascinating.
Yeah. And it is a really long distance. But again, because the Shinkansen is so efficient and moves so quickly, it was not a hard thing to do.
Okay. Talk us through it.
So that morning, I woke up very early, as I often do on Disney days, because it feels kind of like Christmas. So I woke up at 6:30, finished packing, went for breakfast at the club lounge, and then we had some more time in the room. So we read our books, enjoyed the very nice upgrade suite a little longer, and then went to check out, pardon me, just before 9. Got to the station and looked for food for the train. We ended up getting more onigiri, and then an influencer who I follow called TDR Explorer is his account name. He's quite popular when you go to Tokyo.
I'm very familiar with him.
He, 2 days beforehand on a Instagram story, had shared a picture of KFC chips and was like, if you're not eating these, you're doing Japan wrong. And I was like, well, so I hunted them down in the train station, and I can assure you he is correct. Deep fried Kentucky Fried Chicken chips are delicious. And then we went up to the platform to catch the train. This was our longest train ride, so we opted for the green car experience. It's their version of first class for the bullet trains. Very different than first class on a flight, though. No included food or drink, but they have bigger seats. So instead of 3 seats and 2 seats, and they're kind of like economy sized, they are the bigger seats, and it's just 2 by 2. They came through. This is it doesn't sound like an extra service, but it is in Japan. They came through to get your garbage regularly. One of the staff members. It's quite a known part of Japanese culture that there's very few public trash cans, but there's also very little trash. Everyone kind of carries around little plastic bags with them that they put their trash into, and then they carry it with them for the rest of the day until they get home. So it was
interesting.
Quite different to get someone coming through and taking our trash rather than us taking it to the train station garbage or our hotel garbage. There was a snack cart, so we could have bought snacks on the train, but they were very limited and there was no drinks.
I am fascinated by the long travel days without food service.
I am too. And again, it just required research. We knew about this beforehand. And so when we would get to a train station, it was like, okay, we're here. First stop, go to a convenience store, get your food, get your drinks, get all of it so that you're ready to go. The 5-hour journey flew by. We got to see all of the same kind of countryside that we'd already seen, but in reverse. I finished my book because I like to read. I've read a lot on this trip, but I don't find Disney vacations very conducive to it for me. My brain gets overwhelmed by sitting still and not like thinking about wait times. So it was nice to finish a book so that I wasn't worried about whether or not I was reading it and finish with that world. And I also watched some of my favorite Tokyo Disney YouTubes as like a refresher on our way. We then got to Tokyo Station. It's a really big station. And so getting from the Shinkansen platform to the platform for the subway that takes you out to Tokyo Disneyland was quite a distance and was longer than I thought it would be. That being said, the colors on the floor again really helped. So I knew from looking online that the JR line that we needed to get from Tokyo Station to my Hama Station, where Tokyo Disneyland is the red one. So we could just follow the red stripe on the floor and know where we were going. And also, once we got pretty close to the platform for the subway, everything was Disney. There were Lorcana ads. There were ads for Disney games I've never heard of that apparently only exist on like phones in Tokyo. So that was really cool to see. There was even a Disney store, like a really small one, but there was a Disney store right above the train platform. So it was helpful to know we were going in the right direction. We still only had our backpacks and the duffel at this point, so we were also moving quite efficiently. And at this point, the crowd was already starting to change to a lot more Disney tourists. Lots of really big rolling bags for this train, lots of people looking rather lost and confused. And it felt nice and like a bit of vindication because when we planned this, I planned Tokyo to be the last thing because I wanted to be fully acclimated and kind of have my feet under me before we started doing Disney.
Your vibe that you're talking about right now is very different than when you started.
Exactly. We've had our onsen time. We know about the stripes on the floor. We know how to read the stations and exits and stuff like that. Or like we saw a family really struggling on the platform because Google had told them that they should go to platform 3, right? Because of the time that they'd done it. But they had lots of little ones, lots of bags, and it had clearly taken them a while to get there. So it was the same train leaving on platform 4, but the one on platform 4 was an express and was actually leaving sooner than the one on platform 3. But because they didn't know that, they got so confused and I could hear them kind of figuring it out as the doors closed. I was like, I'm so sorry. But yeah. So it was nice to kind of have that vindication early on that it was a good call. We got off the JR line at my Hama station and transferred to the Disney monorail. This was a pretty simple process. The transit IC cards that we had used in every public transit service all across Japan, so you don't need regional ones, it works for all of them, also works for the monorail at Disney because the monorail at Disney is not included as part of the resort. It is a fully functioning public transit line, and so you do have to pay for your use of it. Just a little different.
And you were taking it to the Toy Story Hotel, which is a very fun public transit stop.
Yes. So we took it to, I think it's called from Resort Gateway Station to, what is it called? Hotel Station or something like that. And went to the Toy Story Hotel. It's adorable. The lobby is full of like Toy Story references, and it was Christmas time at this point, so it also had like wreaths with Buzz Lightyear's glove inside of it, kind of a thing, or like a wooden Christmas tree toy that had little Bo Peeps in it and things like that. It was really cute. Check-in for this hotel was probably like the longest check-in process we had, and that's because we were picking up our vacation package information as well as checking into the hotel. A big shout out to one of your Patreons who helped / pointed me in the right direction for the page where you can combine your reservations so that we didn't have to move rooms between the first night and the second night because we had booked them separate.
And for people listening, this is because the pre-trips go up on Patreon in real time. And so someone had heard her pre-trip and said, here is some helpful information. So I think I forwarded it to you.
You did.
So that
Oh,
was helpful to
helpful.
get. That's the perk of the patrons sort of participating in real time.
And again, I'm so grateful. I did feel a little silly because it's the kind of thing that I would like know to look for on the domestic park site,
Mm-hmm.
but just had not even crossed my mind that I could do the same thing with the Japanese website or that I could find it at all. So very helpful. But check-in did take a while because we needed to go through all of our vacation package stuff in addition to just checking into the hotel room.
Mm-hmm.
The check-in process itself was really lovely. They took their time talking us through it all, made sure that we understood every part of the vacation package we had booked and how to use it, which was really nice, as well as some of the amenities and things like that. We went upstairs to the room. The room beds here were very small. I had known that and conceived of it a little, but because we'd had such great luck in our hotels so far of really nice big beds. And in particular, we had just come from our upgrade fancy suite. So basically, they call them doubles. I would call them a twin or like an extended twin, kind of. So we ended up like Lucy and Rickying, like I Love Lucy kind of a thing for this part of the leg because there was just no way we were both going to fit in a bed. The room itself, though, was actually quite big, which was fascinating.
It is like, what's up? I don't understand. Small beds, big room.
Yeah, there was like a really nice big hallway going down and with the bathroom on the right. And then when you got in the room, there were the two small beds, but there was also like a table and a chair and the full entertainment set and stuff like that. And there was a third trundle bed as well that we could have used, I suppose, if there were three of us. So it's made to sleep four, or I think they technically will let you sleep 5 people in there. I wouldn't do it. That seems like a recipe for disaster. But yeah, it was really interesting. The room setup was quite different. And yeah, I'm glad that we just kind of pretty instantly were like, well, we'll just sleep in separate beds. It works at the Ryokan. Uh, and then we looked through all of the vacation packages, ticket stuff again. It's all run on paper tickets rather than digital tickets. And so we just wanted to make sure we knew which tickets we needed what day for doing which thing. So it was good to spend some time with that. Then we went to the gift shop in the hotel and took a look at what they had. It was really cute. A lot of it was Toy Story themed. So they had like these big fuzzy hats are quite popular because they, despite it being like 17 degrees, they consider it the start of winter. And so everyone was walking around with like gloves and hats and scarves. And they have very big puffy ones that are like ham or T-Rex, things like that. And then they also had some like more generic Christmas stuff as well. We then got on the monorail to go get some snacks. We ended up going to a place called Roti's House, which doesn't serve roti. It serves like American fare. So we got soy sauce seasoned fries and a couple of drinks. It was fine. This is at Expiari or Expari, which is like their version of downtown Disney. It was quite big and like impressive in terms of the number of stores and the kinds of stores that they had, but it was not like anything to write home about, especially because we'd been eating very well. We then went to Bon Voyage Gifts. This was my first like big gift store at Tokyo Disney. One of the main things I found very different about Tokyo Disney is the merch shopping was quite frantic. And especially because everything else in Japan had been so calm and so just like purposeful, to feel like a weird frenzy and like really busy. And I just ended up getting overwhelmed in a number of the gift shops. So this was our first one. I also got confused because when we were walking up, there was a giant line of people. And I was like, I've heard that they do standby passes for gift shops here if they get too busy. And I know that the Christmas merch just dropped. But why are they lining? So I went up to a cast member and we had a Google Translate conversation. And she explained that they had roped off the area with the holiday merch. And that if I wanted to go into that section, I needed to get a standby pass. And then once I had my standby pass, I then had to also wait. Like the standby pass was not to like let you directly inside. It was to grant you the privilege of waiting in the hour and a half long line.
Okay.
And so I was like, I don't need Christmas merch that bad.
And is it resellers that make it so busy?
Part of it, I think there's a really big resale market. I also think we talked about this a little bit with a friend of ours. Japan loves merch and they
Well, they have good merch too.
they have really good merch, but they love that kind of stuff. And when they are fans, like they do fandom wholeheartedly. So walking through Tokyo Station, we saw like very put together businessmen carrying like big Tokyo Disney Christmas tote bags with a stuffy inside of them because they had gone to like work their 9 to 5. And then after their 9 to 5, they went to the park to like watch a parade with their stuffed animal. Because when they love something, they just love it so wholeheartedly that they genuinely are totally fine to go line up for an hour and a half if it means that they get the special Christmas stuffy.
Yeah. I think that's so fun though.
It's great and it's quite impressive and lovely, but it did mean that the merch stores were a little overwhelming. The interesting
I was
thing,
going to say, is this part of Harajuku culture? Like,
I guess
you know what I mean?
so.
It's like
Yeah.
cool, it's fun, it's like a way, I don't know, it's cute. Maybe it doesn't apply to the businessman, but it just feels like kawaii Harajuku. You know what I mean?
Yes,
Like it just
exactly.
feels very fun.
I agree. Yeah. I will say the thing I found interesting, so I had this whole conversation about what it was, and I was like, okay, well then, I probably won't get Christmas merch while we're here, and that's fine. So we went into what was considered the normal merchandise side, and I was looking around, and I found a Tokyo Disney advent calendar because they don't consider the food gifts part of the Christmas merch line. So that stuff, and then some of the items with they have a specific logo slash merchandise character for the holiday season called Little Ring Ring. It's really cute. It's like Mickey dressed up as a Christmas gnome.
Oh, that's so cute.
A bunch of his stuff that I guess must have been like easier to make or they had more of that was like less limited was in the normal side of the shop. So I got my Tokyo Disney Advent calendar and I got a little ring ring keychain that I'm going to use as a Christmas ornament, but that I could just get on the regular side of the store. So
You didn't know what you were missing. They were just doing the other stuff.
I looked over, it was like some mugs, or one of the ones I know for sure it was is there's a pillow with little ring ring on it that says "Have a jolly time," and that one we saw lines for in the park, and the line in the park was 2 hours long, and it was just to get a pillow. Because there was someone at the end of the line with a sign that said, the wait is this amount of time. This is the merch item at the end. And I was like, huh, okay. Good for you.
And that is hilarious, but also a little bit relatable. You just are a lot of merch. Very popular. I don't know if this is a silly question, but are most of the people that you're seeing at Tokyo Disney, are they Japanese people?
Excellent question. I think we were thinking about this a little bit earlier. My in-laws asked the same question. I would say 75 to 80% of the people are Asian. So, and that would be a mix of Japanese, Korean, and Chinese because there is quite a bit of tourism between China, Korea, and Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other 20 to 25% would be maybe not Caucasian, but seemingly North American, European.
Mm-hmm. Easterners?
Yeah. It's definitely, I heard more English around me in the parks
Mm-hmm.
than I heard in any other place in Japan, for sure.
When you were describing the difference in luggage and then the different behavior around shopping, I was like, are these Americans? Are these Canadians? Are these European? Like, it sounds a little bit different vibe.
It was a really different vibe. And in a way, I kind of wasn't expecting before we got there.
Mm-hmm.
But it definitely feels like its own little like subculture when you're in Japan. And again, because we'd been in Japan for like a week and a half at that point, we'd kind of acclimatized to the rest of it. And so to kind of come back to a Disney life and be like, oh, this is very different
Mm-hmm.
than the rest of the country. It was really interesting.
It does. It seems interesting. I can tell from your descriptions that it's a change up.
Yeah. After that, so in addition to the Bon Voyage gift store, there is a Tokyo Disney store. So not associated with the resorts, but just like a Disney store for Tokyo inside the same mall. So we went there mostly because I wanted to look at socks. My Uniqlo socks were still not really cutting it, and I knew that big park days were coming. So I found some Mickey crew socks that were thicker and worked a lot better. And then we also got some souvenirs for our nieces and nephews who were there. Then it was time for dinner, and I told my husband he got free reign on our dinner plans for that night because we were about to do Disney, and that's all me. So he could choose whatever he wanted, and he chose the Outback Steakhouse.
Mm-hmm.
We got a burger and a steak quesadilla and some fries, and
Do you have Outbacks in Toronto?
probably somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really, we don't eat at those kind of like chain restaurants very often, which I think is part of why he chose it.
Guess where else they have them? Here. Puerto
Yes.
Rico. There's an Outback Steakhouse.
And again, we had eaten really good. Like it didn't matter to me at that point. I was like, we did the traditional sushi dinners. We went on a yatai tour. Like we've done Japanese food and done it really well. I don't mind having a steak quesadilla.
But I have a theory or whatever. Like if you're on a long trip and you're eating unique food a lot, it's sometimes nice to be able to take a break and eat something that feels a little bit more familiar.
Yes.
And because people often make fun of like McDonald's around the world. I'm like, yeah, but sometimes if you're eating all unique food, it's nice to just have McDonald's in the middle. It doesn't make you, uncultured. You're just doing something familiar one time.
And like even I was interested in seeing how it would compare because we were going into the parks and I was like, well, park food is kind of like burgers and pizza and stuff. So I wondered, but the park food was very different and we got some different things. So I think it worked out really well.
Mm-hmm.
Then we took the monorail back to the hotel. The Disney hotels all have their own convenience stores. So we did our traditional last of the night conveni run and got some bedtime drinks and breakfast snacks for the next day so that we could have them waiting in the early entry line. We went to sleep pretty early that night at about 9 or 9:30. My step count was 11,000.
It's about to go up. I'm glad you got to continue your routine for your breakfast. That part at least was familiar. So the next day was Wednesday, November 12th, and you had plans for Tokyo Disneyland.
Yes. Woke up real early this morning because we wanted to get to the line for early entry pretty early. One of the things about Tokyo Disney is that they don't mind lining up. They are happy to line up for a long amount of time. And so we want, even for early entry, because you're using the same security lines as everyone else. So even if you have a happy entry, or which is what they call early entry, even if you have a happy entry ticket, you can't bypass the security line. So if the line is 45 minutes when you get there, you just have to wait 45 minutes. And I didn't want to get too bogged down in it. So We had our hotel room coffee and konbini breakfast that we had gotten in the room, and then we left the room at 7:30. We took the monorail to Disneyland because it wasn't walkable. We got to security at about, or we got through security at about 8. So we spent about half hour, 45 minutes waiting in the security line before getting through the ticket gates. Then we waited at the ticket gates until 8:30. At about 8:15, because at that point the ticket gates were even having like big long lines, what they do is they send characters into the area just behind the ticket gates to wave at people and kind of like do a little dance. So they played the Nutcracker, and Chip and Dale like did ballet while we were all standing there and waiting. It was very cute. The ticket gates opened at 8:30. Our vacation package that we booked came with a unlimited rides ticket. So any ride that had a fast pass, or what they call a standby queue, any ride that had a standby queue, we could go on it as many times as we wanted at any time we wanted throughout the day. And this proved very crucial. Early entry is only 15 minutes. For Tokyo Disney, it is not meant for you to get in and ride rides. In fact, the rides aren't open yet when you get in. Most of the rides don't open until 9.
What is it for?
It's for getting in line for your first ride. That's the whole thing. So when we got in, because we had booked the fast pass ticket and because I knew that we had that access for the rest of the day and I didn't have to worry about getting to my first ride line, we got to watch all of the masses hurry and run and like be a little frantic trying to get to their first ride of the day. And we just got to stroll down Main Street. It was so beautiful. It was fully decorated for Christmas. So there was a giant tree in the middle of Main Street. There were wreaths and garlands everywhere. They were playing classic Christmas music. So we walked down and I had a nice long cry because I had finally gotten here and I spent, I think, like 2 years planning this trip. So I got to have my nice little moment. While I was having my nice little moment, the other thing that early entry is for booking your DPA passes. Because while we had access to all the rides, they also have premier access for parades and fireworks and shows like that. And they have a really good mobile order system. So my lovely husband, who I had talked through the strategy a lot in the like hour-long wait in the lines outside of the park, he got on the phone as soon as we were in so that I could have my nice little stroll, and he booked us our first parade DPA access. And then he also booked us a mobile order for the waffle company for a 9:20 return time to have some Mickey waffles.
I had that in my notes. So you wanted Main Street, Castle, and waffles, and it feels like check, check, check.
Check, check, check. And the mobile order came in clutch because they didn't have mobile order for the Great American Waffle Company until like a week and a half ago.
Oh, nice. I'm glad. Right. You were like a guinea pig.
Yeah.
So you said he booked one of the parades. And then in my notes, I put secretly hoping to see all 3 parades.
We did.
So,
we didn't book tickets for all 3, but we saw all 3.
Okay. So you can you buy tickets to all 3?
Yes, but there's a timer system on it.
Mm-hmm.
And the timer system changes. So when we were there that day, because I'm saying all of this like a little caveated that they do like to change it. When we went, you had an hour you had to wait between bookings.
Okay. So you book your first one, wait, and then see what you can get.
Exactly.
Kind of like the old Genie Plus system.
Exactly.
Where you had a little bit of a wait. Okay, I got it.
We did pay though per parade and per person. I asked my husband afterwards, because again, he was the guy in the chair or the guy on the phone. And he was like, oh, I didn't look. So he just paid for it without kind of understanding how much it was. And they do have dynamic pricing. So it should have been anywhere from like $15 to $25 a person.
Mm-hmm. Which is wild for a parade, but you have limited time.
I also, and we can get to it later, loved their parade booking system. I'm mildly obsessed with it, and I kind of would, I really hope that the American parks take it on at some point because it was amazing.
Do you like it because you don't love crowds? So it's a way to make that more manageable, or what?
I liked it because everyone who wanted a good view of the parade got a good view of the parade. And on the parades that we didn't book for,
Mm-hmm.
because other people had booked for it, there was a lot easier ways to walk up and just watch it. So when we couldn't book the third parade or the fireworks show because they sold out. And I was really sad about it when it happened until we got to the parade and the fireworks show. And we, again, spoilers, walked up 10 minutes before each of those shows and had a perfect view because everyone who was dying for the perfect view had already paid for it, and it had kind of like dissipated all of them so that the actual standing room seats were a lot easier to get.
And
So
it sounds like it reduces the intensity.
yes.
Okay. I get it.
Yeah.
I like that.
Okay. Back at it. So we made our Mickey Waffle booking, made our parade booking, and then walked towards the castle. Ended up meeting another Canadian family in front of the castle. So I took a photo of them. They offered to take photos of us, but I didn't feel like I needed one. So I said, that's okay. Go ride your rides. We're all good. And then we went into Fantasyland and we were going to start using it, Fantasyland rides because they don't have standby queues. Until we figured out that none of those rides open until 9. And at this point, it was like 8:45. So we ended up going to Pooh's Honey Hunt, which would have been one we could skip the line for, but was also just the only one open. It had a posted 8-minute wait, which is their joke, kind of like Haunted Mansion. Do you know about this?
Yes, 13 minutes.
Yes. So Haunted Mansion, it's 13. For Pooh's Honey Hunt in Tokyo Disney, it's 8 minutes because in Japanese, 8 is hachi, which is the same word they use for bumblebee.
Oh, that's
So,
cute.
true walk-on. Pooh's Honey Hunt was the first trackless ride ever invented in the world. It was awesome. I'm not a big Winnie the Pooh head. I don't love the other Winnie the Pooh rides I've been on. This one was great. You got a lot of time in each of the rooms, and they moved everyone so you got to see every part of the room before moving on to the next one. And my husband ended up putting this in like his top 3 for that park because it was actually very cool. Then by the time we got off of that, the Fantasyland rides were starting to open. So we went and did Peter Pan. Peter Pan is a must ride for me in every park. I've ridden it everywhere we go, and I always will. Although I will say, going from the like trackless, fancy Winnie the Pooh ride to a very tracked, very old Peter Pan ride was a trip. We were very aware of how much the pirate ship was creaking as we flew over Neverland.
I feel like that is a common experience in Disney parks.
Yeah.
You know, brand new, old, and things are broken.
Little dichotomy. I will say, nothing was broken on any of the rides in Japan. One of the things about Tokyo Disneyland that I've learned in my research is that they will very consistently put rides down for refurbishment. So a couple of the big rides were down for refurbishment and down for like a full refurbishment while we were gone, like 4 weeks kind of a thing. But they do that because if they do it that way, everything works when you're there.
Mm-hmm.
Rides don't go down for temporary suspensions. You're not going to ride the Frozen ride and have one of the animatronics not functioning because they just don't do that.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a trade-off. The other thing, they're very big on which rides they'll allow you to use your phone on and which ones they won't. They'll tell you really clearly with a very clear English sign throughout the queue and a person at the front. And again, through my research, I've learned this is because they did a bunch of research when phones started being a thing. And the main reason why they had to shut down rides was people were dropping their phones. So they just went, well, no phones. Easy fix.
I know. There's lots of good reasons not to have phones too.
We did Dumbo after Peter Pan, probably the longest we waited for a ride. It was 15 minutes. Then we went over and had our waffles. They were strawberry flavored because it's Christmas time and strawberries are red.
Mm-hmm.
Really tasty. I did end up getting whipped cream on my coat and my pants, but delicious. We realized when we were eating our waffles that mobile order was going to be our best friend. The waffle line when we were there was 80 minutes.
And you said that one was new, but like mobile ordering wasn't new. It's just at that location?
Just at that location.
Okay.
But it seems like mobile order is not really a thing that most of the like Japanese patrons or the patrons who are there have taken on.
Mm-hmm.
So again, it was an 80-minute wait for waffles, but we had booked it an hour before.
That is so bananas. Like, I cannot imagine waiting that long to eat a waffle.
I also can't, but that was really consistent. So they do a really good job of putting wait times for their food locations on the app. And it was, most of the restaurants were at hour-long waits all day long.
Mm-hmm.
So because mobile order was going to be such a clutch thing, we made our lunch order for Huey, Dewey, and Louie's Good Time Cafe while we were eating our waffles for lunch.
And is that because like the return times were just that far out, or you just thought we'll just reserve it while we were thinking about it kind of thing?
Just reserve it while we were thinking about it. Very much like a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush kind of a thing. I actually don't think we ever saw mobile order windows sell out while we were there.
Because people weren't using it.
Yeah. But it was better safe than sorry. So we did that. And then we also got our second parade premiere access because it was 9:40 at that point. So it was an hour after we'd booked the first one.
And that was, so you purchased those two you had purchased. I got
it. Then we went and did It's a Small World. It was a posted 10-minute wait, and it doesn't have a separate standby queue. So we just did the standby line, and it was a true 10-minute. But it kind of felt like a walk-on. They have a really big queue area, and it's inside and fully covered for It's a Small World. It was really cute. They also do the Disneyland character style integration. So we got to see like Cinderella in France and all those kinds of things.
I remember hearing Groot was there. I don't know.
Not while we were there.
Temporarily.
And I'm so sad about it.
He's so cute.
We got through it, and my husband was like, "What are you talking about, Groot? How would they have possibly put Groot into this ride?" And then I showed him pictures, and he was like, "Oh, that's pretty cute." So, highly recommend to Google. It was.
Do they do Christmas versions of rides?
No.
Okay.
Not that I saw it. No, they maybe have one for Jungle Cruise, but we didn't do Jungle Cruise because I can't understand Japanese. So there's no way to understand the jokes. So it just didn't seem worth it. After It's a Small World, so that was a 10-minute wait, and we did that at about 9:55 as like a timestamp of where we are in the morning. Then we went to do Beauty and the Beast. The Enchanted Tales of Beauty and the Beast is a trackless, dark ride, but it was made pretty recently. The standby at this point was 150 minutes. Just nuts. But also not the longest standby wait I saw for that ride or for any ride, quite frankly. I tried to do timestamps on some of this, but I will say with the Premier Access, and specifically because we didn't have booking times, so we weren't showing up with everyone else that had a 10 a.m. booking at 10 a.m. We were showing up at like 10:07 or whatever. Because of all of that, every standby queue we used, just a walk-on.
Yeah.
If it wasn't a walk-on, I noted it, but for the most part, we were just breezing through lines using that pass. This one, we had a bit of a longer queue, but that's mostly because people were taking photos in the line. Lots and lots of photos in the line. And I get it. It's a really impressive queue. I was really interested, and something I didn't catch from watching videos or descriptions beforehand. The queue is very dark for Enchanted Tales of Beauty and the Beast. It's really clearly set up like the story, as if you are Belle and the Beast is sad, and so the castle is dark, like physically dark. And so when we were waiting for the first showroom, there were a number of toddlers crying, just so scared.
Mm.
And I think it was a really cool effect for the adults in the room. But I also think it's important to note, if you're going to take kids, that it's kind of almost set up like Haunted Mansion. It felt like being in the stretching room for the first pre-show, because there was lightning effects and big dark story about why the Beast was so sad and the rose is losing its petals and all this kind of stuff. And it turns happy as you follow Belle through the ride.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're little, it's hard to understand that. And instead you just hear creepy music and flickering lights. And yeah, they were getting really scared. The pre-show was so impressive. They do a projection effect to show the story as if it's on stained glass in the lobby of the Beast's castle, and it was very impressive. Then you go into the second queue, and that one has shadow effects of Mrs. Pot and Chip, but also this amazing shadow effect of the Beast, as if he's getting ready for dinner before Be Our Guest with Lumiere and Cogsworth. And he, again, gives a big roar, so there were a lot of crying children in the second queue again. But then you get into the loading area. The ride vehicle for this is Teacups. It's a trackless ride. There's 2 rows in the teacups, and the second row is a little raised, so everyone's got a really good view. I was a little surprised. This ride in particular, I very intentionally was I don't want any spoilers. I'm not watching videos. I'm listening to very limited descriptions of what this is like, because I want to try and experience it as in real life as I can. So we got onto the teacups, and I knew it would be a teacup. What I didn't know is that it would tilt. So
Oh my gosh.
spins, and it also tilts like this. So that was really surprising for the first room, but ended up adding to the musicality of it, especially for Be Our Guest. So room number 1 is Be Our Guest. How much do you want me to describe this ride, I guess?
I mean, if people don't want to hear it, go forward 60 seconds.
It might take me longer. Room 1, the Be Our Guest song. You start in the dark. It's just Lumiere. And then as your teacup spins around the room, they intentionally point your direction, or point your viewpoint, so that they can add set pieces. So you turn around and you come back to the table, and now suddenly Belle has the gray stuff in front of her, and it wasn't there before. Oh, now they've added dancing forks. Oh, now they've added the chandelier and the napkins. It just
I love that.
blew my mind. And you stay in the rooms for a while. We heard the full song of Be Our Guest and got the whole effect, including Cogsworth jumping into the Jell-O mold.
This
So
is a
funny.
dream. I have always wanted the dancing scene from Beauty and the Beast to come to life. That's what I've always wanted.
It exists. It's in Japan.
I love that. Now I'm going to spoil myself and go watch videos.
The second room is when they're walking around in the snow, there's something there I haven't seen before. I think that's the song. And there's the horse and everything. This is another one. You get almost the entire song, and we pulled into the room, and I was like, what are you going to do for a full song? I should not have second-guessed them at all, because basically as you went around to Belle, they were adding birds to the Beast. You know how when he has the bird seed and they keep adding birds in the animation? They did that in real life with the Beast animatronic. It was so great. And then after that, you flow out, and I kind of expected to go into the dance scene, but instead it's them on the balcony looking at like the stars, and it's the end of the dance scene. I was like, that's interesting. But it's because of the way that they do the second half of the ride. So you see that, and then as you're seeing that, you hear Gaston and the villagers come behind you, and it whips you around, and you see like shadows and all this kind of stuff, and you can hear the beast fall. And then the next scene that they land you in is the beast on the ground, Belle beside him. He's very clearly like about to die or whatever, and then the tears fall and like he gets healed. But the most amazing thing is that they do the transformation of the beast lying down into the full magic whip around of him transforming into the prince. They do it in real life with animatronics. And I don't know how to explain it other than like real, pure magic in real life to see this beast literally and physically transform into a prince in front of your eyes.
That's amazing.
I can't stop thinking about it. I cried so hard.
But was this one of the ones that you got to go on with your unlimited?
Yep.
Right? So, and you can repeat those.
I sure did.
So you did repeat? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, we left this ride. I went to the gift shop, and then I looked at my husband and was like, we're going on at least one more time. Like, what do you mean at least? What?
Yeah.
You want to go on twice more? And I was like, I will go on this ride all day.
It's called unlimited.
It's unlimited. Why would we limit ourselves? Anyways, so the music swells. After the transformation, they whip you around to show you the rose repairing itself, and then warm light washes up, and you go into the ballroom and you watch them dance that waltz in real life. Mrs. Potts and Chip, Lumiere, Plumette, Cogsworth as real people are there, and you get the full song to just like dance around. And again, the cup is tilting in perfect time, and you just go around this room. It's so magical.
This alone could be a commercial to go into Tokyo Disney.
I honestly, we went to Tokyo Disney Sea the next day. We went to Fantasy Springs and rode those rides too, and they're great. I think this is the best ride I've ever been on. Like, I can't stop thinking about it.
That's awesome.
So, yes, I went to the gift shop. I got a magnet specifically for the ride. And then was like, well, I guess we'll go ride other stuff. So we ended up going to Monsters, Inc. next. This one is like a gamified ride. You have a flashlight and you use it to illuminate different monsters to show them. It's really cute. My husband was really bummed because there's no scores. You just like are revealing things throughout the ride.
He wants to win?
Yeah. And he's very good at it too, which you'll see at Toy Story the next day.
I'm a terrible combo if I like to win and I don't. You know, like all the shooter like points games, I'm like, I'll never do very well, but I really want to.
My husband is surprisingly and like supremely good at them, and it's annoying because I haven't beat him on any of them. We've done.
I need him to do tutorial.
I don't know if he could, because again, I asked him, I was like, are you watching like the tips videos of like how to hit targets and stuff? And he's like, no, you just do it. And I was like, okay.
Some of us can't just do it, sir.
So, Monsters, Inc. was really cute, really fun, lots of giggles. Then we stumbled onto Star Tours. They had a 5-minute wait, and it has a priority access line, but they hadn't opened it yet because it's just not that popular. But my husband is a big Star Wars fan, so we always do Star Tours. This time, more than any other time, I had a little bit of shaky legs leaving it. The motion sickness, I think, is coming for me the older I get, and this one was like a not fun experience. So once we left Star Tours, I was like, I need to sit. So we went and sat for a bit in Toontown until our lunch window opened. Lunch was at noon. Huey, Dewey, and Louie's Good Time Cafe. They have bao bun sandwiches. So We got both kinds and split fries and a drink. So they have one that's a Donald Duck bao bun, so it's his feet, and inside is a seafood patty. And then the other one is Mickey's glove as a bao bun, and inside is teriyaki chicken and a fried egg. Really good, very messy, but tasty. Then it was time for the first parade of the day. This is their brand new Christmas parade. Tokyo Disney has like a pretty clear timeline. They turn over their parades every 5 years. So every 5 years they redo the parade.
I cannot imagine.
Yeah.
And also, the Christmas parade was a normal part of the park.
Yes.
Seeing that's awesome.
Completely normal part of the park. And this was only the third performance of this Christmas parade ever, because this is their new one, because the other one hit its 5-year H mark.
Mm-hmm.
We bought Premier Access for them. So here's how Premier Access works for parades and shows at Tokyo Disney.
Mm-hmm.
On the parade route, there's 4 sections that are roped off. And this is in addition to a special area you can buy a vacation package specifically for shows and parades. So different than the unlimited rides one. You can't get unlimited rides and the parade access. You have to choose. So that's a separate area. But there's 4 areas marked off with ropes. There's cast members at each one. And on the ground are little circles that say A5. So A is your section, 5 is your row, seat 21 and 22. Except there's no chair. It's just the ground and a little circle. There are, I think, in some of those roped off sections, 15 rows of spots for people. But at Tokyo Disney, everyone sits on the ground for parades.
Hallelujah.
Everyone
should do that.
So if you are in row 8, you have the same view as row 15.
That's amazing.
It's so good. And they have these great cast members who are helping everyone find their seats and all this kind of stuff. But they also do little entertainment bits while you're waiting for the parade to hit your section. They teach you part of the dance or practice your cheer or all this kind of stuff. And as part of that, they also, about 5 minutes before the parade hits your section, ask everyone to take their hats and their ears off to help improve the view. And everyone just does it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I love it.
I love it so much.
So civilized.
It's incredibly civilized. We went, so basically the parade started at 12:45. We got to our section at 12:30. We sat and waited. And then we watched Toy's Wondrous Christmas, which was so adorable. It's maybe the cutest parade I've ever seen. They have choruses of dancers dressed up as different kinds of toys. So at one point they had these teddy bear dancers, and they have little space bun for their hair and tiny little teddy bear noses drawn on, and they're all dancing like this or whatever. It's just really cute. They have Mickey and Minnie. They had some Toy Story ones. They had Stitch and Angel on top of a spaceship, and it said Melikaliki Maka. Just stuff like that. It was really cute. It was the right amount of floats. It wasn't too many. It wasn't too few. A really cute original song. One of my favorites parts was they had a Nutcracker section, and it was a band. So they were playing live instruments like the cymbals and the drums, like a live drum corps dressed as Nutcrackers. And the band leader at the front was Clarabelle. And when I saw Clarabelle, because I love her and it's really hard to see her outside of parades and stuff like that, I exclaimed so loudly that unfortunately I woke the napping child in front of us, and I did get a bit of a glare. I tend to react pretty big to parades and stuff like that. It's one of my favorite parts. And I continually at Tokyo Disney, more than any other park, got some looks for laughing or exclaiming really loudly. Because again, they're pretty demure people. And so it was quite a big thing for me to like guffaw or exclaim. But I really enjoyed it. And I had cry number 3 of the day with that one. And then we went to Tomorrowland and decided to ride Happy Ride with Baymax. This is like Tow Mater's Junkyard Jamboree or the Alien Swirling Saucers in terms of the ride system. But they've developed 6 or so songs to go along with it. They're addictive, and I've been listening to them for a little while, trying to learn the lyrics. They're really fun. This ride had an 80-minute standby, but we walked straight on. It's such a good use of that ride system. And it's such a good, I think, link between the ride system and the IP that it's attached to. Baymax, right? That like whole thing about you have to be joyful and find the good things in life. So having it be this like fun, dancey, just be silly kind of ride was a really good match.
I'm also just like amazed that they developed music just for it.
Yeah. And it's good. It's really fun. And there are people who, so the internet, not Disney, but like the internet and the fandom has developed dances to go along with each of the songs. And there are people who will spend their park time just standing outside of the ride and doing the dances. Like it's like Dance Dance Revolution kind of a thing. It's really sweet.
That's so fun.
Yeah. After that, we went and did Haunted Mansion, which has a Nightmare Before Christmas overlay at this park for the holiday season.
Okay, so there is an overlay.
Oh, yeah. For a ride, yeah.
Yeah, for a ride. So I meant. Have you been to the one at Disneyland?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very similar. There's a couple of different rooms, and they don't do the gingerbread house in the dancing room. But otherwise, the scenes are really similar. The stretching room for this one was really dark. And that ended up being a theme for like most of the day when we went to other rides that we had been on in other parks. They don't seem to shy away from dark as much. So like in a lot of the other dark rides, like Haunted Mansion and stuff, you can still like see an exit sign or like there's like enough lighting that you could like safely walk out of the room. Not in Japan. It's just dark. And so it was very interesting for this one to be like, wow, I've never seen darkness like this.
Yeah, but it's a good heads up to people with little kids to prepare for that.
A little. After that, we went over to Westernland for a drink break. These parks are licensed everywhere. So my husband got a beer and just drank it in the middle of Westernland, which is their version of Frontierland. I got an apple tea soda. And then we went on the Western River Railroad. This one doesn't have a standby queue either, doesn't have a access queue, so we stayed in standby. It was a true 20-minute wait, which is what was posted. Their railroad system is a little different. They don't do the railroad around the whole park. It just goes around Westernland and Adventureland. And so I kind of was like, I don't know how I feel about that. That seems a little short and stuff. But it ended up still being what I love about the railroad. It was a break for our feet. And it was a really nice view of the park to be kind of over top of everything. And even just getting to see those couple of lands and Big Thunder Mountain Railroad and those kinds of things. We could at one point like wave to the people on Jungle Cruise, which was really fun. And then there was like at the very end of it, because it just goes in a circle and you just get on and then you get right back off. Towards the end of the ride, there's like a prehistoric section. So we still got some dinosaurs.
That's reminds you of Disneyland.
Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm. But I wasn't expecting it. And again, that section was really dark, like physically.
Mm-hmm.
Then we decided to go for the second parade. So that parade was starting at 3:25. We tried to get to our seating section a little like closer to the parade this time because we did find like sitting on the ground that long in our 30s was a little challenging. So we got there at about 3:15 and it set off at 3:25. This parade is called Harmony in Color. it's ending, like it's starting to get towards the end of its timeline, so it should wrap up in the next year or so. But these are the like videos I think I've watched the most. When the parade came out, I didn't think I was ever going to go to Tokyo Disneyland, and so I kind of just consumed a bunch of videos about it, and it has an original song that I love. And that is so good that like Disneyland Paris stole it for one of their parades for a while because it's just so great. And so I've watched a lot of videos about this one. The floats are colorful and joyful, and the dance troops that follow along them have like the most amazing costumes again. So there's a whole Zootopia section, and in the Zootopia section, the dancers have tiger striped wigs, but also these incredible like 1950s bedazzled glasses. And I've watched videos about this one a lot, so it kind of like blew me away in real life. And I had cry number 4 while I watched this one.
You are a parade gal, but also it sounds like they have really amazing ones. So
I was shocked at how good they were. And I shouldn't be, but the quality of them, the level of execution of all of it, like, and again, none of them were broken. None of the Zootopia section has these little gerbils that go around in a circle. And I think in a lot of other parks, they wouldn't have moved at all, or maybe they moved 3 years ago, but they don't move anymore. And so to see everything so perfectly upkept and so like specifically engineered was really great. My husband commented even on the Mickey and Minnie and Pals outfits for this one are really beautiful in real life. They're full of this like reflective-y, colorful, rainbowy material that was really quite beautiful. They also did some really cool mashups, which I thought was great. So there's a float that has like Pocahontas, Tangled, and Tangled, and maybe Moana, and they just kind of all flowed through, and it made sense still because you got a little bit of each of their songs and the musicality or in the instrumentation of it. But for the most part, what you actually were hearing is the song from Brave because Merida's at the front with her arrow. Anyways, it's very cool. At this point, we did our first popcorn wagon stop as part of our...
What does that mean?
Oh, in Tokyo Disney, they have popcorn wagons around the park, is what they call them. It's like a filter on the food section of the app because they are quite famous for flavored popcorns being a thing. So, like when you're near Pooh's Honey Hunt, you can get honey flavored popcorn. As part of our vacation package, we got a ticket for unlimited free popcorn. So, but you do have to wait in the line. There's no skipping those lines, and they can again get to about an hour at some point.
An hour for popcorn?
Yeah.
What?
It's caramel flavored. I don't know.
No, I'm with you. The only popcorn I like is flavored. I get it. But like an hour.
To be fair, we didn't wait an hour. We only ever went to the popcorn wagons that had the 10 to 30-minute wait because they also won't do an exact one for those ones. It's like a range. So for this one, it's our first one. We went to Fantasyland and got the corn potage popcorn. So it's like a corn soup that they have over there. It was kind of like it's a really subtle flavor, but as you went through the popcorn, it like grew in a really interesting way.
The popcorn grew?
The flavor grew.
Oh, the flavor. I was like, no, we have to explain the science of food growing. Please don't skip over that. But the flavor intensified or something.
Yes. Okay. So as you ate more of it, it kind of kept building in your mouth, kind of a thing.
I got it. That's a little less scary than the other version that I was thinking.
Yeah. It was. So the corn potage was interesting because you were eating popcorn, but it tasted extra like corn. So my brain kind of like, I don't know, like churning gears, like stopped a little bit on that one, but it was really tasty. At this point, we rode Beauty and the Beast for the second time. At this point, Beauty and the Beast had a 130-minute line, so a little over 2 hours. We walked right on. Just as good. And again, I was noticing at this point that like you're always moving, but you're in the rooms and the scenes for longer. And you could really tell the difference from like a normal dark ride because of that. So good. Then we went to Main Street and went shopping. My husband was really interested in getting a t-shirt. Couldn't find one to save our lives. Not
T-shirt.
sure. I think it's because of the season. If he had wanted a hoodie, if he had wanted a sweater, if he had wanted a jacket or a scarf, they were happy to provide those, but we couldn't find a t-shirt at all. And then we got a postcard to send to my mom. My mom is a travel agent, and she helped book a bunch of this trip, and she's also a very big Disney nerd. So that's exciting. And then I also got pens at the stationery store where we got the postcard and the stamp because I wanted some pens for work because I like using that as like a cute small souvenir, but also like makes the Disney magic last a little longer when I'm back to work.
Mm-hmm.
Then we went up to the end of Main Street. So we couldn't get priority access for the nighttime parade or for the fireworks show because they'd sold out by the time we got there. Like by the time we'd bought our first two, when we went to go buy the third, they just were sold out. So the castle projection show, which has like some fireworks, but it's mostly just a projection show, happens at 5:45 because at 5:45 it is pitch black in Japan, and you can do that. Broke my brain, but this was our first time where I was like, well, let's just go like see. Like if I just walk up, maybe it won't be that bad. Perfect view. Saw the whole thing. And again, everyone took their ears off. Like there was one person who didn't. And I saw someone nearby like tap them and be like, your ears. And they just looked so confused. And she was like, you have to take them off. Like, how are we going to see the great show if you don't take your ears off? It was great. This projection show is called Reach for the Stars. Once again, it has an original song that's beautiful. And it is all about like chasing your dreams and going for it and all that kind of stuff. It's got Hercules Go the Distance in it. It has this amazing whole new world medley that just like blew my brain. It was so great. It has Wally and Evie at one point. So all of this to say, I cried again watching the show.
I mean, it just seems amazing though, like next level.
It is really next level. They did some amazing integration. They had a Marvel section, which I have to say felt a little weird because there's no other Marvel in the park. So that felt a little forced, but they had a laser part of the show. So like they could shoot like laser beams off the castle kind of a thing. And they used that with an Iron Man animation that was actually really impressive. The other thing that I have written down is that I was impressed in that show, and I think in every show or every aspect of the parks in general, their character representation is really broad and like very deep. So the example I have is they did an Encanto section as part of this projection show, but they didn't do Bruno and they didn't do Isabel with the flowers. They did Under Pressure, and they had her make it look like she was lifting the castle. And I was just like, that's such a good idea. That's so smart. And it's a song that really doesn't get a lot of love. It's a character that doesn't get a ton of attention. But then also, like 5 minutes later, they did Dumbo. Like they had a whole Dumbo section where they turned the castle into the like circus tent. I was like, I don't remember the last time I saw a Dumbo in a show. Like that's, to me, those kind of moments were one of those things where I was like, this feels very unique to this park.
It feels intentional.
Yes.
And not just like, let's show a movie clip. It's more like, let's take the, character and see how they fit here.
Yes.
Like, I think that's awesome.
I was really impressed. Lots of big effects. And again, very intentional use of specific story moments in a specific order. It's really good. After that, we went back to Western Land. They have a Western shop there that I popped in at, and it was great and lovely. But one of the things I noticed is that their shops will sell you Disney merch, but they also have other stuff. So like the Western Land shop has like turquoise jewelry and a cowboy hat It doesn't have Mickey on it. It's just a turquoise piece of jewelry kind of thing.
It's a Western store.
Yeah. They just would sell you Wranglers if you want it.
That's right. But that feels authentic. Like, of course, a Western store has Wranglers and hats.
Yeah. Dinner we had mobile ordered when we were having lunch. So we got Hungry Bear restaurant for dinner and we got Japanese curry again. This time my Japanese curry included a soft-boiled Mickey egg. They have some sort of technology. I don't know what it is, but they boil your egg and the yolk in the middle is in the shape of Mickey.
Well, the amount of Mickey-shaped things there is amazing, but the yolk.
Yeah, on the inside of a boiled egg. Couldn't begin to tell you how they did it other than Japan is living the future.
It's magic?
It's magic, yes.
Heard that word a time or two.
So it was really tasty. And there was lots of indoor seating, which was nice because it was actually a little chilly this night. So it was good to sit down in the warmth and have our curry. After that, again, I was like, well, it worked for the fireworks show. And I know that the parades start in Western land. Let's see what we can do. It was 10 minutes before the show was set to step out. I saw people sitting in their rows, and then there was a row of people standing behind them, and there was a cast member right there. So I stopped and I asked the cast member, I was like, can I stand here? Because it was like another row out and I wasn't sure. And she looked at me and she was like, for the parade? And I was like, yeah. And she was like, you're okay to stand? And I was like, I'm happy to stand. She was like, okay, great. So we walked up 10 minutes before, had a beautiful, perfect view, including at one point, there was a parent with a stroller that had a Mickey balloon. And again, someone in the crowd just went up to them and was like, can you lower your Mickey balloon? And they did. They just tied it lower on the stroller. We all had a perfect view. This is their electrical parade. It's called Dreamlights. This one I've seen some videos of. It's so much more impressive in person. I don't know why, but this was the one where I was like, this didn't look anything like this when I watched a video of it. It's so much cooler in real life and it's brighter and more interesting. There was the pirate ship from Peter Pan was really cool because they had sails. And so Peter's shadow could go and fight with Hook and stuff like that within the sails, which was really neat. They had a train one for all of the Mickey and Friends characters to ride, which was really adorable. And we'd ridden a lot of trains and liked the train culture a lot, so that was neat. But the big one was they had a Beauty and the Beast float. They were dancing in the gold dress and the blue outfit from the ballroom. And we had ridden that ride before. So I was feeling a little emotional from that. But they Christmasify the electrical parade at this time of year. So they did a medley of the normal Beauty and the Beast Tale as Old as Time song with, did you ever see the Beauty and the Beast Christmas special? It was in the 90s and it was an iconic part of my childhood. And it has this Christmas song called As Long as There's Christmas that you've probably heard elsewhere, but I believe originated in that original Beauty and the Beast special. And they did a mashup of it and it was so good. And then immediately after that float was Let It Go with Anna and Elsa and Olaf. And Frozen is a bit of a important text for me. It helped me get through medical leave a few years ago. So at this point, I cried for the 5th time that day as I watched the most beautiful parade.
The parades are about 100% for tears.
Honestly, they were so good. Yeah, I cried at everyone. Cried, and it wasn't the hardest I cried at Tokyo Disney, because that would be the next day.
Okay. That's a teaser.
Teaser, yes. After that, because we were in Western Land, we just turned around and went to Big Thunder. That had a posted wait of 50 minutes. We walked straight on. So much of a walk on and ride through and stuff like that it was 13 minutes, I think I marked, from when we got into line and then got off the ride, which was great. I love Big Thunder. It's one of my favorite rides at Disney parks. I love doing it at night specifically.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, of any Big Thunder I've been on, this is the one I worried about hitting my head the most. We were whipping through stuff. And again, they're not afraid of the dark. So there were some tunnel scenes where I was like, where are we? Is there something about to hit my head? It was really fun, but it was definitely more thrilling than I was expecting. All right. After Big Thunder, we went to Pirates of the Caribbean. So it was a 15-minute standby, no bypass line, and it ended up being only an 8-minute ride, or an 8-minute wait, sorry. This was surprising to me. We got into the park and we were talking about stuff, and my husband was like, well, when are we riding Pirates? I was like, what do you mean? We're not riding Pirates. It's not part of the plan at all. And he looked at me and was like, we have to ride Pirates. I was like, okay, well, this is not an opinion I was anticipating today, but we will figure it out. So we waited until the end of the day, but it ended up being a really great version of that ride. It's all in Japanese, but the scenes are all the ones that you would expect. And they sing the song, the Yo-Ho, the bottle of rum. That part is in English. The set pieces on this ride are so much bigger than they are in the States. Like, really impressive. And they do this cool effect with what's the Davy Jones guy? Is that his name? With the like octopus face? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Let's Google's here. Davy Jones octopus face
From Pirates. What is his name?
I don't know.
He-
I'm not
He
good
does
at
the dead
trivia.
men tell no tales thing. Anyways, there's a projection of him.
I mean, his name is Davy Jones.
Oh, great. There's a projection of him on a waterfall that you go under, except as you're going under it, you realize partway that it wasn't water. Because I was like, oh, I'm going to get wet. But it wasn't actually water. It just was a projection to make it look like water when it was actually smoke. Because then when you go through it, it's like a smoke screen.
Mhm.
And then when you get past it, it's the ship battle scene with the cannons.
Mhm.
And because of the smoke beforehand in your face and the smoky air and stuff like that, the battle scene was so much more effective
Mhm.
than in the other ones. So it was really great. Really glad we did Pirates in the end. Then we went to Main Street and took some photos in front of the tree. I said goodnight to the castle, had another quick tear before we left the park for the day. This was our only day in Tokyo Disneyland Park. I was really surprised. The park was open for another half hour, but my husband and I kind of chatted and we were like, you know what? This was the perfect day. There's no reason to keep going for another half hour. We had a great time. Let's get out of here.
Also, you'd been there a long time.
Yeah, we didn't do a midday break at all
Mm-hmm.
on this day, which is very different from how we tour in the North American parks. But again, it was my only day in Tokyo Disneyland proper, and I really enjoyed it. So we just kept going. We were on the monorail at 8:20. We did a gift store shop before we went back to the room. As part of the vacation package, you get some free gifts. And one of the options for the free gifts is like this little crossbody bag that I wanted for the next day. So we grabbed that. And then we also got some free hand towels.
But a crossbody bag and towels were free gifts?
Yeah.
Like, that's way nicer than I would have expected.
Really cute too. The crossbody bag looks like a little suitcase and it's got stickers on it for the different rides and the different lands.
That is adorable. I mean, like a free gift, I think of like a pin, a sticker. You know what I mean?
And honestly, so at one point I thought I was asking the cast member about a tote bag I'd seen online. And again, because of the customer service and the way she apologized profusely and was like, I am so sorry. We don't do those anymore. And then she showed me and she was like, are you sure you want to pick it up here? Because if you pick it up in the park tomorrow, you can get this Duffy bag. And I was like, I like Duffy fun, but I want this crossbody. And she's like, are you sure you don't want the Duffy? And I'm like, I'm positive. Don't worry. It's all good. So that was really fun. And then we also went to the konbini to grab snacks and drinks. We didn't need breakfast snacks this day, though, because we were having buffet breakfast the next day. We did, when we get back to the room, pack, though, because we are moving hotel rooms the next night. Final step count for this day was 24,000.
How are your feet doing?
Not bad. At this point, I had a really good Band-Aid system. And better socks from going to the Tokyo Disney store. And I think, honestly, like, Tokyo Disneyland is a pretty small park physically. Like, we crisscrossed all over the place. We went to every land multiple times, and I still only hit 24,000 in terms of my step count. So it was, we didn't do that many steps, and my feet were doing better.
I think the thing that bumps Disneyland in California up is that you can walk to and from your hotel, and that kind of, because it's not physically huge, but it's just that everything's walkable. So
You also can't park hop in Tokyo Disney.
Well, that is a big difference too. I didn't realize you couldn't park hop, but the ability to park hop does increase the amount of space you can cover in California.
So they don't offer park hopper tickets, and they don't have passes anymore either. I guess you can park hop literally in the sense that you could pay for tickets in both parks. But even when you do that, you have to scan out and scan back in. And I've heard from others that the process of doing that and trying to keep track of which ticket is attached to which park just means that it's not, like, mentally worth it.
It's so interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about the next day, which is Thursday, November 13th. This is only 2 days ago for people listening. 2 days since from the time we're recording. This was your Tokyo Disney Sea Day.
Yes. So we had breakfast booked at 6:40 this morning. So we had to get up pretty early and have a, like, up and at 'em Disney morning. That's what I try and think of it as. So my makeup was a lot simpler. I'd preset my outfit the night before, kind of a thing. Showers were very fast. And we were down for bag drop off and check out just in time, which is great. We went to Lotso's for the breakfast buffet because it's the Toy Story Disney Hotel. So it's themed after Lotso. Standard fare. Nothing was great. Nothing was awful. It was a buffet. Oh, totally fine. When we went to the front desk to check out, I asked them about what time the park was opening. Because, and this is an interesting thing with Tokyo Disneyland, the posted park opening time is never the same as the actual park opening time. It's always earlier. How much earlier? No one knows except hotel staff. And even sometimes the hotel staff get it wrong. So it's one of those interesting things where I was like, well, we're just going to stop. We're at the front desk anyways. I'll ask what time the park is supposed to open because that'll determine some of our monorail things. An important thing to know for Tokyo Disney Sea is that even if you're staying on property, you're not guaranteed early entry. The only way to get early entry for Tokyo Disney Sea is to stay at 2 very specific hotels. One is
why you changed.
Which is why we changed for the last day. But also, it's 15 minutes. Like, it's not a big thing, but it also kind of is a big thing. So, anyways, we ended up not having early entry this day, but we did still have our unlimited pass. We still got access to all of the, like, fast lanes, but we weren't going to get into the park early. So because the front desk mentioned that the park was opening at 8:30 instead of the posted 9, and we were using the normal people line, we wanted to get there as early as possible to make sure that we had enough time. And specifically, we had enough time to do our one and only DPA booking, which was for a nighttime show that I really wanted a spot for. So we ended up on the monorail at 7:30. We got to the security line at 7:45. They didn't start letting people through security until around 8. And then the ticket gate She, I think, misunderstood when I asked what time the park was opening. She gave me the early entry time. So early entry started at 8:30. We started going through the ticket gate at 8:45. The lines were really long, but not the longest that we saw. That would be the next day. And it was like, yeah, it was a bit of a tricky wait to be there for like an hour. But we played games. We got through.
Mm-hmm.
So for this day, we went through their version of Main Street and just kind of like saw the volcano, looked at their Christmas decorations and stuff like that. I think for a lot of reasons, this park doesn't have as much visible IP. The lands are not associated with any of the other parks. Like it's a very different kind of theme park and it's not built the same way. So I ended up not having that same kind of nostalgic hit or like feelings hit of, oh, I've been here before, but I've never been here before, as I did at Tokyo Disneyland. I found this park really impressive, but I didn't find it as like emotionally impactful.
I
as
think
other parks.
castle parks do that more.
Yes. This is what I'm learning.
Yeah, I can see that because the non-castle parks tend to be different.
Yeah. We did end up, because we had time and everyone else was rushing to lines that we didn't need to be in yet and we couldn't ride anyways. We ended up going into the Venice section to like wander around and use a bathroom. Really beautiful. The Venice section in particular, but this whole park was just stunning to look at and kind of like really rewarding for that kind of exploring, strolling around kind of a feel. Our first ride ended up being Tower of Terror. The standby was at a 40-minute wait when we got there. But for us, it was a full walk-on because we had access to the fast lane. Really impressive pre-show for this ride. They use like a disappearing effect on one of the statues that's in the room, and it was really impressive. And then as we were walking through, because it was a full walk-on, I really only had like 2 minutes, and I hadn't told my husband anything about this ride, and all of the storytelling was happening in Japanese. So I really quickly was like, okay, here's all the stuff that you're supposed to know, and here's like how the story works and like the Disney references I can try and fit in 2 minutes. Something really interesting with this one, we got into our elevator. Everyone got strapped in. They were doing their final safety check. And then everything kind of stopped. And they started talking in like whole paragraphs of Japanese. Because I forget sometimes when I go to international parks that the safety check stuff and the like descriptions of what you're supposed to do with your seatbelt and everything are not in English. And so they just started talking in like big long paragraphs of Japanese, and everyone around us kind of like moved. And then this lady next to me saw me that I was confused, and she looked at me and she went, "Oh, not safe. They're getting us another elevator."
Oh.
And I went, "Huh." And so we unstrapped, we went out into the hall, and they put us on a different elevator. But I had to have like a really quick moment with my like anxious part of my brain of like, this is the system working. It's actually good that they did a final safety check and took you off the other elevator. Because I also at one point was like, because I could tell that something was going wrong, and everyone was kind of shifting. And before she talked to me, I had this thing of like, is this a bit? Sometimes they do a bit with Tower of Terror, right? They like make a joke before the doors close or whatever. And the whole point of that ride is that it's not working. But no, it was not a bit. They failed a safety check, and so they needed to move us to the next elevator.
It reminds me of like you're on a plane and they're like, we're having mechanical issues. And I'm like, do I not feel safe flying or do I feel more safe flying? I don't know. It's the same thing.
Anyways, we rode the ride. Again, like a common theme, it was a lot physically darker than other versions of this ride. It was also really fast. Like, not the drops. The drops were kind of actually slower. And you have a crossbody strap for this one instead of just the lap belt. So you don't actually float as much when the drops happen, which is great. But like the whole thing, we went up and down like maybe 2 or 3 times, had our picture taken, went all the way to the bottom. Like it was over very quickly. After that, we took the railway from the American waterfront section to the Port Discovery section. And then we walked from there into the volcano. They have a Jules Verne section, or like land almost. Huge scale in that park. Like the fact that you're inside a volcano, and the roller coaster for that park, Journey to the Center of the Earth, was down for refurbishment while we were there. So we didn't get to ride it. And usually that's kind of the main thing of that land. And so I was kind of expecting to go into it and have it be like a nothing burger, except that, like, despite them doing a full refurb on the major ride, all of the rest of it was still functioning. Like, there were gears and pulleys above my head pulling stuff. There was a giant thing like a mine cart had escaped from the mountain, and it was fully functioning and moving and things like that. And then we ended up riding 20,000 Leagues, which was a very different ride than any of the other 20,000 Leagues I've heard of, or submarine rides.
Mm-hmm.
That one had a 30-minute wait. We walked on in the priority line. That one, the priority line was closed, but there was a person there, and it was a 30-minute wait. So I just kind of like waved and like showed our passes, and they were like, "Oh, sure, you can walk on." I was like, "Great, thank you." But yeah, very different 20,000 Leagues ride. Surprisingly scary, surprisingly very physically dark. Also, you kind of get in, and I had thought it would be like a normal dark ride where you just kind of like go around in a circle. But for this one, when we got on, they were like, "Please use the handrails above you." She said it very clearly and in English. And I was like, "Oh, cool." So we sat on this little bench, and I like kind of vaguely held the handrail, and I was like, "This is like a weird thing." But then the first thing that happens is that your little car goes like down a slope, and we were like pretty like 45-degree angle for a while, and I was like, "Oh, I'm really glad I'm holding on." I really could have fallen on this. So that was really interesting. And then you have like you go fake underwater for a while. And then there's a flashlight that you hold, or like a flashlight button, and it lights up the water area around you. It's very neat. After that, we went to Mama Biscotti's and got pastry and a coffee. We tried the melon bread. That's shaped like Mike Wazowski. It's very tasty. We had a good little break, and we did our mobile order for lunch for that day, which became a bit of a pattern. It's like a morning coffee break and doing our mobile orders for the day. After this, we went to Soaring, which is their version of Soarin'.
It's so funny when the one letter's different.
But it's very, like, it is a different kind of ride. It's the same ride, but it's a different pre-story. It's in their Mediterranean harbor area, so it's set up like an Italian kind of like inventor's studio and it's themed around a woman named Camilla Falco, who is a falconeer for the SEA. This ride had a 140-minute standby, and we walked straight into the pre-show because of our pass. The pre-show was really impressive. They do this thing where they like make the artwork around you come to life. They did a really interesting, like, seamless thing where they would have it go from like a drawing to like a realistic style painting back to a drawing. It was very neat. Even the, like, you know how the safety instructions for Soarin' are that comedian doing like an airline thing?
Uh-huh.
Because this one is set in the like Mediterranean Italian inventor era, your vehicle is meant to be like one of those flying machines. And there's no real like screens. So instead, the safety video is again one of those things that looks like a painting until it turns animated and shows you the full safety video in like drawing form almost. It was very cool. Reminded us a lot of Studio Ghibli again. The ride itself, completely the same, except for the Paris section is actually Tokyo. So you get to see Tokyo Tower and Mount Fuji, at which point I had a little cry, my first cry of the day.
And the ending, right?
Yes,
The ending.
and then the ending is Tokyo Disney Sea with the fireworks over the volcano.
Mm-hmm.
It's very cool. Then we went to the Arabian coast to ride Sindbad. This is a dark ride. that tells the story of Sinbad, which is a tale from like Arabic nations, I guess is how I would word that. So it was very cool. No skip the line here, but it never got above a 10-minute wait all day. It's definitely a traditional like dark ride, boat ride, people eater kind of a thing. Like it's a small world. But this ride was so much longer than we expected. Like, I think probably like 15 full minutes were spent in this ride, and the animatronics were really impressive and the scale was really big. But the biggest thing for me about this was the storytelling was so intricate that there were more animatronics than you could possibly ever see, and they all were moving. Like at one point, you're riding through Sinbad's village and they've welcomed him home, and there's 4 horses standing in a very dark corner, and all of the horses are blinking and their tails wag. And I was like, there's no reason for you to make those move other than I guess you could. Like, it's so impressive.
It's like, it's subtle. I love the details.
I think, too, this ride, among a lot of other rides and all of the parades, were sponsored. So it seems like because Tokyo Disney isn't part of Disney proper, they're allowed to do corporate sponsorships within the parks, and they just have no qualms about it. And so I think that might also contribute to the fact that they're so well kept and things like that, and things are actually working because they're sponsored. Anyways, it's very cool. After that, it was about 11:50. We were getting a little hungry before lunch, so we went and did a curry popcorn. This was another popcorn wagon, so we got it for free. Ate that and then walked over to Nautilus Galley for our mobile order, which was a gyoza dog. So it's like the size and shape of a hot dog, but it's a giant gyoza bun. It was really tasty. After that, it's time to go to Fantasy Springs. Fantasy Springs is their newest land. It just got made and like released, I think, about a year ago. It's really impressive. It's quite large in scale again, and it's kind of built around the idea that these like springs have naturally formed stories into the rocks. So the gateway at the front shows you the 3 main lands, but it shows them to you as if it was like built into the rock. So there's a giant Peter Pan one because there's a Neverland section. There's Anna and Elsa, and on their section, Anna has like frozen bits on the rocks, which is really cool. And then there's a Rapunzel section, so it's all tangled and things like that. It was really beautiful, and I think it had a bit more of the nostalgia that the rest of the park seemed to be missing, because the rest of the park is really like not IP'd at all. So it was great.
But pure Disney fans love that, though.
A little.
I mean,
Yeah.
It depends. Like, the IP has to be in the correct place.
It's hard because I think the rest of the park is so impressive, but it didn't have that same kind of feeling. And I got the feelings that I got from Disneyland here when I was in Fantasy Springs.
Yeah, I think, purists, I don't know what you're going to call them, but like purists, they don't mind them in the castle parks.
Yeah.
It's when you bring the IP into other parks that seem to have, but it has wider appeal when you do that.
A little. And it just hit the feelings a little bit more. I will say this land was really impressive. I did find it at times overwhelming to be there in the same way as the merchandise shops. The walkways are a lot smaller, and it's because it's brand new, very popular. So it was very full of people this day. And so I did find that a little challenging. It's also, I think, a bit of it's really clear that it's a park made in an Instagram era. Everything is beautiful. Everything is meant to be photographed, I think. And there was a lot of people walking around that land trying to line up the perfect shot. And I know for a fact I was in like 17 pictures that people didn't want me to be in. And I just kind of at one point was like, I don't care anymore, because I want to be here. I want to go look at that waterfall. And I'm very sorry that me doing that is in your picture and in your perfect Instagram, but I'm also not that sorry.
I don't like when things interfere with the regular park guests.
It's hard.
I don't like it.
I like a picture, and I like my pictures that I took to help remind me, but I also hated the feeling of being in people's way and not being able to just be in a park.
They can wait.
Yeah. So we walked around and did a full loop of this land before any of our rides. Fantasy Springs is not included in the unlimited pass because it's so new, because it's really popular, which is going to be reflected in the wait times I'm going to tell you in a second. Because it's so new and because it's so popular, they instead do specific times. So I pre-booked our times or our ride windows for the Tangled ride, the Peter Pan ride, and the Frozen ride. And so as a result, we also found that we waited in these fast lines more because we were coming at the same time as everyone else for those little windows, as opposed to like when we had the Fast Pass Unlimited, we can just walk up whenever. So we started with Rapunzel. The standby wait was 100 minutes. We got onto our boats at 1:30, so it was probably like a 10-minute wait for this one. This one was really cool, incredible animatronics, but kind of felt like the opposite of Sinbad. The scenes were really sparse. It was like 2 or 3 animatronics, right? You saw Finn and you saw Rapunzel. You sometimes saw the chameleon, whose name I'm forgetting, and you saw a couple of ruffians at the end. It also is really fast, like blink and you'll miss it kind of a thing. And so that was really hard after we had just seen Sinbad and how long you got in those scenes and how big those scenes were. It was really kind of glaring that this like more modern ride was a little bit more budget centered, I would say, and also probably limited by space in the way that Sinbad wasn't. Because Fantasy Springs is like built on the back of the park and right behind Disneyland. So I think they had a lot more limitations on what was possible.
Mm-hmm.
Lantern scene was beautiful, though. Really cool effect where they actually made it look like the lanterns that were closest to the ceiling were far away just by changing the size of them, which I thought was clever. After that ride, we had our booking for the Peter Pan ride. That standby wait was 100 minutes, and we walked straight into the pre-show for that one. Really cute mix of practical and screen. You get into a ship, and it's kind of like the Peter Pan ride from the Disneyland Castle Parks, plussed up a bit. So it had a bit of a Star Tours kind of feel at the end in terms of motion sickness because it also uses 3D glasses, which I'm not a huge fan of. It was definitely a better ride than Rapunzel in terms of like how impressive it was, the length of it, the story and telling and things like that. But it wasn't anywhere near as good as Beauty and the Beast.
Nothing's going to live up to it, I'm afraid.
I'm sorry to say.
You started at the top.
Yeah. Last ride in this land, other than Tinkerbell's Busy Buggies. But Tinkerbell's Busy Buggies is a like 45-second ride. Like it's even shorter than Rapunzel, and there's no way to skip the line for it. We didn't see it go below a 50-minute wait the whole time we were there, and I wasn't willing to wait an hour for short rides. So last ride for us was Anna and Elsa's Frozen Journey. This ride has a lot of buzz and I think well-deserved. And Frozen is a big, big story for me, as I explained, so I was quite excited to ride it. This was a 200-minute standby this day, and we had a 12-minute wait in line. So this one wasn't quite a walk-on, but still definitely 12 is better than 200. This is like absolutely, from what I've seen and what I've ridden, the best Frozen ride in the world. It's so good. It does such a great job. It's a boat ride, but it moves beautifully with the music in the way that I don't think Frozen Ever After can, because Frozen Ever After's track was built for a different ride. Mm-hmm. Also, the faces are real on the animatronics. There's not a single projected face in this ride.
Yeah, but Florida's getting ready to get the same ones.
Thank goodness.
I know.
It drives me nuts, the projected faces. So it was so great to see them in real life. The scenes are pretty built out in like a Sinbad-y way. Like you get the like colonel guy with the monocle at one point. There's this amazing part of it where when Elsa accidentally freezes the town for the first time and they make the ice come up from the ground, it's really impressive and quite shocking in real life in a way that I think lends itself to the story very well. The big moments to like let it go is 3 scenes in this one. You see her actually like climbing the mountain and her dress changing each time, but also the the bridge that she builds to her ice castle literally physically builds in front of you. And like that moment alone, I was like, what is happening? That this is real life.
Mm-hmm.
So I had cry number 2 on this one, obviously. I will say this one was one that I struggled with at the beginning for maybe 20 seconds. And I struggled because the people in the row in front of us, as soon as we sat down in the boat, took out multiple phones and a GoPro to try and get this whole ride on video. And again, I recognize I watch YouTubes as much as the next person, and I do like them. But it was so hard to be like, I have waited 2 years to ride this ride. I am finally here, and I would like to not watch it through your phone. If you could just put it down, that would be great.
We have videos of every single ride, but nobody would ever know that we were recording them because
Yes.
we never interfere. You either ask to be in the back row, you hold it at chest level, put it down towards your feet. Like if you're interrupting other people, you are they're paying a lot of money to be there. Like,
So are you? Like,
no. Yes, I'm saying the guests are paying a lot of money to be there, and you have no right to get in their way.
And like, again, I've watched a lot of videos and I've seen YouTubers I really care about who have said, like, when I go to an international park, most of the time when I'm in line, it's to like translate the sentence, please sit me in the back. Or
exactly. There's
like,
ways to do it, and nobody will know.
yes. So,
Yeah.
anyways,
I don't blame you. I don't blame you for being upset.
I had a moment and I just really quickly, I think with, like I said, within the first 20 seconds, I was like, you know what? No, they don't get to make me sad. They don't get to ruin this for me. I am going to dodge and weave that camera like my life depended on it, and I will be okay. Yeah, but it was a really great ride. I'm so glad I got to go on it. And
despite the cameras, it was still
despite
great.
the cameras, it was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
So I cried, of course, and then I got off and I went to the gift shop and I bought the ride vehicle as a little souvenir.
I'm seeing a connection between tears and shopping.
Yes.
Because you're like, I want to remember this moment.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it's important. And I think I like tying it to that as opposed to like pictures and videos. So yeah, we went to the Fantasy Spring Shop. I will say this merch shop was very overwhelming. So I luckily knew exactly where the thing was that I wanted. I went, I got it, and I left because I just have the chutzpah to be in that store for all that long. Then we went to our next hotel, the Miracosta. Miracosta is inside of Tokyo Disney Springs, or Tokyo Disney Sea. Mm-hmm. It's inside the park, but it's at the front of the park, and Fantasy Springs is at the back of the park. And my feet were doing good, but they weren't doing great. So we rode the monorail from the back of the park to the front of the park. We checked in at about 3:15. This hotel definitely had a fancier feel from the Toy Story, because the Toy Story is their version of a budget or a moderate hotel, whereas Miracosta is very much what is the high level called? Deluxe. It's a very deluxe experience. The staff members and cast members often wear top hats and really beautiful tails for the gentlemen and things like that. They seemed very confused and a little concerned that we were fine to carry our luggage ourselves. They're like, are you sure? And I was like, I'm positive that I will carry the backpack upstairs.
You're like, I've been doing it for 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's going to be fine. The room was huge in comparison with Toy Story. We got a Venice view or like a water view. Well, we didn't have a harbor view. It's different. So we could see the canals in the Venice section, but we couldn't see the main harbor. The main harbor ones are very expensive. So we didn't do that one.
What about the size of the beds?
Much bigger, like actually a full king.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Much bigger.
So we slept in the same bed. It was great. And we also had like a separate seating area and a full, like the curtains opened up and you could see directly into the park.
Mm-hmm.
It was really great. And then we did a quick change of Band-Aids for my feet. I also had to set the thermostat down. I noticed all of our hotel rooms on this trip, the thermostats were set quite warm.
Mm-hmm.
And so I often would have to like go in and the first thing be like, turn it down.
Mm-hmm.
So we did all of that, reset a little bit, went to the hotel gift shop. I needed like a bigger personal item to fit all of the souvenirs I had bought at Disney because the other souvenirs all fit in the packable duffel, but I was running out of room. So I'd seen some people with this really great tote bag themed to the hotel, and I went down to the hotel gift shop and found out it was $180, which I was in
For a tote?
for a tote.
Wow.
I was not prepared to pay that. So we went into the park instead. We got to use the hotel's entrance to the park, which opens right outside of Mama Biscotti's bakery. So you just go straight in. It has its own security entrance and everything. We went to the American waterfront and we watched some jazz ensemble musicians that we just happened upon. They were really talented though. Tokyo and Japan in general is like quite famous for their jazz musicians, and it was quite clear that they were like locals and incredibly good at their job. So that was awesome. Then we rode Toy Story Midway Mania. This ride had a 100-minute wait. We walked straight on. Lots of fun. I lost because my husband is very good at these games, and I don't know why, but here we are. Then we went to the McDuck's store, which is not actually a Donald Duck merchandise store, but is actually a store for Duffy, the Disney bear. Duffy is very popular in Japan. This was the only time we didn't see a wait for that store, which is part of why I went in really fast. I was like, oh, great, there's no line. Let's just walk in. It was really cute, some amazing options in terms of Duffy gear. We ended up walking out with a backpack for me for my new personal item.
Mm-hmm.
It says "One Lovely Day" in embroidery. And has a lovely little Duffy design on it. And it was a third of the cost of the Miracosta tote. So,
And if you wear that around in Toronto, you're going to make friends with people that know what it is.
Yes, it's
Like-
very subtle Disney merch.
Mm-hmm.
Duffy is not very well known over here. And it really doesn't even say Duffy on it. It just is Duffy. So I think it'll be a really fun one to have. After that, we went to the SS Columbia, which is a full steamship that they have in the park that is like fully explorable. You can go to the top and have a Titanic-like I'm flying Jack moment in the middle of a theme park. And while you're standing on top of it, the bay is right there. So it's really like you're on the ocean. Like it's very cool. But we were going specifically for the Teddy Roosevelt Lounge, which is a cocktail lounge themed to the President Teddy Roosevelt.
So funny to me.
It's so silly. I love it so much.
But it always makes me think of like our representations of other countries, though. Like this is their
True.
representation of the U.S. What is our,
Yes.
the U.S.'s representations of other.
I suppose. But it is still, I think, a little silly to be sitting in a lounge on a steamship in a theme park and have there just be like giant life-size portraits of Teddy Roosevelt
Mm-hmm.
just everywhere. It was so
I mean, great dude. It's just it feels so random.
We had our reservation for this, and it was at 4:40, and I was really glad we had it because there was a hour-long line to get in when we got there. But more importantly, we got there at like 4:35. And when we got there, someone came up behind us and talked to the lady because we got there at 4:35, and she was like, "Okay, I'm going to get you to wait in this line." And I was like, "That's interesting. We have a reservation, but sure, I'll wait in this line." And she explained, she was like, "We will seat you as close to your time as we can. There's other people in line that might have a reservation before yours, though, who were seating late, so you might not like go in order." It's like, "Okay." She's like, "But we promise to get you in as soon as we can. And when we do get you in, there's a 75-minute limit on how long you can be in this bar." I'm like, "Sure. Seems like a lot of rules and structure, but fine." And then someone walks up behind us. She talked to them, and he was like, "My reservation was at 4:30. It was 4:35. And she was like, "Oh no." He was like, "What?"
It's like,
She was like, "I don't think we're going to be able to seat you. You're going to have to join the standby line." And he went, I'm 5 minutes late." And she's like, "Yes, but it's a very busy day. And the lounge is very popular. So it's likely that I can't seat you."
wow.
And he was like, "Huh." And then she went away and she came back and she was like, "I am so sorry. If you would like to have a drink, you will need to wait in the standby line." And this guy went, "Okay." And then went and stood and waited presumably 45 minutes or whatever to come into a place that he already had a reservation for. And so we made a little note. We were like, well, Tokyo Disney reservations are different. We're going to make sure we're on time from now on.
Mm-hmm.
We are on time people, but it still was like great. Then after that, we explored the ship a little bit more. So we sat down, we had our cocktails, probably the best cocktails we've ever had in the park, quite well made. And then went to the top deck, and then we meandered down to Venice for our dinner reservation, which was Ristorante di Canaletto. It's an Italian place. Apparently, when I booked it, because I booked it as part of our vacation package, apparently I had already prepaid for the set menu, which I didn't realize.
Nice little bonus to free dinner.
Yeah. So we had a free dinner. We just had to pay for our wine pairings, but it was tasty. And like really good seafood and really good pasta. And ended up being like a good amount of food. I was worried when they said, they were like, "Oh no, you have the set menu. You're getting all 3 courses." And I was like, "That's a lot of food." But I guess, sure, we're here. But it was really good. So I was at 6. We paid and then we left. There was a show that night that I really wanted to go to. And it's called Believe Sea of Dreams. We pre-booked our DPA for this one. So I want to make sure I mentioned Believe Sea of Dreams is great, and I will talk more about it in a second, and I will try to not cry as I talk about it because it was the best show and I bawled my way through it. But I want to mention when we pre-booked our DPA, there were different sections you could choose. And because that show happens on the harbor in the middle, it's a 360 show. Like you can see it from anywhere around that circle. We chose the Lido standing area. And I think it was kind of clutch for a couple of reasons. Like the other ones, usually when you pre-book your spot, you're pre-booking a seated spot. But when you're on the harbor, that means that when you're sitting, you're looking through the bars into the thing. And I've heard from some other like people who have gone and people who have tried to film it that it's difficult because sometimes you just can't see stuff because you're behind the bars.
Mm-hmm.
So when we logged on and they showed us all the different options, when one of them said standing area, I looked at my husband and I was like, "Can you stand for that whole show?" He was like, "Yeah, sure." And I was like, "We should do it then because I think it'll be really good." And I was correct because we had every view of that show is amazing. I'm pretty convinced because it's 360, because of the way that they built that show, there's not a bad seat and there's not a bad place to stand around that entire harbor. But I think we had one of the best views because we were at the back of a seated section. So everyone was sitting down before us. but we were standing so we could see over the bars and see the full view of the harbor. Okay. Believe Sea of Dreams.
Mm-hmm. With your perfect view.
With our perfect view. It's on the harbor, so it's on the water. So the floats are all boats, except for the sea-doos, because there are also little sea-doo guys that have giant starlights on the back of them that are like weaving in and out. I cannot, for the life of me, figure out where they store these things, where they came from. There's also like a giant thing in the middle that kind of just appears at some point during the day. I didn't notice them moving it in or out or anything like that, but it has like disco ball style lights, an extra projection screen wrapping around the whole thing. It has this like big light up disc stuff that moves and waves and all those kinds of things to add to that. Plus they project, they shoot water off of it like a fountain and then project onto it. They set fireworks off of it. Like it does all of these things. And I don't know where they store it during the day. Like it doesn't make any sense. So the first scene of the show, Peter Pan floats in on a giant pirate ship that's real and perfectly lit and does a little scene all in Japanese. I don't know what he said other than it's Peter Pan, so he's probably talking about Hook or whatever. And then they have a pirate fight. And during the pirate fight on the pirate ship on the real water, he jumps from the deck onto the second level of the mast as if by magic / pixie dust.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I was like, well, this is going to be great. Then they started projecting onto the hotel that's behind the harbor. So they
The
kind
hotel
of
you were staying at?
Yeah, exactly. So like onto the windows and stuff like that of the hotel. And so it kind of gave this like extra 3D effect or this extra like wraparound. And then they started doing a laser show on the volcano. So all of these different elements are happening. I don't remember all of the scenes all that well, but here's what I know. There was a musical medley of Whole New World, I See the Light from Tangled, and Kiss the Girl that happened. And it happened on these giant floats that again kind of appear from nowhere. And they have these like wraparound screens. So at one point, like during Whole New World, when it's just Aladdin and Jasmine, the screens are up on the other ones and showing you like the desert or the scenes that they're flying over and the clouds and all that kind of stuff. And then they go down and then the Tangled one raises up. And suddenly you're in Rapunzel's tower and her hair is flowing down the edge of the like screen thing and they're singing and it's beautiful. It was so good. There was a Coco section where they use black light on all of these beautiful dancers in traditional Mexican wear with Day of the Dead masks and all that kind of stuff. And he's singing like Mi Familia, and it was so good. There was a genie section that I think is the best genie section I've seen in any nighttime spectacular. He sings, what is it? You Got a Friend in Me? No, what is it? Anyways, he's saying,
You ain't never had a friend like me.
You ain't never had a friend like me. But because there's so many surfaces, and because the genie has a thing where he can like make himself multiple all at the same time, they used it to such great effect to like move your eye around the whole harbor. There's an Ursula section that was really good. And then I cried through this like whole show. Like I just was constantly tearing up, just being like, this is the most incredible thing I've ever seen in real life. I don't understand what's really happening in front of me because they're using so many different like versions of nighttime spectacular entertainment all at the same time. But the thing that really got me is towards the end, there is a mashup of Into the Unknown and I Am Moana / How Far I'll Go. So it's Elsa like running up the waves and joining onto the frozen horse, singing Into the Unknown, into Moana floating in on her boat. And then Moana starts singing with her grandmother, the stingray. And then the stingray is going all around, like over the hotel and down onto the other sails and like all this kind of stuff. And it was just so beautiful. Like it was such a good build.
Yeah, and really using the space and take it's going back to that intentionality. Like,
Yeah.
that's amazing.
The last moment in that one that really like broke my whole brain. They have a volcano. So they turn the volcano into Te Fiti. They show the moment of like, what's his face? The rock. Maui.
Maui.
Maui telling Moana that there's no way that she can do it. And then they show Te Fiti turning into the volcano monster on a volcano. And then they lit the harbor on fire. Like they lit the water in the harbor on fire into real flames. And Moana defeated Te Fiti in front of me. It was so impressive. Like it went fully from that. And then the flames all magically went out at the same time as the green, like beautiful Te Fiti rose. It's just like, okay, well, genius and magic in real life, and I can't handle it. Until finally, the last bit where I really truly lost it. The main six came out onto the floats that had Rapunzel and Ariel and all of them. And they were with those characters. So it was like Daisy and Rapunzel. And they were singing an original song that I've never heard before, never seen in a video, but was magical because the instrumentation for the original song was using Second Star to the Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wept. Yeah, I swept. So the six went around, Mickey and the Miguel from Coco like hugged and like all this kind of stuff. And then they did like a full denouement where like they just played the instrumentation and then all of the characters waved and they went all the way around the harbor. And then it went dark and I was just weeping. It
Amazing.
was so good.
It's not fair they have so many good shows, parades, everything going on in one place.
And just like, again, I kind of earlier in the day had been like, well, this park is fine, but I'm not really getting all the feelings that I usually do until the end of the day. And I was like, no, I'm getting all the feelings.
Mm-hmm.
We wanted to do one more ride, and I needed time to recover. So I had my husband choose the ride, and he chose Soaring as our repeat ride. It's his favorite.
Mm-hmm.
One thing was, at this point in the night, we went up to the line, and there was no standby time listed. And on the app, I looked at it and under standby time, it said, no standby available, only premier access bookings allowed. So only people who had to skip the line could ride it at this point. It was probably like 8 p.m., so an hour before close of the park.
Wow.
I had heard a little bit about this before, but the thing to know about the parks in Japan is that you can't hop in line at park close. When the park is closed, the park is closed. And that is largely because their workforce rides the trains, and the trains that go out to Tokyo Disneyland don't operate past 10:30. So they need to get the public out of the park at 9. There's
That makes
no
sense.
like hopping in one last ride or anything. But we went on Soaring. I got put next to a mom who didn't speak any English, and it was quite clearly her first time ever riding that ride. And it was so much fun. It was so much fun because she had never seen any of it before. And she just kept being like, oh!
Mm-hmm.
I'm very impressed, and it was really good. We took a stroll through the park into our special gate for the Miracosta, which took us into an elevator straight up to the floor for our room, and we did some packing. We did a lot of packing because we were leaving the next day and we needed to get everything to fit in the right bags.
All your new souvenirs had to
Final
have
step count was 23,000.
Mm-hmm. All right. So you had a partial day left before your departure. So Friday, November 14th, which was yesterday. You had a half day. You did not have the unlimited ride package, but you did have early entry. So you described this as a vibes day.
Yes. It was a successful vibes day in the end, partially because I looked at it the night before and I was kind of like, we did a lot in this park. We've ridden a lot of rides, and we often on travel days get quite anxious. And so I didn't want us to be rushing around trying to finish things. So we kind of decided we weren't going to do early entry. We weren't going to worry about that at all. And we were just going to like take the day as it came. So we woke up at 7, did our final packing, and checked out of the room and gave them our bags at 7:50 so that we could go to the breakfast buffet. This one was called Oceano. It was the same food as at Lotso's, except that everything was a lot better quality. The tater tots were crispier, the pancakes were clearly more freshly made, that kind of a thing. Mm-hmm. After breakfast, breakfast, because of where it was seated and where we were in the restaurant, we could see into the park as we were eating breakfast. And so we had seen people steadily streaming in. And then we saw it kind of start to dissipate. And I was like, well, it seems like maybe it's died down, so we can like go. Then we went to the standard gate and security and realized very quickly that the slowing down was not necessarily because there were less people, and was probably more so that the original wave we saw was early entry and they were still working their way through the main non-early entry people. So it was 9:15, so it was about an hour after they had opened the park for early entry, because they opened up extra early this day. It was 9:15, so, and even with it being an hour after park open, we waited, I think, 45 minutes to an hour just to get through the security line, let alone the ticket line. Yeah. It was also really sunny this day and got very hot very fast. And my husband had looked at the temperature but hadn't looked at how sunny it was going to be, and had accidentally packed his hat in our bags. So first mission of the day was actually to buy him a baseball cap. So we did that, and then we walked over to Cape Cod. We hadn't been in this section yet. It's dedicated to Duffy. It is technically in lore where Duffy lives. I had thought about maybe going to meet Shelley May this day, but by the time we bought his hat, by the time we got all the way back to Cape Cod, I looked and the wait was an hour long. And on a day that's supposed to be vibes and supposed to be chill, I just wasn't really able to do that. So no meeting Shelley May. And instead, I looked around and saw Thumper meeting. So Thumper is like a bit of a rare character for us, but again, because of the breadth and depth of characters and storylines that they do, he was just there meeting people. Tokyo Disneyland doesn't do lines for character meet and greets other than a couple like Shelley May and Duffy. Instead, what happens is that they stand somewhere with a staff member, like a cast member, and then everyone forms like a little half circle, and then the cast member or the character just come and get you when they're ready. It does mean that you can wait a while, because like in my example, I got up there, waited in the little half circle, and then looked around me, and everyone around me was tiny, like 4 years old, 6 years old, 2 years old, and they were very cute. And so me, the adult, they were kind of like, you can wait. And I was like, I can. It's true. So I waited my turn, and then Thumper gave me a hug and took some photos, and it was really cute. And then we went over to the Fortress Explorations. The Fortress Explorations is kind of what it sounds like. It's a really large Italian Renaissance era fortress built on the side of the volcano, and you can explore all of it. There's like a playground in the middle of it. There's a ship that you can go on that has like levers to pull and maps to look at. And then there's also some like invention-y stuff, like a flying machine. And then my favorite was we went to the Astro Lab, which is like a giant functioning solar system. So you can like turn these levers and it'll turn the planet itself as well as rotate the planet around the sun. Very cool. After that, we needed some coffee. So we went to Sultan's Oasis and got iced coffees and a chocolate churro. Very tasty. And then we went to Mermaid Lagoon. Some more wandering around. This was also a new land for us. It's built off of Ariel's grotto kind of a thing. It's a giant building. So you walk in and it's a building that's made to look like you're under the sea. It's fully encased and covered, and there's 4 rides in it. There's a jumping jellyfish, there's like a teacup style ride, and there's a restaurant and a gift shop. Like, it's so big, and it was really nice to walk around in it, but it was also very clear to us at this point that the park was really busy. So it was full of people and a little difficult to navigate. So after Mermaid Lagoon, we went to watch the harbor show. It was a harbor Christmas greeting. It's a boat show. It's like 15 minutes. Santa, Mickey, Minnie, Duffy and Shelley May, Donald and Daisy all float around on a boat, and they play classic Christmas songs like Irving Berlin style music. It was really fun. This was on a really beautiful but completely different boat than I'd seen on the harbor so far. And I was sitting there being like, I don't know where all the boats are coming from.
A secret storage.
Yeah. Then we did some more wandering in the American waterfront. We saw a different band than the band we'd seen the day before. We saw some Christmas carolers in like full Dickensian style outfits, despite the like 18-degree heat. And then we went and had lunch at New York Deli. Really tasty. I had a roast beef and mashed potato bao bun, which sounds weird, but was delicious. And then we grabbed a beer and an iced tea for me and went to go sit in the harbor just to kind of like hang out for a bit and rest our feet. And it turned out that there was a Duffy boat show happening at that time. So we watched that one, which is, again, on a completely different boat that I'd never seen before.
Amazing boat storage somewhere.
Yeah. They had an original song for this one, which was really cool, and for some reason featured a saxophone solo, which was really neat. We went to the American waterfront for ice cream at this point. We got a sea salt manaka and ice cream sandwich that was flavored like tiramisu. We saw Pluto while we were hanging out eating our ice cream. And we just kind of sat and watched people walk by, chit-chatted a little bit, and reminisced on what the Disney trip had been like overall and how it was different from other Disney trips we'd been on. And then at about 2 p.m., we started leaving the park. As I was leaving, I kind of realized that it had been a no-ride day. I hadn't set foot in a line at all, other than to get coffee. And it was really nice. It was a, like I had set out, it was a perfectly vibes day, just about like seeing shows randomly, walking around lands we hadn't been to yet. It was really, really nice.
You didn't have the unlimited ride option there, so it would have been harder if you did do it.
When we finally got in past security, we looked to see if there was any, because they have like pay per ride options. They have a free pass option even, and everything was booking so far out at that point that we wouldn't have been able to make anything happen before we left it too. So there was just no way to do it. And Fantasy Springs, we didn't go to at all because when we got into the park and I looked at the wait times, Rapunzel was like 160. Peter Pan was 120, and Frozen all day while we were there was a 260-minute wait. And I just was like, I'm here for half a day. I'm not spending 4 hours waiting in line for a ride.
Yeah, that's a long time.
It's too.
But you had to leave to get your ride to the airport.
Yes. So we went to the hotel lobby and picked up our bags and then waited for our limo bus. So this is a service that takes you to the airport. It's pretty popular. It picked us up at 2:52 and dropped us off at the airport at about 4. We checked in and we got to use a priority gate and priority security, which was really helpful. We did at this point see a couple get to the front of the ticket line and get told that they were at the wrong airport. So this is my public service announcement that Tokyo has 2 airports and they are not really close to each other. So you should really work very hard to make sure that you're at the right airport.
Oh my God, that is so unfortunate.
Yeah. They seemed very calm about it in a way I was surprised by.
Maybe they had time?
I don't know. they just kept saying, it'll be fine. We'll take an Uber. And the staff member kept being like, Uber doesn't exist here. You can take a taxi.
Yeah.
It will still take you an hour to get
Wow.
there.
Wow, that is scary. That is like a nightmare.
Yeah.
But you made it.
We made it through, went to the gate, went to a duty-free shop and got some more Pocky and Kit Kats for work. Checked in. We got onto the plane, totally uneventful flight. I chose to try and reset my clock by staying up for the whole flight. So I ended up staying up for like a little over 30 hours yesterday. And then an interesting thing, we landed and our flight service team announced that someone was having a medical emergency on board. And so
back too?
on the way back too. So when we landed, they said, everyone, please stay seated. Don't try and get your bags. We're getting the paramedics on to get them and get them off as soon as we can. Which they did. And it seemed they walked themselves off, which I thought seemed like a good sign, but was still a little concerning to see on both the way there and the way back. Landed at 4:30. We were through customs and in a cab by 5:15 and back home at 6.
And now you're talking to me.
Yeah. Not quite 24 hours later.
Yeah. And the next morning. So it's the afternoon now. So, but like you're spending your whole next day with me.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for this. I'm sorry it was so long.
No, people love the long ones. But it sounds like you had a really great trip that seemed to be structured in a way that worked for you and your husband. Is
Yeah.
there anything in hindsight that you would have done differently?
A couple of things that I think I've mentioned. Hiroshima was like really impactful and very impressive, and I'm glad that we went. I would have pre-booked an early ticket for that if I could. I also, though, think we changed hotels and cities a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we got to see a lot of the country, which was great. But I think if I had to do it again, I would spend more time in Tokyo and Kyoto and get more times to see more of those cities rather than spending so much time hopping around. Disney stuff all went great. Loved the vacation package. The unlimited rides pass was so worth it. Glad we did it at the end. No notes there.
Well, I think you're going to convince people to go.
Yeah.
Because your enthusiasm is so contagious that I'm like, well, how can I turn down the opportunity to see amazing parades and nutcracker sections of parades and all the people that sit down to watch? Like, I just love all this. So
it was so good. And it really runs very efficiently and like with great care. And
yes.
I think I would highly recommend it if anyone's like on the fence. Absolutely. I would recommend going.
Yes. Plus, there's lots to see in Japan, obviously. So that's awesome too. Well, Danielle, I appreciate you taking the time after 2 weeks of traveling to share all the details.
Thank you so much. It was great to talk with you, Shannon.
I hope you enjoyed my conversations with Danielle. If you're ever interested in other trip reports that are international, we do categorize everything on the website by travel party. And if it's Disney World, we do it by hotel, by month, etc. But we also have a whole category that includes these international parks. And now Danielle's episode will be a part of that. So be sure to check there for the episode list so you'll know where to find them. We did keep talking on Patreon, including about her background in theater, which I was curious to know more about. So if you're interested in that, you can go check it out there in both video and audio form. I think that will wrap up this episode of WW Prep to Go. For more information, please check the show notes in your podcast app or head to the website, www.prepschool.com. Click on podcast at the top, scroll down to episode 488. Until next time, I'll see you on the site.